things turn around. WE will have the blind pick top lane, and they choose the Rumble. Bit of a takeaway, actually, from JDG's comp. And then there's the Orianna that we talked about as well. Last pick for Xiaoshu. Don't think Ornn's bad here now. Does well into the Rumble comparatively to other lane matchups to the Ornn. Gives you that scaling tank front line in a certain way too. Not going to be the... Look, there's a lot of damage you got to soak up. But I think the long-range engage is the most important thing. Because now what you're going to do is call the call of the Forge God. Try and activate the Kai'Sa passive. Aurora's going to ult at the same time. Kai'Sa will jump in. And hopefully by the end of all your ultimates being used, the Yunara has died. WE, they do have that. In Chinese, it's called the charcoal grilled skewer combo. Kebabs, basically. The Rumble Skarner combo. You impale someone into the Flame Spitter, and people come out of that, at the other side of it, a lot worse for wear. They do have decent range with the Orianna, and of course the Rumble giving some extra kind of slows into the play, quite impactful too. Quite a squishy team, and I'm quite worried that if JDG choose the right engage, things go very poorly for them. However, W have been quite good at getting that first pick in a team fight, especially early on into a game. My worry is what happens once you start getting into the mid-game. Karzal asking over in Onivia's chat as well. Also, hi Onivia's chat. How's it going? I actually remembered to press go live for game 1 today. Aren't I a clever person? We'll see those coaches handshake in the middle of our hall of warriors here. When did we start leaving Pantheon open? You know what? I think it's been probably about 2 weeks now, I think that's ended up happening. Also, it's snuck up on us, but we have definitely seen it more and more. I think as long as it's not the Talia Pantheon, people are... Yeah, I'm actually live today. Incredible, Macro. I know. I actually chose to go live. Incredible. We've taken a couple of Saturdays off because the Super Saturday is hard to do, folks. It is hard to do. Into the game we go for our first game of the day. Ah, Gyos ring out. A little bit low on the crowd mics there today, actually. Interesting. I'm alive today? Yeah, I know, it's incredible. Nymaera is risen. Things to pay attention for in this game. WE are a pretty good early game team. It's where their strengths lie. Now the problem is their mid game where things start to fall apart a little bit. JDG get control of that front bush. That's quite important actually. Shouldn't, I suppose, going for a Raptor invade with this setup will be spotted. Monkey will know about this, so there's a good chance that he will go for topside invade. There are a couple of options to him. Does he go to blue buff into topside invade to make sure he keeps even in camps, or does he go to contest the bot side, hopefully with some bot side prio? Hard to do that now, with the potential of that Kai'Sa Nautilus landing a hook at the level 1, so we'll need to pay some attention to that. The health bars are full right now, so I assume that's not the case. Now Taeyan and Vampire are going to have to be very aware of what happens if Shin goes towards like a level 3 bot side gank. Skarner's not going to come down to contest. Aurora has the push there. Passive lands from draw. Started the W, actually. Not getting the push they want, but I wonder whether Taeyan and Vampire have over-pushed this now. You can see the red buff's just been taken from Shin. Only level 2, but he might only need the level 2. Not choosing to go for anything that much right now. Could have, I think, gone towards a bot side gank. Vampire and Taeyan getting the push safely, though. Credit to them. It's very hard to get safe push in that situation. Monkey gets his full 3 camps on the top side. We'll now invade into red side jungle for JDG. If he gets 2 camps, he comes out even from the early invade. Shun is a camp behind right now. Monkey will go for those easy raptor takes. That's the easy one. Scout. Ooh, could get himself an electrocute trade here. Ah, timing out the shield. That's nasty, Scout. Because normally the Orianna shield would tank out the last bit of that damage. No, he waits it out and then goes for that instead. Taking Krogs now is Monkey, choosing to leave the red buff until last. Skarner's AoE damage is actually pretty decent, so can take the Krogs fairly effectively. Early game from WE, they're the ones responding for once. A little bit uncommon, that. TES dodging out on that route. How are the lanes looking in terms of CS? Very even across the board. Scout, of course, got better trades. Got that teleport a little earlier. It's probably going to take a hard trade or two now to make sure he gets himself a good reset because he has the teleport and Karis doesn't. Should will spawn out the clone. Goes towards bot scuttle. Reminder that Shun did not get bot side Krugs from WE. So if Monkey ends up getting top side scuttle, he's actually a camp up all in all against Shun. Scout, as we were saying before, does have teleport. Doesn't mind taking one last hard trade. Shun will now get himself bot side Krugs. And they'll be even in terms of the clear. A little bit slower. Monkey now heading towards bot side. And he's spotted doing that. Not great for Monkey there. Shouldn't really get spotted there. Shun has completed his take to the Krugs, though, I believe. He doesn't get the small ones. It's a little unfortunate. So he'll lose out on some golden XP from that. There'll be some camp respawns coming through soon enough. Monkey's going to go down into bot side. Does he have a ward to place? No. Shun actually going to hold the wave. Interesting thing for a jungle to do that. Often don't do that. Lane swap coming through was TES and draw. Go towards top side of the map. Xiaoshu can teleport towards bot side. And he'll have a little bit more farm to collect because Pantheon has set that aside for them. JDG largely choosing where the plays are made. That's quite surprising actually for how WE play early game. Push in top side. Kai'Sa very quickly recalling and potentially going towards the bot side of the map again. Kai'Sa has the cult. Taeun does not. Taeun missing cannon there. And a minion. Oh, Taeun -2 under the turret. We're all going from top to bot side. Interesting lane swaps. Because of the very quick swaps, swap for only one wave, then switch back. TES is managing to make sure that he is going to have a safe farming lane away from the Nico Yunara, which is an annoying laning duo. They're not doing too bad in terms of CS. I'm a little surprised that, given how things are going, that's what they choose. But Ornn is better in a lane swap. You are getting to the point where, you know, Pantheon can die very effectively onto someone like the Rumble. Who's everyone have winning this series? This is a fairly close one. It's probably a 2-1 given that it's WE. But as it stands, I mean, JDG is a little better than Team WE. Potential fight over topside. I don't think it's a safe dive topside. There's a lot of members in the area from JDG. Might be a fight in topside jungle. Shun has empowered everything. It's cancelled out on that W. Not great from Shun. Hook, though, onto Vampire. Level 6 coming through from the Aurora. Flash away, and it's not enough for Vampire to survive. Shun flashed away too. First blood over to JDG. WE getting blitzed by the Aurora's first ult of the game. Scouts, 2 Dark Seal stacks, and Vampire. A bad flash from him. Not great from the support of WE. Thought he was safe, was absolutely not. Taeun collecting farm on topside now, and you could see that JDG were really intent on defending that topside. He managed to do so effectively. Equalizer used on bot side to push in that wave, make sure that TES doesn't get a slow push into the other side. Scout, no teleport just yet. Does have that first kill, as we were just mentioning. So he's still happy in terms of his gold. 400 up on the Orianna right now. If the Aurora starts to get fed, it's a bit of a problem for Team WE. Because that Aurora is going to be diving onto their squishy AD carry. That fight was odd. Yunara was in such an awkward position to get into that fight. You're absolutely right, Mecha. And I think that Yunara is such a positioning-based champion. She's kind of a... She's not dissimilar to something like a Cogmore or something like that, right? Where you have a lot of damage if you get to stand and fight. You have a little bit more repositioning that, but yeah. Dragon's going to start it and finish by JDG fairly effectively. The Kai'Sa passive helping with that. The IG Kai'Sa skin, of course, a fan favorite here and a player favorite one. Dragon finished. Well, just watching to see where Monkey was. Saw that the Raptors were down still. Have some information as to where he's, I suppose, not, but the Raptors were, of course, not there. Didn't have a ward put down, though, to confirm the next time he's heading through that area of the jungle. To you too, Nico Clone. To you too. Taeun safety farming on topside. However, doesn't have that call as we mentioned before. So, you know, give it 5 minutes or so. TES will Hayes will be in a happier spot. Grub's getting started. The JDG wanting a test on anything? They don't have to. I think if they're safely farming 3 lanes and get W to drop a lane or 2, I don't think it's the worst thing ever. W not going to be the easiest team, don't have the easiest team rather to hit turrets on the other side and utilize the grubs. They will get all 3 of them though, and that's always a good win condition in terms of you win a fight and then the grubs mean you clean through 2 turrets instead of none or 1. There is a cleanse available for Hayes. Chooses not to use it. He loses a third of his HP. Second equalizer of the game on cooldown used for wave clear. Cube does not want to be caught out on the other side of the map. It's an important thing to note here too, actually. WE are pretty bad at playing around side lanes. They often leave, you know, someone on weak side of the map, whether that's Karis or Cube, to die pretty unceremoniously because they'd rather focus around Taeyun's lane, have Vampire and Taeyun look for kill combos. It's been a bit of a loss condition for them before. Vampire doesn't have the level 6 just yet. Draw does. He's lost a lot of XP here. Potentially because of that first death. Potentially because of some of the early roams. Oh, ult coming through from the unit. Ah, Pays just cleanses in the wrong way. He'll die here. Good to Nautilus ult there. I'm actually surprised that Pays is living right now. Draw, does he have the ability to get out? Nope, he doesn't. Taeyun trying to get the kill, and he does. Flashy flash forwards. Taeyun gets himself a double. Pays, a bad cleanse from him means that he eats an extra auto attack or 2. Great damage from Taeyun. Showing that he knows the limits of this champion well. That was awesome by Taeyun to secure that second kill. Did not think he was in range for that, but gets the instant W after the flash. I think it was a W flash. Didn't even know it worked like that. Worked out well enough for them, though. 2 kills very quickly as Pays and Draw. Just not respectful enough. What happens here, then? So the route through. It's the slow, which then activates the root. Pays cleanses at the wrong time, so he eats an extra auto attack. Draw, not a bad ult from him. I thought that saw them out to safety. This is the special bit, though. Dash forward, W flash to reposition there, the skill shot, and Pays dies. That was clean as hell. Taeyun, remember, this guy was like bottom tier LCK player. Player which people had written off. He's going for the Kraken Slayer build, by the way, which I think is a big mistake, not having a blade into champions like the Nautilus, or particularly that Ornn, of course, too. It's like Oddly now for WE. It had a point in the game, you know, just before that, where they were looking really, really good in this early game. WE, though, great. Play with Monkey roaming towards the 2v2, and Pays and Draw completely blitzed. It's one of the sickest plays I've seen. I haven't seen much of Nymaera. I don't play the champion myself. I haven't played much of the game a lot myself recently. I'm too busy casting it. Didn't realize the W flash was the thing when you're in your ult form. Transcended oneself. Upgraded the prayer bead thingy into the, what is it, the Ark of Ruin? Is that it? Ark of Judgment? Something like that. There is no flash for Taeyun now, though, worth noting. That is a big investment for the Nymaera to use the thingy. Karis looking for a shockwave. Hard trade back. It won't be a kill trade, just wants to get control of the matchup. Uses the clockwork wind-up. Gets 3 or 4 autos down onto it. This is why the Orianna is very good in lane. Sometimes you just throw out your ult just for a good trade. Scout has teleport. Should be safe to go through that. Just wanted to see if there was a quick recall. Doesn't see it there. With the... Well, hang on now. With the wall stun bit... The wall stun. The thing... Yeah, the wall drive thingy being down. Scout happy to go back towards this wave now. Was he really bottom tier LCK player or on a bad team, which is 7 out of 10 LCK teams? I don't think that either of those points is true, actually. Well, again, it's a question. I don't think 7 out of 10 LCK teams are bad. I think that's a vast overstatement. And I think, yes, I mean, Taeyun was playing individually poorly in the LCK. I don't think you can argue against that. He was playing very, very poorly. Now, he's played very well here on WE compared to those expectations. I think he's actually ended up being a lot of the engine room for WE. When WE have been doing well, it has often been playing around Taeyun and whatever champions he's got specialized in at the time, whether that's the Kai'Sa, the Ezreal. For a while, it was the Smolder too, actually, which he was doing better on. Ah, this is an important thing. Xiaoshu, up a decent amount of gold onto Cube. Now, Cube, not been the best individual laner. He's not exactly ever been given resources to play with. Yes, he can get carry matchups, but you know there's no way that W really want to play towards his lane. Which often means he does fall behind monetarily. Dragon has spawned. Does JDG want to contest? There's a lot of blue pings. I don't see that many red pings, but they are moving down towards it. Troy does have flash. And Old Man Key gets himself a flash, and that's if Pop Blossom afters. However, look at the ultimate onto Taeyun. Does that change anything? The Aurora goes down, and the Yunara starts to pop off. Good equalizer. The Ornn's a little bit late into the party. Pays might be able to turn around something onto Monkey. Xiaoshu gets one back. Double knockup. Taeyun, remember, has no flash, but he does have that one little dash as well to go into it. A Grand Starfall for reasons I have no idea why. Shun going forwards, but does he have the damage to make this work? Gets the E and misses an auto attack and the Q. Taeyun lives as Shun completely airballs the play at the end of it. JDG buy into a fight that they have no right taking. Taeyun, the footwork was insanity from the AD carry there. The Yunara not dove onto effectively. Great stun into the wall from Monkey, sees things for success, but JDG, a very poorly executed fight. Xiaoshu, too late to the play. Shun's ultimate not coordinated well. Pays dying as well as WE managed to focus damage down onto them. It's going to leave WE with a 7-kill-to-3 lead, despite, again, it feeling like the early game was good. What happens here then? Late teleport in from the Ornn. Well, I suppose it's okay. The Pop Blossom onto 2, I thought might not be good enough. Taeyun does get ulted, and you notice that JDG just don't get damage down onto Yunara that well. Not bad damage onto Monkey, but the equalizer stops Pays from getting that much done. What happens here then? Pays, does he just walk into a rumble? I think he just walks into a rumble, you know, folks. Not a good fight from Pays. Not a good fight from him. And then Shun gets the last tick of the E damage, cancels an auto attack, and then misses the Q. What's happening there, Shun? What's happening there? That's unacceptable stuff. Just have to hit the auto, folks. Shun, look, it is a bit of both. There's some questions in chat. Someone saying, yeah, Crimson Secret saying, I don't know if it's good movement from, or is Shun completely whiffing it? It's both. It's both. You know, the movement allows for the misplay to be game, you know, fight changing. If you didn't have that movement, potentially you would have lost that HP already, you know? 1.3k up now. Taeyun, the first pick, Yunara looking pretty good. And JDG whiffing the fights. How are you feeling, Nymaera? I hope the heat is better today. It is a lot better today. It is a lot better today. Yesterday was rough in terms of the heat. It was 35 all day, inside and outside. Scout, of course, died in that last play very early on. Important to keep track of that kind of stuff too, because that we were talking about earlier. Well, you know, the Yunara, not the Yunara, the Aurora getting early kills. It's important to see if they can dive onto the Yunara later. That Aurora Scout does have flash. He does have ult. Might have to use it again. Wall's then missing. Shotgun landing onto Monkey. He's quite tanky for this point in the game. Shockwave onto 2. The Impale's not fantastic. Pop Blossom coming through. Skarna's down, but Nautilus is as well. Yunara does have the flash now. Does he have the ability to rearrange the fight? Maybe not, with the Kai'Sa making their issue their own. The W misses, and Pace does get the assassination cube, but I don't think he has the damage now. And this is the problem with Yunara. They can't reposition into plays like that particularly effectively. Karis not doing bad here. An Electro Harpoon onto Scout, and Pace also very threatening. Xiaoshu will go down, and the play will be at least a 3 for 2 in favor of JDG for now. But I wonder whether they'll be able to see things out completely. Pace doesn't really have the ability to do that much good damage back from Scouts. The Liandry's not going to be able to kill him through the Molten, through the Scap Shield, rather. Pays a W. It's on target, but it's short. It's short, and it doesn't catch out Cube. How Pays play for Genji, he is so poor. I think Pays was very good on Genji. He wasn't the level of ruler, but we forget that. You know, Pays is a split champion and a MSI champion. I think that's very unfair to Pays. I think that, yes, while he was on Genji, he was often the lost condition, but the rest of the team were some of the best players of all time. Now, remember, when Pays was on Genji, we were still considering them one of the best teams of all time. Shun jumping onto Monkey, trying to get that CC chain. The equalizer's not bad here. I don't love the way that Cube has been able to jump onto Pays every single play so far and get great damage onto him. Pays taking so much damage from Flame Spitter. I don't think this Kai'Sa should be within range of the Flame Spitter for most of this fight. I think that Pays' positioning has been poor. And then we see here, Xiaoshu just gets ran down by Karis, whose Orianna has actually been pretty decent. Go down for the last kill of that play. Oh no, that's not true actually. Sorry, Scout did die afterwards, of course. 1,000 goldly now to Karis, who has the Rod of Ages and the Liandry's. Herald summoned by Monkey. suppose he did end up taking that objective. You know, I kind of lost track of that throughout all of that play. Scout and boss. I remember there are 3 grubs to the side of WE. When they start winning plays, things go nastily afterwards. Roots onto the Nautilus. Monkey, does he have Impale? Yeah, he does. And he catches out the AD carry. Oh, Monkey. That Skada has been a feather in their cap for so long. A teleport in, I don't think it'll matter. WE are starting to roll over this game. JDG misexecuting fights. Caught out by the sublime play there of Monkey. They'll use that 3 grubs. And the shockwave, insult to injury. Another kill as Scout goes down. The Aurora with the early kill has not been a big factor this game. WE will use the 3 grubs and take a 2 turret push. Great plays from them as JDG falter, fall apart to WE. You know, I just don't think you should be walking up this far. Pays' positioning has been poor this game. I've not been impressed by his Kai'Sa. It flashes afterwards and dies anyway. I don't think it's worth using that flash. I think you just save the summoner at that point. And the shockwave catches them out there too. Just an overstay. Walks into the ball. No summoners to escape that one. The gold lead seems pretty insurmountable now at this point. 5k before 20 minutes? Rough. JDG, a team which were world-renowned for such a long time, had one of the greatest teams of all time themselves in 2023. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. JDG desperately need gold in pocket. Desperately do need it. Perhaps WE can throw around an Atakan. Perhaps that's JDG's angle. Pray for an Intercan. WE moving towards the bot side of the map, been forced looking to that turret and towards the dragon, and potentially the Atakan afterwards, which is also spawning on that side of the map. Karis will get himself another outer turret set of gold. Has the improved pen boots as well. The spell slinger's shoes. Low cooldown reduction, but high damage. Comparative, I suppose. Objective bounties available for JDG. Yep, that's how bad it's gotten. Objective bounties are on the table. Atakan and Dragon start up at the same time. Well, there was a moment where there was no smite there. Teleporting in with the Ornn, trying to get a flank combo. JDG looking potentially for a fight. Draw has the Spider Naut away to safely if he needs to, and indeed does. JDG, their team fight execution has been just not there, has it? So many changes to this team. And nothing's been a silver bullet for them. Nothing's been a silver bullet. And you look through this year for them, right? You know, one of their coaches left, 2 of their coaches left after Sin and CV Max. I think Sin then ended up rejoining. Zoom then ended up joining the team. Clearlove's ended up joining the team as well, so a lot of changes to the coaching staff. Then Wink, Arla, and Wink joined. Arla and Missing left. Xiaoshu, of course, joined as well to replace Arla. And then Draw was brought in to replace the replacement. It has been a revolving door of JDG. Clearlove is their coach, yep. We have Scout and Clearlove, EDG legends, instead for JDG now. Atakan presumably started again in the Fog of War. Yep, JDG will sniff that one out. WE not cleanly taking this so far, though. They do have a wave being pushed into top lane turret. Good tank in the Atakan so far, not taking ample damage. I don't know if I love JDG being allowed to get in here. Potential shockwave coming through. Shun, not fantastic from him. Vampire gets a 2-man knockup. It's not onto the carries, but Shun's used his Eep. There's no smite left available. Monkey's fairly tanky, but is he tanky enough? Knock up onto the Nico. Is that enough? Xiaoshu could flash out, but he flashed out late. Way too late. Atakan now being taken with no smites available. No one has it. Pays. Go to Taeyun. Shockwave. Not going to catch him, but it's not going to be needed. Taeyun takes him down. Triple kill to the Yunara as JDG do not find the fights. Xiaoshu flashing out late means that the tank goes down easily, and a 5,000 damage play from the Yunara seals the deal. Scout potentially getting himself a kill over the wall. Misses the skill shot. He'd gone invisible, found his way into the brush, perhaps. Not able to clean things up. JDG, that felt like a bit of weight of wallets. Pays very nearly outplaying Taeyun, skipped out of that W, but the problem is with the Yunara, so much of the damage is just point and click in auto attacks. Now it starts with W tanking the Atakan, but Monkey's fairly tanky. Shun, I don't love this angle. I don't think Shun needs to be there. He ends up going way too close to the Triber. Shun's positioning leaves him so vulnerable. The E is poor. Gets onto the equalizer afterwards as well. Very, very dead Pantheon. Shun has not had a good game so far. And Xiaoshu, I think he just flashed out too late. I think he should flash out early to try and secure some HP. And you see Pei's doing a good job trying to deal with Taehyun, but he has an Orianna shield. And a barrier. Ends up surviving. Projected bounty on the bot side of that now. W5D playing these fights out so much more cleanly than JDG. Their team fighting has been very good today. In this game anyway. Pushing towards the top lane in a turret. Again, the 3 grubs really helping them at this point. JDG, what have they got left? Do they have damage anyway? They don't even have 2 items on their AD carry. There's 8 kills on Taehyun, who's got improved boots and that second item. Cancelled out on the ultimate. Wall stun. Vampire's going to whiff the ultimate, but means that no one can step forwards. So W5D protect themselves from a potential engage from JDG. Xiaoshu's ult is cancelled out by Monkey's regular ability. Ult down for JDG. Monkey does have the flash, and he gets himself a triple impale. The skewers are skewering. Impaled and roasted to death. W5D find a quick 3 as Monkey's Skarner, potentially his best pick, demolishes JDG in the topside jungle. Stunning stuff from the jungler of W5D. That should close the game. It'll at least be an inhib. Remember, there are 3 grubs here. W5D, what a performance in this game 1. The early game looked bad up until that double kill that Taehyun managed to get. I really think this Nymaera has been very, very good from Taehyun. I wonder whether JDG should have been more coordinated on the dive. Actually, I don't wonder about that at all. I shouldn't phrase it like that. JDG should have been so much more coordinated in their team fighting. Particularly that bot dragon fight was the one which stands out to me, which started the snowball well and truly rolling. Dominoes had fallen before that point, yes, but that one felt like it had started things off so much more for the negative. Monkey, my dude, gets the impale onto 3 with a flash forward. Skarner for Monkey. What a player champion combination. I agree, Orianna. Whatever you said, whatever you're saying, I agree. Perhaps W5D can break themselves the 2-1 curse today. It is only the first game. It looks like they're sealing this one. They might get the 1 done. Can they get something more than that? That is the question. Tends to be, doesn't it? Monkey driving through the wall again. Jordan does not have flash. He's very likely dead here. Just by hook or by crook. Or by impale, potentially, too. Playing things slow. Mortal Assault flies around. Just extends the death time. No ult needed from Monkey. Has a ton of Heartsteel stacks, by the way. 236. High for a pro game. Hey, Solar Puppy. Thanks for the stream, freak. Appreciate you. I don't think there's going to be any chance to go towards a steal here. Shun could... Hang on a second. Shun could ult in. There is a chance of that. I actually wonder whether that is the option. A little bit soon to do that. Not a bad Ornn ultimate. The Impale's not fantastic. Xiaoshu will go down, though, and Taehyun very, very dead. Peel off the Baron. W5D good for them to focus on one thing, the fight or the Baron. Shun can still ult into the pit. Stranger things have happened, folks. Potentially, Shun could ult into the pit and look for a steal of the objective. Not like that, though. He was looking at the HP and not looking at his own. Loses a ton of HP to a QW. W should know at this point that they're in a bit of threat. There's a potential... You don't have to walk up there, Drop. You don't have to walk up there. Dies very much for free. W5D take the freebie. Still being tanked. Minions are killing the Nexus, by the way. Ult into the pit. Is it enough? No. No, it is not. No smite here today. Scout will go down to a demolition by W5D of JDG. W5D will see the Nexus turrets fall without their direct intervention needed at all. A teleport in from the Rumble. Now, that might be a little bold. Is he going to live through? This one has flash. Gets the Flame Spitter on target. Has a frickin' fine Zhonya's too. Pacers might just die in the 1v2. Vampire going forwards. Not necessarily getting the CC, but getting the zone out that's needed. W5D, a clean demolition of JDG in game 1. As Jingdong Gaming An embarrassing first game. Cannot get their team fights working for the life of them. Early game starter. JDG putting down a ward. You don't really want to tangle with a Braum early, so WE let them do it. Just wondering if there was a Braum stood behind them. Will be spotted now. Level 1 bot side looks like it's going to be fairly interesting. It's going to be standard runes for the Ahri, by the way. Scorch mana flow. Against heavier trading lanes, you'll go for the thingy instead. And by the thingy, I mean bone plating. Vampire looking for a pole of level 1, not the headbutt, actually. Braum passive lands onto him. Pay's going for the on-hit Varus, by the way. Trying to kill the... Wait, you don't like on-hit Varus? Oh, Articops. You mean the best Varus skin. And is a big Varus... yeah, a big Varus aficionado. I am a big fan of Articops. Look, the auto attack sounds are just really, really nice. Pay's getting some decent damage down here. In fact, gets the lethal tempo active. Keeps it active there too. That's kind of important because it means you get to keep the attack speed up to keep trimming this wave down. Combo does come through from Vampire though, and Taeyeon, while all this has been happening, landing some good shots. Credit to Paze though, keeping the lethal tempo up really, really heavily and forcing the heal early. The only way this happens is because Paze kept killing minions, getting his passive, and then using the lethal tempo to, you know, keep his own attack speed up from the rune, which only comes for attacking champions. Means that the level 2 rush from Taeyeon and Vampire is not as crushing as it should be. Still good damage coming through from Taeyeon. Taeyeon and Paze, of course, both playing in the LCK not too long ago. Both of them coming in this year from the LCK last year. Scout doing okay in the matchup here. Yeah, worth noting that when you're charmed, you still throw rocks at people. You're actually very good at that. Turns out even the rosy haze of love cannot stop you from throwing earth at passing citizens. Really gives you a lot of questions, doesn't it? Really, I'm really enjoying how Paze is spacing this out. But that being said, Vampire and Taeyeon are getting the poke down. You know, Vampire's combos do damage. Alistar is not known as a laning champion for reasons like this, where you can't trade effectively, right? But if you keep getting combos on cooldown, you get decent value, don't you? Nymaera, I don't play much anymore. Does Ezreal have good enough AP ratios to still go for 4th or 5th item Zhonya's? In certain games, yes. You wouldn't unless it's exceptional circumstances. If you are into a Vi Kai'Sa or something like that, I actually think Ezreal with an AP item less is not bad. Something like that, Zhonya's is very good for the defensive options. I wouldn't suggest it normally, but when you're thinking about going towards GA or something, perhaps not. Teleport into mid lane. Teleport. Hang on a second. Can't they just flick back? This is dangerous, isn't it? Flick back. Wasted though a little bit. Scout can get that charm down. It does. Why don't you just save that for the teleport? What is happening, WE? Shun's gonna get kill participation for that first one. The rocks are gonna get blocked out. It's WE. Can't you just flick back the Ahri easily? Very poor decision making from WE's mid jungle there. Monkey goes down after a wonderful game 1. Can Shun stick around for a Raptor steal? He's gonna try. Harris might look for a flick back, but I don't think he's got quite enough damage to kill there, sadly. Great kill there from Scout, and Shun handed a freebie, and then the Vi Ahri is now ahead. In fact, this is the god start for the Ahri. You get that Dark Seal on your very first base of the game, and you immediately get stacks onto it. You get an ult Hunter stack before your first ult of the game. You know, as an Ahri main, this is something which I've been really trying to get people to focus in on more. That Dark Seal first back, is Xiaoxu is going to die here, by the way. My dude, he's just walked straight into the Xin Zhao. Xiaoxu, he'll flash over the wall. He'll get out safely somehow, but that one's a freebie to give over. Cube, good trade under the turret. There was losing a lot of CS. Xiaoxu at least losing the flash gives him something, and of course resetting as well. It gives him something a little bit more to play around in lane. What is happening? W, surely not after such a clean game 1. Surely you can't play game 2 like this. The 2-1 curse is very, very strong for this team, of course. Bot side, see that Taeyun's been forced off a little bit of the wave. He is an Ezreal. It's quite hard to do that fully. Poke landing from the Varus Qs. JDG, good entrance into this game. Last game, things blew apart after a good 3v2 rather, because Monkey came as onto Pays and draw, but they don't have the Yunara's crazy brokenness right now to help them with that. Pays, 10 CS lead, doing well on the Varus. Again, I really like the way he's been spacing. Go back and, if you like watching like the intricacies of 2v2s, just watch how Pays was playing that, making sure his passive was always up, making sure the lethal tempo was still fully stacked with an odd auto attack there after he'd fully stacked it. You know, right there as well, if someone jumps forwards, just make sure he can get the, oh, nice. Good Q there as well, but make sure you can get the auto E in to get that quick trade back. He's a good Varus player. I like Pays as Varus. Shin gonna start up the dragon on the bot side. Monkey coming back onto the map, coming back out onto the map with a tunneler. I'll see it happen on the control ward on bot side. Bot lane coming up helps the amount of time it takes to kill the dragon to go down. Monkey will get himself topside scuttle. He did auto the minion on accident. That's true, Mello. That's true. That's true. I did think it's like they didn't pop a mark there. Weird. All in on the bot side. Ignite blown from draw. Ghost on. Was that Ghost on the other side? No, it wasn't. It was here. No, it was Ghost from Pays, right? Yes. Yeah, I suppose 2 for 1 summoner trade, but one of them was a spellbook ignite. Doesn't matter too much. Vampire switched over towards the teleport. What's he planning to do with that? Can either get a quick reset, or he can make an interesting play and turn up somewhere unexpected. Xiaoshu, 10 CS up here. I mean, it's decent CS lead in every lane right now. 10 CS lead everywhere. W need to pay attention to that. This is one of those things about WE. Unless they get explosive early games, their raw laning ability is not fantastic compared to other LPL teams. It's one of their weaknesses. Cube and Karis particularly on that, but even Taeyun and Vampire at points, you know, they do fall apart in some of the quieter 2v2s. I think they're good at loud, flashy plays, WE, but sometimes when it comes to more slow League of Legends, they can struggle to get some value. Good combo over the wall. The electrocute not quite onto Monkey there. Sure, taking a lot of damage, but not enough to kill him. Shield up a little bit later, of course, to get good value. Pays competing with this wave here. Another good charm there. Flash forward from Vampire. Not sure, Vampire, I'm not sure about that one. Because now you've just got into a choke point. Okay, 1 dead already. Where are the resets? That's 2. All off of Vampire, flashing onto an Ahri with ult available. Taeyun even loses his cleanse for that too. Bad engage from Vampire. Going way too far with no follow-up. JDG clean up the fight. 3 for 0 now in the early game. W proc from Taeyun. Can't jump forwards too aggressively, I didn't think, because Draw was over the wall, but perhaps he can. Hex flash over, and there's no one here. This is much better. Forces the flash out. Remember, he doesn't have the flash himself. Brawn passive coming through. Taeyun trying to thread a Q on there. Taeyun's not quite enough damage to threaten the kill and not enough HP to go further. Summoners traded about. WE a poor engage around that choke point. Going to lose them to 3 grubs and another bunch of kills. Charms over the wall from Scout were really good. Doesn't actually get the attribute though, so the W goes on cooldown without being that useful. It's got a chunk for chunk, but one's onto the jungler, one's onto the support. Jumping on... Look, I just don't get it here. Charm lands, and Vampire just goes too far into a target just out of range of the Talia. There's no flash from the Talia. He's not quite in range to get the combo down. Vampire just badly coordinated, going onto an Ahri with ult. You don't have the damage to full burst out. Hitbox snipe there, by the way. Rare to see those. Scat managed to tag onto Taeyun as he was just going behind the minion, but champion hitboxes are larger than minions, so it kind of overlaps it, despite it visually not looking correct. Aatrox 10 CS up. As Karzal says in chat, 2 plates solo as well. Yep, good value out of that laning pick. worried about what he'd do without the Renekton available, which is often what he uses to bully lane stuff with stuff like that. He's got that early lead now. That is a problem. You know, Aatrox from ahead of the game is disgustingly powerful. I wonder whether WE should have really got themselves a lane swap to save the Xante a little bit more. Aatrox is very bad at lane swap matters. Very, very bad at them. I worry about Ezreal in this meta, unless it's a crazy good one like Doggo. Well, Taeyeon is a pretty good Ezreal, in fairness. But yeah, I think that compared to, say, you know, First and even MSI, yeah, the Ezreal's definitely fallen off a little bit. Oh, we're getting Blackfire Torch, Ari. It's... Blackfire Torch got nerfed pretty heavily. I still prefer Malignance. I suppose he did go towards stuff like the Luden's build before. Ooh, ult onto Monkey. There we go. He still has Crescent Guard. Fully charged Q. Viari goes onto him after, and that's a very, very dead Shinzao. Good vision control. Good Varus all over the wall. It's another set of Dark Seal stacks for Scout. He's on 5 right now. Monkey caught out very easily. He's powerful. Dodged down all the skill shots there too. E used by Taeyeon. Pays is out playing Taeyeon in the mid lane there. He's had a great game on the Varus so far. 3-0. This micro's been really fun to watch. By the way, you can find player point of view VODs from the LPL here and there. Maybe I should go back and watch some of Pays' ones. I do tend to watch a lot of the mid lane ones because I'm a mid laner by trade. Vampire. I'm going to stop the recall with a Hex Flash. It's not going to do that much, but we'll be able to stop the recall. Draw has the exhaust in inventory, made it even hard to really finish off that kill. Scout, walk up to the Tri-Brush, we'll put a ward down, stop the recall from Cube now. He will probably go towards the Leandries next, go towards the double burn. If he does, then you reach this problem, sadly, of both the Blackfire Torch and the Leandries having been nerfed by, is it 10 AP an item? Actually, no, Blackfire Torch was the percent AP earned for each target burned, which was reduced. Xiaoshu gets another plate. God, does he get another 2 plates? Wow, Xiaoshu's had 4 plates in this early game, by the way. 2 from top side, 2 from bot side. Right there from just the Demolish Brock going wild. Hey, Rich Tomato, good to see you. 25 stream streak. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Blackfire Leandries after both items were nerfed, honestly. I think there was a point where it was fairly strong. I think you just go Malignance, you know? It's just a much better item, I feel. Lost Chapter items don't feel fantastic right now, just in terms of raw damage you put out. It's the first battle of the game, by the way, for JDG. Ezreal just clipping Varus there, but Varus does have Blade the Rune King, a little bit of lifesteal. A little bit of lifesteal by my side. Varus number 5. Maybe it should be Darken number 5. Wait, is this the 5th Darken releasing? Can we get Mambo number 5, but, you know, to the lyrics of Darken number 5? First turn of the game will go down in the top side to Scout and to Shun. Really clean game from the both of them so far. Shun, he has been a very solid Vi player in the past. That's part of what brought BLG to the forefront of the LPL back in 2023. Of course, even before Knight joined their roster. Shun was central to that style of play. Trading turrets now on the other side. WE have to bring 3 people down, and they take a fair amount of time to do so. They're dropping waves in mid lane while this is happening for now. Is anyone going to teleport in and soak the wave? Not just yet. We haven't seen a Talia ult pulled yet, by the way. That's quite distressing for WE. Mid lane turret, ton of damage going towards it. With the 3 grubs, attack speed Varus doing a ton of work on it. Overall, JDG trading up quite well across the map. Haven't really seen them, you know, have to take a full 5v5 just yet, though. Had some skirmishes. We've had, you know, the closest one we had was around those grubs earlier, right? But even then, I'd call that more of a skirmish, right? Top laners weren't involved. It was more of a 3v3, which was poorly played, sadly, by Vampires Engage. Combo onto the Braum. You're gonna get Braum passives here. Ignite for the... Hang on a second. Jump over. Charm not onto the intended target. Vampire has heal, has flash. Ooh, Braum passive not quite procced, but loses both summoners again. Vampire, again, going a little too far forwards. When WE fall behind the game, Vampire's warding missions do often get punished. It's one of the weaker parts of his game. WE there. Losing tools for free, not fantastic for them. Scout has himself the Empowered Boots, and the Blackfire Torch, and the Phoenix Codex, so he does have decent cooldown reduction. Of course, he's got some Ultimate Hunter stacks as well. Currently, it's only the 2. But it does rack up over time, of course. Level 11 also means that his ultimate is not... yeah, it's not that long cooldown now, comparative. It's almost half off cooldown already. Another wave into mid lane. Only give me the one minion lost. Vampire going to draw again. Shin does have ult. Is anyone behind them? Aatrox is coming up. Heal burn from Vampire. And again, look at this again. Just going a little too far for the warding mission. Losing another summoner. Yes, it's with Spellbook. It means less, but losing tools like this, like the Alistair roll, like the summoners, like positioning on the map, it does rack up over time. 10 seconds till Dragon comes up. We do have a ward behind JDG now if Cube wanted to do something about it. Again, we still haven't seen a Talia ult, by the way. Monkey at 0 and 3. Vampire with no kill participation yet. Gotta wonder what WE do when their jungle support is behind. JDG looking way more confident in this game. Way more confident. Decent poke from Taeyoon. Remember, it's not the poke Varus, it's the on-hit one. Let's get a bit of a tag there onto Karis. Trading some vision about the place. Oh, ult onto Monkey. Doesn't have flash. Varus can walk inside the Thunderdome if he wants. Vampire punts away one person, but I don't think it's that enough. Ari's going to go forwards. Where's the Charm cooldown? I think he must have used it at the start of the play. Does have 2 ult stacks left. Don't think he'll jump back at them. Maybe he can actually. Jump out of the brush. Couple of seconds left. Melee range Charm. Goes unstoppable. Shin doesn't get that much off of it. Cube will use that W and the E to get away from it. Jungler down. Great ult from Pays, who's my player of the game so far. Very well played on laning phase and in these skirmishes from the Varus. Dragon will be taken easily by JDG. Not particularly well played from WE around the slow play so far. Sadly, the one night I catch you live is the one night I work a Saturday. Well, I hope work goes well for you and the shift isn't too long. Technically, this is my work too. King, thanks for the follow, appreciate you. Dragon goes down, JDG. Get themselves onto an early soul point with Chemtech. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense here. A lot of value here, rather than a lot of sense. It's not like they get the choice of it, right? But right here, hang on. I mean, you know there was the arrow over the wall. I suppose you think JDG's walking towards the river a little bit more. Just don't expect the ult from out of vision. Phase, not sure what's happening with that E, I suppose. What he wanted to do is set down the E just in case the Shinzao walked forwards and wanted to get a Sundered Sky healing, so he could be stood in the E to get the healing reduction. And maybe it's big brain like that. It's not like it would do any damage there anyway, because the ult was already used. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Maybe just miss the E. Very hard to do so. Epic, thank you for the follow as well. We are very close to... By the way, we're only 5 follows off of 9,000 followers on Twitch. Very, very close now. It's been a long journey with you folks. Sometime last year, the LPL English broadcast decided they'd only be broadcasting half of the LPL games. In response to that, I took it upon myself, basically, to broadcast in a more official way the remaining games, because all we had then were people like chill co-streaming, which is fine, but it's not really a proper broadcast experience. Come through into this year, the whole damn league shut down. So we thought, well, bloody hell, we better up our game. And we've tried to do our best we can with the setup we're given. I think we do a pretty okay job. We enjoy doing it. We hope you enjoy watching it as well. Thank you, Claudius. Appreciate you joining as well. 5 off of the big time. Slower game. One which I think JDG have been happy to play out. 2 items, 4 kill. Varus How did WE deal with this, Varus? I think it's got to be a random flick back from Talia onto them. Has to be, right? Perhaps a good Weaver's Wall to force a flash. Perhaps it's an Intercon angle. Tends to be a little scary for any given team. Ari's recall not going to get cancelled. Well, it is going to get cancelled, but the Ezreal's not going to hit, rather. It's the only League broadcast I watch. I only have X time, so if I have time to watch, I watch it. That is very, very kind of you. I mean, there's so much League to watch nowadays. And I think the problem with, as Harold summoned topside, the problem with modern League watching is there is too much overlapping League to watch at the same time because it's all in the same time zone, right? We have LCP, LCK, and LPL all happening at the same time, and they're all very entertaining leagues, and I love each one of those leagues. I can't watch all of them live. That's calm. We see that live and ready hit. Screw it, we'll do it live. Scout gets a good chunk onto Vampire. That's a good Braum ult. Where's the shield? Comes up. Ult over the wall. Not bad. Starting to get the Blackfire torch burning. Charm onto one. Braum dies. Is it the Intercon angle? Ult over the wall, but not quite perfect. Pays still going to get damage down. Monkey goes down now, and Aatrox starts to get rip rolling. A second person dies as Pays lives. Scout has one more reset, and Xiaoshu is still alive. A jump forward, Taeyun flashing to get that ult on target. Triple kill to Xiaoshu. Quadra denied, but WE fall at the Atakan as JDG lose one in their heroic support of Duo, who held the door shut. Hodor in the Tribush as JDG sweep the fight. Atakan will be returned to. WE think they can get a quick kill onto the Braum, and it is anything but that. The Glacial Fissure in the door by so much time. Scout starts to get the Blackfire torch down. Gets the wasn't pulled onto it as well. The electrocute jumps over. It's not, if Cube could get that angle slightly different, Pays would be brought into the team, and then you have a Kasante delivering the Varus into your lap whilst also being an extra damage threat afterwards. Taking some flashy moves, but no real value to it. Can't get the play he needs as WE cannot break their way through that choke point. No Grievous wounds against Aatrox is crazy. Yeah, they just not have the luck. Well, they do have Thornmail, but of course Cube wasn't there for it. And sadly, no one's had the gold to do so just yet. You know, we're not at 2 items yet. Typically, you get Grievous wins once you've got your item core down, unless you're laning against them. Cube's done that. Not valuable. Oh my god, great pick onto the Ezreal. Don't even need the Viol for that. Taking wipe from the face of the Rift. The Bloodletters from the Blackfires means that Scout has himself a decent burn into pen combo. And WE have no idea what to do with these solo lanes, trashing them now in individual plays. Scout has, I believe, full host of... he doesn't have the assist onto Q, but I think he has all the other ult hunter stacks. We watch the play on that side there as Taeyun gets obliterated. Flick back onto the Ahri. Ignite comes through. Don't think it's a great play though. Goes down for free. Ult through. Double knockback from the Vi. A charm onto the person knocked aside. Cube will get under turret. Shun may well get taken down here. But even then, it's not enough. Ezreal ult comes through, and again, it's not that much. Varus ult hits across the side, and there's no Crescent Guard anymore. Where's the next Q? Shun going forwards. This is a little dangerous now. The tower was doing some decent damage there. Monkey does get hit by an arrow, but just about survives. Pays! Punted back. Good play from Cube there. As the CC lands. No follow-up on to draw. The skill shot just short. W only get their second kill of the game. First game was a demolition of WE over JDG. Arguably, this one's been even more dominant. Taeyun will jump over, cancel the recall. Dragon is alive, by the way. JDG would like to recall, get some teleports back into the play. Charm overlord. Vampire trying to go through that choke point, trying to stop the dragon coming through. All they've done is found themselves another dash and another death. Scout finds his way onto Taeyun. A charm lands, and an Ezreal has gone down for the third time this game. Taeyun's Ezreal struck fear into the LPL last split. Now it's just a pinata. Scout's Ahri has been sublime. Charm across the wall. It's an easy one. You see the wall heading right at you. Charm down the length of it. It's an easy skill shot. Scout stops Karras from capitalizing on anything. Dragon goes down. Been really loving Scout's Ahri play so far. Well coordinated with his team. The build, I think, is very good in terms of early game shred. I think this is a good analogy, an analog rather, to like the old Liandry's first builds. WE, they just can't find a good play for the life of them. Pays will take himself the blue buff. Much better from JDG. Much, much better from them. Good coordinated playmaking in a way that they just couldn't manage last game. Xiaoxu missed everything and it still didn't matter. I didn't even catch that. I was too busy glazing them, I guess. Baron is alive. But it's an 11,000 gold lead, folks. At 25 minutes. It's almost like a 500 gold lead per minute in the game. Alistair is... Hang on a second. He'll spot out Vampire. Headbutt back into potentially the Weaver's Wall. Ah, but they've just comboed onto the Talia. That's a problem. Well played there from Shun. And Vampire, creative though it may be, good it was not. The Alistair goes down again. Tried to go for something creative. Finds nothing but their Death Cube. Finds an angle, and the angle's into the dirt. Goes straight down into the Terra Firma. As WE have yet to get a third kill in 26 minutes. The gold lead has crested 11,000 gold. Scout will take in a turret, and that'll go up a little bit more. The turret DOT, actually not going to be quite enough there to take that. Baron will go down. There's going to be no contest. It's WE. Yeah, this one's a rough one. They have been obliterated in Game 2. We had some more ice cream at the shopping, by the way. Yeah, wait, we have bags of milk? I thought it was a Canadian thing. Anyway, sorry. Talking about the shopping in the background. Magi's picked up for Scout. If you're an RE player, Magi's is in fact your best item you can build. This is often overlooked. And free value is often not taken from that. God damn, the gold lead's exploded. Guys, it's a 14,000 gold lead. 55,000 to 41. 14,000 gold lead at 26 minutes in. That's 500 gold lead per minute. Ridiculous. Pushing in towards the bot side and the mid side at the same time. Xiaoxu has flash, has ult. Vampire is going to get a combo down. I don't think it matters that much, though. Mind you that they have the Chemtech for the extra heals, shields, and tenacity. And, of course, the damage and damage reduction at below 50% HP. If that... Yeah, feels pretty bad. Vampire goes for a combo. Doesn't really get it cleanly. Gets it onto the AD carry, but just gets away. And the cow goes down yet again. These engages have not been impactful. Xiaoxu... He's just swinging the sword. He's just swinging it time and time again. The Ezreal goes down. 3 dead already. Soon to be more to follow. Flash forward for a Braum Q. Aatrox keeps swinging those Darkin Blade Qs around as it's not going to be a long game after this one. Charm, flash, and another death. Turrets will go down. WE. This game 2 could have been an email. JDG will take the second game of the series and pushes to 3 games. 1-2. To almost every single team within this group. Can they finally get themselves their third win? And a win against a team not named FPX? The Gyros are very quiet. Now, Sam not here. Sam will be joining us later, folks. Sam will be joining us later. By the way, if you're wondering why the crowd mics are quiet, this is me speaking as an individual. This is speculating as well, by the way. There was some drama about some people shouting out some quite offensive things from the crowd about people who weren't even playing. There were some shouts about the Shy and some nicknames about him, for instance. I wonder whether the crowd mics have been turned down a bit lower because of that. I can't help but wonder. Because normally when you're in JDG or W's Arena, or particularly NIPs as well, very good acoustics, typically the gyros are quite loud. They keep up the crowd mics loud for the cheers at the start of the game. I do wonder whether they've kept it quiet because of this recent controversy, I suppose, about that. I think that one does count as controversy. CV2, see whether there's a level 1 Zenith Blade. Pei is... see if he levels up the W. Often is used as that early poke. Can use that Q through... Yeah, he's leveled up that Q, angling for it now. Gets it onto 3 minions. No champions. 10-second cooldown. Doesn't have it right now. Still, again, just auto-attacking the wave. Making sure he's not taking free auto-attacks. Vampire might look for his Zenith Blade at the level 1. We'll see. Well, angling Q will kill off the wave. Gets it onto Tane as well. Doesn't want to walk up too far. Gets ward down. Control over the wave right now. Some damage onto the draw, but again, it is just... the Rel. The double Frostbomb helps. Fight over that level 2. Good Q through the wave again. Tapping from Paze. I think Paze's laning has been very good, actually. Ooh, Vampire not going for something like the W, of course, the level 1. Of course, you don't ever. Takes a nasty trade. The Vigilance procced by the hard CC. FaZe gets the double tap. And the 2v2 from FaZe and Draw has been better than Taeyin and Vampires. Monkey, Shun, opposing directions in clear. Shun going top to bot. Monkey going from bot to top. Xiaoshu going to be left on the weak side of the map with that. I'm surprised that Shun is not going bot to top to link up with the solo laners, which are so strong early, and I think also need to be played around early a little bit too. Boss bomb dodged out on by FaZe. Powered Q will heal up a little bit. Renekton gets that push into the Yorick fairly effectively. Warden Tribrush. Shun, of course, will get his first mark on a scuttle. You can wait until, if it doesn't appear on your side of the map, on your scuttle, you can wait, and it will reapply to it after the one on the other side of the map has died, after a little delay. What's happening in top side? Not that much, actually. Xiaoshu was potentially looking for an empowered Q, not able to do so. Ooh, Zenith Blade carries him pretty long way. Crash down back. FaZe uses that cleanse early. Heal used from Vampire. FaZe good Q through there, but he does get hit by a Frost Bomb. Draw a higher HP. Ah, they're all quite low HP. Can they really do much about this bot side? Mark's been applied to Taeyin. That's quite bold from Shun. Is anyone going to come down and defend this? No. Applies the Mark and does nothing about it. Mark was on the top side. It was taken. Shun, hang on. Scout's going to get a stun onto him. It's not that much kill threat. If Shun delays taking the spot scuttle, the Mark will apply a little later. Does he take it full? No, he doesn't. So he's actually, again, waiting a little bit for that. The Mark will spawn on the bot scuttle after a bit of a delay. Shun was waiting to see if there was anything to be done there. Shun Vampire does have flash for a play. Chooses not to do it. When will the Mark appear on this? Shun wants to get it down to low HP. And then wait for the Mark to apply. Is it going to come in time? Doesn't want to delay it too long, of course. Yeah, he's waiting for the Mark to go onto it. There you go. First mark of the game for Shun. Delays that scuttle. Tried to see if he can get an early Raptor invade too. Can't quite do so. We'll get back with that first mark secured. No, fantastic early plays from JDG so far in terms of the link up between jungle and lanes. Monkey a little ahead of Shun in terms of farm because Shun skipped out on his Krugs. Quite hard to take Krugs as Kindred in the early game. Vampire coming back to lane. Boss bomb hitting. See the trade backs are pretty even there from the Corki actually. But FaZe has an extra tick of potion because he has the refill. Zenith Blade missing. That would have potentially been a kill angle, you know. Oh, flash forward. Valkyrie away. Not bad reactions there by Vampire. FaZe no summoners now, but control of the lane is still JDG's. Just notice how they can barely walk up. FaZe will recall. Waves pushed in. Vampire, if you can stop this recall with Zenith Blade, would be pretty huge. Not able to do so, though. Back will come in from FaZe. Gets himself a full call field. Refill potion. Used as well. Level 6 is hitting topside. Dominus there, too. Is that the empowered E? I think it was, actually. No abilities left now. Wait, he had the empowered Q, actually. Chose not to use it. Wants to hold the... Hang on a second. He's trying to hold his rage at full because he can empower W. He wants. Empower Q came through. He's trying to kill off the Maiden, too. Yeah, well, that's the ult down now for the Yorick. Xiaoshu has himself a significant CS lead. Kills the Yorick ultimate, which means that he's down a lot of ability to fight. That Yorick Maiden is so much of his ability to play around things. Shin puts the mark onto the Nocturne now, by the way. Potential of a fight bot side. Level 6 not hit from Monkey just yet. Shin caught up in terms of CS, by the way. Putting the ward... Ah, they put it onto Vampire and they know he's there. He doesn't have a flash. Can they wait for it to apply in time? It's coming up just now. Didn't quite apply in time. Oh, they needed to wait like an extra half second. Mistake there from FaZe and Shun. Could have waited just 1 second more. Vampire was not getting out of that alive. A 3-second mark not given to Shun because they were a little impatient. The Vampire, I think he thought he was unseen and then the mark was on him and then he realized he was actually perceived. In fairness, Vampire did engage on him. Sure, yeah, but he wasn't going to get any kills. He had no flash. He wasn't getting out. They could wait. Shun could invest the flash if they needed to. I think flash for second mark. Keep yourself rolling. I'd do that. I think that's fine. I think the stacking game for Kindred against the likes of Leona and Yorick and Nocturne is very important. having the extra attack range so they can't, you know, get a little bit further out from something like a Zenith Blade. You're a little bit further out from something like the Fear Tether or something like the Dark Procession and the Morning Mist. It does make a lot of difference. Grubs are spawning in 30 seconds. Both AD carries heading towards the top side of the map. Both supports roaming their way there too. Haven't really seen solo laners enter the rest of the map yet. They're just kind of just doing their own thing. Bone plating blown on Vampire. This first pick, Yorick. I'm really not sure about this, folks. I don't see what Cube is going to get that much value out of this. The Execution is calling for Xiaoshu very early on. Makes it very easy to play around the heal cut as well. Grubs are spawning. JDG, they would rather hold the choke point, I think, than... Well, they can take one pretty quickly. The Kindred's pretty good at that. Shen applying the E now. Does give that execute. Doesn't need to smite this one either. Comes through. Shen can hop over the back of the pit if he wants as well. Use the last of his W to keep that down. He'll want just to get the second one if he can. Smited away by Shun. Two there. There's going to be the Zenith Blade coming forwards. The Paranoia use. Combo onto who on the side? That's the Rise. Scout has Flash, though. And will break the Fear Tether. Jumping forwards is Taeyun. Shun able to peel back around it. 2 for 1. JDG don't lose anyone, importantly. I think that's enough for them, actually. I don't think they need to fight for the third one. I think the second one is enough. They get that cleanly. You don't have to give up anything now. Scout can recall. You can teleport back in, though. Maybe that's a play. Jumping forwards again. Pays. Does have the culling. Jump onto Shun. He has his ultimate. Doesn't have to use it. Uses it now. Flash forward from Monkey. But Pays goes down. Mispositioned. The Lazarus fights is only a single breath before the end. JDG should not have fought for the third grub. 2 kills for Monkey and a horribly played fight from JDG. Scout teleported back in to achieve nothing, but Pays just got obliterated. Scout trying to get a kill combo, but the Fear Tether comes in. Is it enough to get the bounce back? No, because it wasn't applied onto Vampire. Flash over the wall from Karis. Shun comes in. WE get a lot more from those grubs than they should have done. JDG, you should know better. You should know better. Realm Walk coming in now. Karis, no flash. You just flash to come in. Realm Walk coming through. Pays getting out of that thing there. Not able to get the W on target, doesn't get the move speed from it. Vampire has Flash. Pays might be able to get the Flash Rolls, and indeed does so. A kill to Pays, at least at the end. What's the full kill count there? 2 for 3. 1 for 3, rather. JDG only getting the 1 in there. WE getting all 3 of their kills from that play. This is after the Rise teleport comes in, jumps forward, and what happens here? So, just goes too far forwards. The culling is awful. Doesn't play around the Kindred at all. I don't get what Pays is doing there. That was just a bad play from Pays. They should never be committing to that WE. They take the freebie that's given to them. Credit to them for pouncing quickly. JDG do walk away with the 2 grubs. Shun does not get a second mark, by the way. Taeyun has Flash, has Valkyrie. Shun's use of marks has not been played around well as a team from JDG. Realistically, you'd expect him to get 2 or 3 by this point, given the way that he's actually been moving on the map. Should have been able to get that one onto Vampire. Impatient, though, were Pays and Shun. Did not wait for that mark to come down. Is that a second mark there? No, it's not. That was on the... Sorry, it's on the ground. I can even see it on the minimap. I was just wondering why they were zooming in on that as the observers. Nocturne's got the lead. He is a 2-kill Nocturne. I will say, pretty hard for the Nocturne to play out this kind of game. You know, diving into a Renekton and a Kindred is not your favoritist thing. The Grub didn't die, by the way, throughout all of this. JDG choosing not to take that and instead choose to go towards the Scuttle instead. They could have gotten the 3 Grubs, choosing not to. I think instead of taking that Scuttle Crab, they could have done that. Very easy to take down a single Grub as the Kindred. All 3 is the difficult part. Sad that Monkey didn't draft the Ivan to make it an 8v5. Isn't it 7? Oh, yeah, it would be the 8v5. Yeah, because you'd have a whole top side of the map. You'd have Maiden, you'd have Daisy, and you'd have Tibbers, 8v5. You know, funnily enough, one of the most broken arena combos for a while was stuff like Annie Ivern, where they'd both go full AP. They would get Ultimate Revolution to get them 2 ultimates. So then you get 2 Tibbers, 2 Daisies, all smacking you with Nash's Tooth or something like that. It was very, very funny. Slam Heimerdinger and Zyrobot, all the ads. Incredible. Slight gold lead to JDG, but I think they need it. You know, you are playing around a Renekton. Lucian's fairly early game as well. I think you need the Kindred to be snowballing. Has gone for the Kraken Slayer. I don't think it's that bad to go Collector this game because there's no hyper tank, but I suppose there's a load of Tabby. I'd like to see him not go towards that if at all possible. Dragon's going to get taken down very quickly here, actually. Xiaoshu going to, again, trade the Dominus in. And at least kill the Maiden again. Cube is not getting any value from that Maiden. Xiaoshu's been controlling that individual matchup well. First Dragon taken easily by JDG. Vampire might jump onto pace, dashes over the wall, flash forward. The Nocturne's coming forwards as well. Is there there is a Lamb's Respite. I don't think it saves him though. Blast Gun comes through. Pace is just dead. Got to be careful of the paranoia. Great engage from Vampire and Monkey, but Pace having a really bad game. He's really not played well with his positioning, with his own safety 1 and 2. Playing with his life on the line. There's an empowered Q from Xiaoshu, which makes it a little harder to dive this. He might try and stop this. Tower shot comes through. Shun is around on the bot side still, as is Draw. Who's the mark on for Shun? Might want to go for a play here anyway. How many people? 4 people brought down. Scout could come down here as well. Xiaoshu wants to go for empowered Q. Flashes away. Good Magnet Sword. This is a bad dive, W. It's a bad dive indeed. 2 for 1 as WE throw themselves under the turret and get nothing for it. Shun gets himself a second mark off for that too, as both Monkey and Vampire die. After such a good engage onto a poorly positioned Pace, that one is a freebie to JDG. They get the kill onto Renekton, just doesn't feel worth it, does it? Draw will teleport back onto the map. What was happening there, WE? You don't dive like full summoner ultimate up champions like that. What was happening there? Shun gets a 3rd mark from the Scuttle Crab, by the way. 1 off of his range increase. Has his mark on Yorick now. WE will know about this, of course. You know who is marked, so you know sometimes where that next player is going to come through. Xiaoshu has the... did he have the Black Cleaver completed by this? Maybe not. Hit by the Morning Mist. Flashes out after the Zenith Blade hits. The Dustbringer fails. Xiaoshu dashes back in, but he doesn't get the empowered Q. That's actually a pretty big mistake by Xiaoshu. He misjudges his energy management there. Doesn't get the empowered Q, which would have healed him a ton. I think he would have lived through that. I think it would have been a 2 for none at that point. Poor play from Xiaoshu, sadly, from himself. It's 300 gold ahead. Cube is the one that got the kill in that dive. Scout at the Rod of Ages has Merc Treads. Going towards the Seraphs next anyway. First time we haven't seen a blowout early game, really. Into the mid game we go. 2 kills for Shun. Even now with Monkey, who has... who has the Hex Plate. Jumping forwards. No level 11 for Xiaoshu just yet. Uses the E both sides. W breaks the Dark Procession. Cube's not really got that much done again on the Oracle. We mentioned that before. Having said, once you get ahead of a matchup, if you do for a little bit, it tends to go very poorly from that point. Herald started up by Monkey. He's had a good game so far. Do wonder whether Shun should not go towards the Collect attack, and everyone just tends to autopilot that. I'm not a big fan of it. Teleport now in. Now this is a 4v2 Vi dive I can get behind. It will get you that 4th mark. Scout's coming down. I don't think you should commit to it now, we'll say. Teleport in from Annie. 4v2 on bot side. Draw... the only person who's not there on bot side from WE is the Herald taking Nocturne. Red buff, is there a mark on that? No, there isn't. No, not yet. If you can get the E proc here, should kill. There we go. Red buff stolen away. Dash over the way from all 3 champions. Yep. Mobility in 2025. I suppose not. Well, all these are fairly old champions now at this point. Lucian was... end of Season 3, start of Season 4. Vampire... I don't think you should walk up to that brush. He does have an exhaust. Here comes the Nocturne Paranoia. There's a cull potentially. That is a very dead Vampire. Very dead Vampire. Walked up to a brush he had no right going up to. Is there empowered W? Yes, there is. And that's going to be the CC they need. Karis goes down. Xiaoshu well played on the energy management. 2 quick kills. JDG spring to life. Get themselves... invade onto the red buff. 2 quick kills. Is there anyone split pushing? No. WE, not the best side laning team. Very rarely leave people to split push like that. They don't get anything for that. Just 2 easy kills over to one side. Shun at the 4 marks now, by the way. Importantly so, Shun gets himself that range increase. Also has 4 kills, by the way. Slingshots into the lead. Vampire, bad face check from him. I guess he thought he was safe because Karis and Monkey are here. He's not. He's just not. He doesn't have Aftershock. He's going for the spellbook. Just gets removed from the rift. Xiaoshu, E on target. Dominus to get the extra rage. Empowered W for the crazy burst. Dead Annie. 10 seconds till Dragon now. 2,000 gold lead for JDG. Shun has himself... Yes, he's going for Triforce second Not Collector. Thank God. Shun's not going to be here for this plate. Realm Warp's going to come through. The Rune Prison lands afterwards. Decent damage onto Karis. 3 combos from Scout. That's actually enough, you know. Given that, you know, Realm Warp, not always the easiest one to use. Taking all the HP off of the Annie, who was potentially looking for a level 2 Tibbers from that. It's quite valuable. Monkey, a level down on Shun as well now. Vampire doesn't have smites. No Annie to play around this. Coming out of base. Shun waiting for cooldowns. Teleport in from the Yorick. Is Xiaoxi going to join? No. So it's actually just a leash from JDG. They don't get that much done. Renekton can push in top side. Not great there from JDG around the Dragon, actually. It's a freebie for them. Hextech Rift. Herald in mid lane. JDG, not the best macro there, actually. They managed to take Annie off the board. That was fine. The rest of it around the Dragon didn't feel great. Now you have potential of an engage force from Solar Flare plus the Paranoia. Free turret coming through. JDG not defending mid lane well at all. Second charge comes through. No cross map on top side from Xiaoxi, which I would have liked to see. Scout instead doing that on bot side, I suppose. That's not bad. They have the 2 grubs. Okay, they'll get themselves turret there. Feats of Strength did go to WE though, so they get the increased boots. Scout gets the gold there. Over 1,000 gold ahead of Karis now. Really glad Shun is going towards the Triforce second. I think Kraken Slayer Triforce is a so much better build when you see tons of armor on the other side. Then you can go into a Lord Dominus Regard third or a Black Cleaver if you really want. Gives the extra HP you need. I think in a game like this, you are likely to get burst out by the likes of Nocturne, Annie, you know, even the Yorick with the Q bonk onto you. Gives you a lot more survivability. I'm a big fan of this. Shun, of course, a long-term Kindred player. Played it a lot on IG, actually, when he debuted up into the LPL. Hey, did he debut on IG? I think he did, actually. It was alongside Rookie, right? 2022. It was a little bit before I was casting the LPL, so I don't have as much first-hand info on that. It's not as easy to recall. JDG, 2k ahead. Shun can maybe jump forwards, get the E down for the slow. Scorchclaw getting a little bit of burn down. Will he get to 7 marks this game? Questions. Raptor Steel helps. Very good at quickly stealing things away. Here's that Kindred. It's nowadays, anyway. There used to be points where Kindred gets farmed so slowly, could barely play them. Shun also got Merc Treads after Kraken Slayer. Also has a Chemtech Dragon, so he has an extra 6% tenacity, which is quite important in games like this, by the way. So he has Merc Treads and he has the Chemtech Dragon for the heal and shield power, which can apply to your Mounting Dread passive. And then you get the extra tenacity on top of your Merc Treads in there too. So you've got 30... just a little above 30% tenacity right now, I think it is. Atacon available. That means Intercon plays well and truly threatening. Scout, 1,000 gold lead. Don't really have to talk too... Well, I haven't really had to talk too much about him, have we? It's not been the focus of things. Pays at 2 items. We'll need to see more from him. He has struggled this game to position well. There were worries about JDG's communication because he is not a Mandarin speaker. Scout has to translate for him. Xiaoxi largely controlling his own matchup, but not to a point where I think it's game-changing. Going towards a Sterak second. It's going to be hard to kill. We're going to be able to spot out that 1 ward here. Ah, it's not the Sterak, it's the... Hang on a second. Realm Warp coming through. Did that Dark Procession stop anything? No. Really well-timed Realm Warp. The Dark Procession, if it had bonked him, knocked him up slightly, that would have cancelled the ult. Not to be there. Scout can back off, teleport where he needs to be. Wasted ult from Monkey. I think the Paranoia is so much more important than the Realm Warp. Teleport back towards the bot side from Scout. He'll keep pushing. JDG, playing around a bit of Death Push. Draw. Spotted putting a ward in here. Atacon started. Nocturne spotted. Kindred pretty quick at taking these. Not great at tanking it. Cube. Ah, now Cube's in a bit of trouble, isn't he? Good morning, Mist. Flash away. Not a bad reposition from Cube, actually. Good things all said and done. Atacon reset. Bit of rage built up by Xiaoxi. Is that the end of the play? Is that the end of the play? Draw. Controlling the Tri-Brush. Hex Gate over. Opens up a flank angle. And they catch out Cube. You already flashed away. He doesn't have anything left to play around. Karis has a little bit of damage, but it's not nearly enough. Dead top laner. WE try to play too many angles at once and leave their top laner out to dry. However, this is getting pretty low. Good rocket. I think JDG should just leave this. Leave it. Don't go towards the intercon. They're pulling it. Oh my god, they're pulling it again. Pulling it again. Where is the solar flap? This could be very dangerous. The intercon keeps going again. Zenith Blade into the backline. Here comes the paranoia. Can they kill him in time? Yes, they can! It's another intercon! Xiaoshu saves the play though with a magnificent Q. Triple kill to the crocodile. The intercon saved by the crocodile in the top lane. That should have been the play which let WE back into the game, but it's not to be. Shun dies with flash and ultimate available. You could see how much damage they were taking from the Atacon. Why do we insist on flipping? Why do we insist on flipping like this? Cube goes down very quickly. That's a good pick-off from JDG. I think it's a mistake from WE to play too many angles at the same time. The poke from Tayun was really threatening here. Shun was very low HP. I want to see if he was full CC during this. What happens here? Heal came through. Atacon starts spinning up again. He's not. He just doesn't ult. You can flash an ult. If you're afraid of ulting the Atacon or something like that, or just flash an ult to reposition. You can't afford to be doing that. It's such a freebie. Big mistake. They get away with it because Xiaoshu did the Lord's work. He's 2,000 gold up. He does have Dominus. Solar Flare will land the stun. Look, he's got Dominus. I don't think you're doing... I mean, actually, no. Karras is up here now. Yeah, that's a little bit more threatening. Does he have an Empower Couple? He does. Gets the W. Oh my god, he gets the W on the turret. Does he get another Q? Does he even need it? Xiaoshu MVP slam at home. This Renekton has been disgustingly good in the last few minutes. On the other side of the map, Scout and the rest of the crew hang on, flash forwards. Xiaoshu might die here. He's trying to survive on a turret, and the side steps are as clean as you like. Another outplay, buying more time for a turret play in here. Oh, how galling must it be for WE to get outplayed by this single man in the top lane. Xiaoshu outplaying at the Atacon under top turret twice. What a play in the top lane. Styling on them. Well, this is why they banned the Renekton out last game. Xiaoshu is very much a savant of this champion, but god damn. Does not look fair, does it? Lascona sees Monkey to safety. Fan keeps turning off and on again. Not great in this heat. Barons now spawn. 5,000 gold lead for JDG. They have 2 dragons. They have 6 marks on Shun. Quick check-in on that. Gets 1 more. He gets another range increase. And, yeah. That's very hard to play around. Monkey still has no flash, by the way. Has a blast gun. See himself out to safety. Again, there. Karras is so far behind. I don't think it's necessarily Karras' fault, by the way. I think I think they've approached the map quite poorly. I'm not a fan of how they play side lanes. They'll be able to get the side lane out of turret. Objective bounty to cube. That's good for them. But I'm not a fan of how WE play around side lanes. You know, we could see that Monkey flew into a side lane earlier with the ult. Got nothing done. Haven't been able to find engages. They've failed to take care of Xiaoshu. The side lane dives have been poor. When WE are in 5-man units around enemy jungle, around objectives, I trust them a lot more. But when it comes around to these outer turrets, playing around the side lanes, I don't think this team has the same strategical depth. You know, Monkey and Vampire, not good at moving to support Cube. Not good at playing around Karras when they're the ones pushing up. I think it's a genuine problem of their gameplay. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Pion. I didn't call that earlier, but I do appreciate you. Only 4 off of 9,000 followers now. Yeah, very good benchmark to meet. Onto the side lane now. JDG going clear out a ward. Not be able to get too much from that. Why is Shun going for Collector now? Just go Lord Dominus Regards, my dude. It's a really good item. You are 3rd item in. Do not need the Collector. That's not great, friend. There's a lot of armor on the other side. Perhaps you should do something to mitigate that with percent armor penetration. Curious. Monkey doing their quick clear as Nocturne, unleashing 2 camps. Ghost pop by Vampire. Ooh, Vampires and Ghosts. Proper horror story. Scout taking the top side turret. He is going to be over 2,000 gold ahead, by the way. Little scary, going towards Azania's 3rd item. Haven't really seen Scout have to determine any team fights just yet, but I'm glad they're giving some gold to the scaling carry. Scout in side lanes has been one of our best LPL players at that macro part of the game. Now, you think about the 2023 LNG, Scout playing around side lanes was an absolute core to one of our strongest teams in the region. Sadly, couldn't make that show at Worlds, but just go back, watch back that summer playoffs run from LNG. So fun to watch. 6 marks, am I saying it right? Yes, you are. 6 marks for Shun. 6 marks for Shun. One more. Yeah, he'll be getting himself that extra range increase. Now, worth noting that each stack does give you extra bonuses as well. I mentioned this. It gives you attack speed when you hop with your Q. Gives you % HP damage from your W wolf bites. And then the E, with the one that dashes out, that has more execute damage as well. So it gives you damage across your entire kit. Dragon spawning in a minute. JDG playing it slow. 2.5 items for Taeum. Going towards the Shojin third. Means it's a little more survivable. I actually wonder whether this is a game where you shouldn't have gone towards the Shojin or whether you should have gone towards more burst, actually. I think that's a mistake there from Taeum. You prefer to have a bit more crit. I'm a big fan of Shojin and the like, but on the Corki, but I do think in this game it's a mistake. You're not under threat, and you need to be doing as much damage as possible. Vampire, you should not be walking there at all. Free flash. It's a free flash 20 seconds before the dragon. That's so lazy from Vampire. You can't be giving up stuff like this. You see what I mean when I talk about Team WE? When the game goes slow, they don't really know how to match that pace. They're not as good at slow League of Legends. They're good at flashy, fast, explosive League. But when it comes to slow stuff, it feels like they just get impatient. Someone like Vampire goes for a warding mission and it doesn't work out for them. Monkey's going to get spotted out by by Scout here. Fear Tether's going to land. Fear Tether lands. Uses the Zhonya's instead. Times out a bit of that fear. Gets short-sighted instead. Xiaoshu comes into the play and Taeyun. Oh, he's been minion blocked by the Renekton. That is a dead Corki. And HP from Shojin or not, that is not going to see you very well. WE, again, get impatient. They are not good at slow League of Legends. JDG far better at punishing them here. Shun gets himself his 7th mark, his 2nd range increase, and a ton of stats to go with it. This Kindred is nuclear. Baron started. No paranoia. Karras does have flash. Hang on, there could be a bit of a playthrough here. Scout doesn't have that many defensive tools left, and JDG, though, are making the play happen outside of it. Scout taking a lot of damage, but he's not going down. Cube uses that flash. Karras going to get realm warped onto the flat. The jumping forward from the Shun. A hop, a skip, and a dunk forwards later, and 2 go down. WE get impatient and showcasing, sadly, their weakness in the slow game. JDG bleed them out and bury the remains. 3 kills for none, and they'll go back towards the Baron. An 8th mark for Shun, because why the hell not? JDG crushing through this game 3, and I'm so sorry, WE fans. I'm so sorry. It is looking ever more likely that it'll be another heartbreak 2-1 loss for your team. Dragon will go over to WE, a consolation prize, but Baron collected. Can they survive the retreat? Yes, I think they can. I don't think JDG have an engage angle here. Draw could go for a long play with the flash over the wall. I don't think Scout should be walking up here, by the way. Hang on. Hexagon's coming over. Hang on. There's a bit of a play coming in after all. There's no flash on Cube. No one's doing great damage to the Rel on the other side. Nothing sticks. Draw didn't have the Magnet Storm. Used the CC he had, jumping forwards. Good Zonya's there from Scout. Jumping onto Pays. The Fear Tether lands. There's a good Hellhammer Respite. Where is the Renekton? There they are, but no kills have come through for the side of W until just now. They get themselves the rise. That's important. It will stop bits and pieces of the Baron buff coming through. Shun can keep jumping forwards. Tane, does he have enough cooldown? Perhaps not. Easy kill onto 2. JDG do not control themselves well on their own engage, and W play that fast and explosive engage fairly effectively. Xiaoshu is going to get that kill very easily. Why did he walk into the Renekton Vampire? Why did you think that was a good idea? Another W! Triple kill to the Crocodile in the top lane. It will cost their own life, but Xiaoshu takes down so many with it. I don't think he gives a single damn. Shun will clean up one more as Pays will be invited to the winner's dinner. 2 kills for both the marksman in bot lane and jungle. WE think they break the Baron buff, but they walk into the Renekton Vampire. Why? 0 and 7. Brought into the sunlight. JDG will hand WE yet another 2-1 loss. A solar flare does not feel like it is doing particularly much UV radiation to JDG. It's just a tanning bed. JDG come out looking golden. WE finish silver in this as they cannot find a...
TT got themselves Kaiser for 1xn, Ultra Prime. See whether John Howe can find some value here on this Trundle. Enough from me. Crowds, take it away.
God.
That's our statistical overview. Slightly favouring Ultra Prime in the early game, or towards those mid stages. Sort of see that slow ramp up if they can. Things rolling, I suspect, with that Alistair, Trundle, Talia, Scion. Lots of mobility, lots of engage, particularly with the double pseudo globals of the Scion ult and the Talia ult. Very easy to collapse with the Sivir ult on top of that. You can turn up to plays just that bit faster on the whole than Thunder Talk. Again, they've got their own globals, right? With the Kaiser and the Pantheon. Kaiser in particular is going to need probably level 11 before her ult is genuinely long range. On the whole, this is a Sclovey, relatively even stuff.
What I tend to figure with something like the Kaiser ult, yes, it does allow you to make very, very long range plays. You can use it early if your positioning is good, though.
Yes,
plan in advance, short range Nocturne ult, short range Kaiser ult, that genre of skill can be used if you just plan it well in advance. 2v2, you expect the Sivir to just wave clear and not to be too much interaction here. Aki, of course, a player who has a lot of comments made about him. I don't think all of them are fair, but it is very true that he does deserve a fair amount of criticism for some of his time on both this team, on TT, and on NIP before it. He has been a very flip-flop player. When he's at his best, he has been fantastic to watch. One of the most entertaining and impactful players. Remember, this is the guy that was initially bringing out stuff like the Maokai and the topside carries for OMG in 2023. He has not been without his merits, and on stuff like the Wukong as well has occasionally had some wonderful moments. They are just mirrored by some terrible games on the other side of it too. I actually think the jungle matchup is probably where my eyes go to this series, because for Ultra Prime, a newer player to the league, and John Howe, has been so impactful for Ultra Prime. Last split particularly. Struggled a little more this time, but John Howe, if Ultra Prime are to do many things in this league, often come through him. I think Jiang in the top side as well is a really solid player. I think that his Scion play has been exemplary too.
Agreed.
But John Howe's the guy I look to carry.
Seems to be about where I'm falling as well on the matter of things.
I was actually worried about the timing there from Sivir going topside. It was just before 3:30, so I was thinking, hang on a second, is he going to get the warning, lane swap detected thing coming through? I think they've gotten away with it. Has a cull in now, just by it. So he'll be happily farming his way up.
Of course, Rumble did just shove a fair way up, but doesn't really lead to all that much, as there was the Trundle around, but with the wave shoved far enough and quick enough, Hoya can reset just fine.
Trying to think of other things which have happened while...
Not really.
Well, yeah, the first series, I don't know, man. WE can't play slow games.
There was a Shun Kindred I saw.
Yes, although I was really annoyed in that he should have got a second mark very easily onto Flash with Leona, and they killed him too quickly because Pays was impatient. So I was like, my dude.
Give the mark.
I was like, even if it cost Shun his Flash to get that, just give him second mark. He did end up getting like 8 marks in the game, by the way. It ended up being
a good Kindred game.
Yeah, besides one should have pressed ult and didn't moment around the
That happens on Kindred.
Yeah,
that happens on Kindred.
Yes, but Sam, it was a double down of that's how you throw games as Kindred, and it was at an can't fight.
Not again.
No. So it required Xiaoshu getting a triple kill on Renekton to save the goddamn game. Xiaoshu was a hero amongst men. Now WE just did not play well around the Renekton, but also Xiaoshu, God, what a good game he just had. Just filling in people who'd missed that first series of the game. Go back and watch it. It was very entertaining, and hope you time to go back and watch that. It was a fun one, that.
Oh, and thank you for the welcome over in Onivia's chat. Pleasure to be here. E-Junk going to get a bit of a chunk there. And here's a player we've had a lot of good things to say about in some points. Coming on over from Frank Esports and the rest over in the LCP, well, the now named LCP. May have to hold on that conversation about Scion players, though, because mid lane, John Howe's finding a very good combo with the rest of his squad, trying to turn that around with the shield vault in as Aki gets set up the room to flash to safety.
See that Trundle immediately puts out a lot of damage early into the game. Trundle is getting significantly nerfed next patch.
He needs to be fair.
His W's getting nerfed, and that's a huge amount of his actual DPS and clear speed. I think that's a nasty one to give him. Now, the problem is what it's ended up doing is meant that Trundle top lane is now one of the lowest win rate champions in the game at 46% win rate in solo queue, which is, I personally think, too much. But Trundle has been ruling the meta for a while. In fact, I was very close to doing a segment on ALEC about it, but he was banned the entire weekend, so I didn't want to do it for a champion that was banned like that. Maybe I should. Anyway, there's going to be a Professor Nymaera segment. Take you to class. No extra honors for any of you. You're all skipping on homework and stuff. Wow. No, I know you, Sam. I know you. I see you. You know.
Yeah.
Not doing your online homework, using ChatGPT for your answers. By the way, I'm so glad I went through education before that came through.
Do you think you would have used it?
No, I don't think I would have done. But I think it changes the way that like education is just coming in general. I'm glad. Oh, hang on, you just missed the cannon there. That sucks. It was pretty close, right? Yeah, I think it was likely to lose it anyway, but yeah.
Saber. Oh, the Goon Squad's here. They'll come crashing on down and whack him in the face.
Wow, the Goon Squad. Goon all over him. Saber goes down. Talia, no, avert your eyes.
To clarify, of course, the term Goon Squad has now become more problematic than it once was.
It's really awkward for the Gunners or the Gooners who are the Arsenal fan club. It's really bad for them.
So, yeah, that term has changed. It changed its meaning over the last year or two.
Yeah, it has. Junhao's going to start this bot side dragon. Bayet pushing in that top seat, even with Saber dying. It's not going to change too much. Spellbolt teleport from the Alistair. Junhao will take this. TT don't really have any much room to contest here.
Dragon. Nicely snapped up by Junhao.
You see, this is why when I retire and go into esports lecturing, I'm going to make sure that I physically see you do the casting, you know. Actually, no, let's be honest. I doubt we're going to get to the point where at least our jobs are threatened by that certain industry of things. But, yeah. Anyway, if you do want to learn more about casting and the like, Sam and I are actually going to develop some casting courses for...
Go join our League Mastery.
League Mastery. Yeah.
Exclamation mark League Mastery in chat.
It's, yeah, with their sponsoring. Hang on, all going on to Hoya, forcing the flash. Damage not landing.
Throw down the equalizer right behind you. I'm going to force him to step the other way. Nice idea with the equalizer, but doesn't really, I thought it was quite as much as I think Hoya was hoping for.
No, another Q lands, which means that Hoya needs to actually even be careful.
Saber's coming.
Saber doesn't, hang on a second, he does have the ult. The icon's just not showing up well on his portrait.
Misses the Electro Harpoon. He's a dead. Rumble gets knocked up by the Decimating Smash, and the back steps. It's not enough to keep him alive.
Yeah.
He's down 20 CS.
He's down 20 CS. He's going to lose another wave, so he's got 10 seconds until he comes back up alive. And after you take that bad trade, you just have to take the L. One of the issues with Hoya in the past, I think it's less of an issue this season, is that when he falls behind, God, he falls behind. Losing another wave here, the 20th CS lead will be a true 20th CS lead. It's not going to even up with another wave collected at tower at this point. And Hoya, I think his Rumble has been good at points, actually. I think this year he's had some good Rumble games, but my worry is what happens when actually he is the one who is taking poor trades and things start to go badly. He doesn't tend to stabilize that well. He can be a genuine loss condition. He just keeps giving up more resources to the enemy team.
Not been fun, to say the least. Hoya gonna steam those minions down best he can. Got Swifties now to try and mitigate some of the issues. Aki stepping on forward, but he's in a 2v4. Aki, I don't know about that one, my son, and he's just dead.
Aki. Oi, what was that? Hoya now caught on the turret. There is an ult for the what's-it-called? Oh, Hoya, he doesn't have flash. He doesn't have ult either. I think they could have potentially dove with the Alistair ults. They have to call in the spellbook teleport. There's another teleport coming in. It's an arms race, and I don't know if TT have got the ammunition for this one.
Equalizer's not quite up. That's a really good Magnus Storm, but Shashi just flash pulverizes out of it, and it's another death onto Hoya.
What were we saying? When Hoya falls behind the game, historically he has become a black hole of pressure, where just everything goes wrong time after time, and sadly for TT, This top lane matchup is now far enough behind that I think it becomes a loss condition. I don't think you can safely clear out waves well now without using your ultimate. You basically can't walk up to the Scion, who's ended up getting so much more farm, XP, and gold than you. Setup at least gets some value in the mid lane, has 3 grubs, will get a plate there. But when one person on a team falls so far behind, it becomes very hard to stabilize.
The thing is, that time as well, I don't even think it was all Hoya's fault, right? That all kind of spirals from Aki just yeeting himself into 4 people in the river. And then Feather does his best to hold people under the turret, and Hoya's got 2 seconds on his ult before he can cast it. Maybe clear the wave out. But there's not a lot you get to do from that kind of horrible sequence of events.
The mid lane, Bayer uses that spell shield close towards his first item. Of course, has the Cull. Can't remember if Kai'Sa got the same in... Remember at the start of the game, Sivir got it first. I don't remember whether 1xN got that.
I wasn't paying enough attention,
I have to say, whenever I see an AD carry... He does have one.
Okay.
Yeah, he got it later. Whenever I see an AD carry get a Cull, I immediately want the other one to answer in time. Particularly because there are lane swaps in meta. If the enemy team's like, oh, we're going to farm up and get a win condition, you want to make sure you're not falling behind... in that case, and let's be honest, when you're lane swapping, Cole gets more value because it's not about as much raw combat stats, because you don't need them as much in a lane swap scenario. Jiang's holding the wave up here. That's going to get even
Trundle around
worse.
as well.
Trundles around on his side of the wave. Hoya still doesn't have flash. He's had to use the ultimate. Sion will, you know, tank the wave and clear this one out, but Hoya's going to be using ults on cooldown now. Chaotic Rookan's going to come up from Jiang very, very quickly. Real credit to Icheng. Such great trading from him set up this win condition. This would not be possible without his great laning in that side lane just before Saber came in for the kill.
For sure.
I think he has been the route to victory, which is great to see. You know, this is a guy who's not the most veteran of players. You know, he was a rookie last year on Frank Esports, and he was known as a Riven duelist player. He's now on Sion, taking small trades which go evolve into full game plans. That is hard stuff to do. I'm really appreciative of what he's achieving here in this top lane match.
And I think it's also worth noting that, to be fair, Sion, of all the top lane champions, is tank champions, is probably one of the more duelist-like tanks in terms of your play patterns in particular.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's why I think that top laners should really... that was a good Krakenstein block, actually, from me. I think the damage on so far. Nasty. But yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I think Sion is one of those champions I think every top laner should learn how to play. One, because he's the most skill-intensive tank. You don't have point-and-click abilities or easy access CC compared to, say, Maokai W or something like that.
Isn't it?
Yeah, Ornn's up there too. But I think Ornn Ultimate makes it a little bit easier to play around some things. But then also you have that real kill threat too. I think Ornn and Sion in a similar kind of position with that. Jen is on the board, my dude. Maybe clear that out.
Just letting him know. Just letting him know.
Gonna head up towards topside. The dragon was taken without contest by Ultra Prime. Jiang was just within response range. Again, that's important too. Being within response range. Make sure that that semi-global you have is a threat.
Oh, not again. He's just finding a wonderful ult. You were talking about into the Soul Furnace shield. He's getting beyond Hoya. I think that's just a straight solo kill. Oh, God almighty.
Yujang loosely translates to one sword. He's got one freaking hammer this time. He's traded out a weapon for another one. And this incredible player coming over from the PCS last year, Frank Esports to Yujang, has been such a whirlwind of a fun player to watch here on Ultra Prime, creating a win condition from nothing. Gonna get himself a play as the wave goes into tower as well. A clean reset from him after a solo kill.
Superb.
Honestly, round of applause to this guy. I'm loving watching this guy play.
Let's have a look at this again, because it is just ult to the face. Hoya even blows flash after this and still dies.
Blow the flash early. Hoya, I think he's had a good year. This is an awful game from him, and what I remember more from him on Ultra Prime, which is black hole of pressure. When he falls behind, he becomes a lost condition. The fact that Jiang doesn't even need to blow his flash for flash to get that kill makes things even worse. This gets even harder from here. He can now flash for his follow-up and stuff like that to threaten you. You are not even at first item yet, and you're 1,000 gold down.
It's not looking pretty. 14 minutes in. At the very least, Seta has been able to pick up a fair amount of farm, but it's come at trade of Saber being much more active on the map. 3 kills on that Talia there. He's actually got the bounty and a couple hundred gold ahead, despite being down 20 CS and a couple plates. At the very least, your Orianna is farming well, your Kai'Sa is farming well. The Cull has now cashed in for 1xN as well, so there is a world where you can theoretically turn things around with that. But just to be a little bit wary as well with John Howe. Around the bottom, very speedy. Towards the Scuttle Crab we go. There's a reset just came on through from the realm. That means Aki could be in danger here with 4 members around, but it's quick enough on the retreat from the river. We'll end up losing the scuttle crab, but not his life.
The depth of my life has left me scarred. I'm quite proud of my Palpatine impression if you didn't know. Teleport in.
You'll find a team fight in fully operation.
Unlimited power.
In we go with some violence. The dark side of the team fight is something the Jedi won't tell you about. Shaoxia down to about 20% HP. Aki just about alive. Knock up onto the rail. Weaver's Wall in the backside. Bounce out on one extent, who tries to ult to no avail. Hoya goes in to die again horribly. Ultra Prime can do no wrong.
I announced the creation of the first Galactic Ultra Prime. The Herald summoned in mid
So
lane.
this is how game one dies. To the sound of thunderous Herald charges.
To the sound of thunderous talk sound. Let's get it right. TC, fall apart, sir.
Oh,
of course.
there.
Unlimited power. There used to be no unlimited potential, you know. Ultra Prime might be what they're called nowadays, but make no mistake, this used to be a republic we all once knew and loved. It's a huge gold lead as Ultra Prime. Yeah, they do take a team fight which some would deem unnatural. We ever told you about Darth Herald the Wise? We'll talk about his big brother, Atakan, in just a second. Shaoxia goes in for a great engage, goes into the CC combo. Aki is just 100-0. He doesn't pull the E soon enough. And this is the danger of having Talia with any significant CC. The follow-up is disgusting. Without the Pantheon there to provide significant damage follow-up, the team fight really starts off on a bad foot, and you were already behind.
Yeah, I want to extend, I think, possibly wisely choosing not to burn flash. I don't think it saves you there realistically. Well, here we go. Question, Alex.
Yeah.
Complete tangent. Sam Sharp in YouTube chat. That was not the Sam Sharp we know from back home.
I have no idea.
Maybe.
They've never mentioned that before.
Possibly not then.
Also, I remember a Tom Sharp.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Tom.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of Tom.
That would have been...
That would have been wild.
Occasionally I do run into someone who I did know from a while ago. I'm like, oh, hi.
Yeah. We do like occasionally get noticed on the street. We had
That-
one with
yeah.
open air cinema the other week.
Yeah. I was walking down to go... We went to go see 28 Years Later. By the way, 28 Years Later is one of my favorite movies I've seen. It's... I think it's hit or miss because it's very symbolic and it's source-filled, folks. That stuff is... It ain't your regular movie. But I love what it tried to do with the kind of zombie apocalypse setting and use it to kind of like make a reading on cultural divides, which I think is very cool. Tower goes down. Class divides too. Stuff like that. You know, it's a wonderful movie. Jen feels bold enough to walk up on the side of the map.
he should do.
To go bother the Pantheon a little bit. Oh my god. He's gonna be so unkillable. He's going for the Unending Despair second. And because Unending Despair is a snowball tank item in the sense that the longer you stay in combat, the more value it gets. And the tankier you are, the longer you stay in combat. And then it starts to compound on itself.
Yeah.
We do have Shaoxia popping the ult. Feather doesn't have flash, and Jian goes over the wall with a flash himself.
This storm for second. One got interrupted by the Weavers. Would have really found a good decent angle until just now. In comes that Pantheon with the
Hoya's dead again!
And Hoya is once again dead. 1xn can get next to no autos down. And Siva's just going, cool, I guess I'll ricochet you all to death.
By the way, that shockwave didn't even get through the chaotic ricochet.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. I don't know, man. The more I look at this game, I'm just like, this is just not a healthy Sion performance. Oh, man, I really didn't like 20 Years Later. I think if you read it as a sense of, like, the infected being not just, you know, zombies of your typical murderous variety, but actually just, like, people who have been othered in society, I think it reads as a very different movie. I think it's very powerful in terms of cultural and societal divides. You'll notice the way how, for instance, that the infected alphas don't ever turn a human, they kill them instead, stuff like that. I find that's very interesting commentary on that, and the way that you find brief moments where there are connections between remaining uninfected humanity and the infected. I found it was a very bold statement to make from a typical zombie movie.
If you're wondering why we're talking about this, it's basically because the game is kind of done, not going to lie. There's a bit of a conversation in Onivia's chat as well. Yes, it is a zombie movie, though I would posit it as a movie with zombies in it,
Yes.
rather than a movie that is purely about zombies.
Yeah. I mean, it's important to it, but it's less about the actual the scariness of the zombies and actually more about like what
How does society work with a world that is now just irrevocably like this?
Yeah. Knight of Frogs in chat, who has been forever the Ultra Prime faithful.
Very true.
I hope you are proud in your boy Egen in that top side. He has had one of the best Sion games I've seen at this kind of level of play. He's completely taken up game. Real credit to him. I saw his Sion game the other day. He's been really, really good on this champion. He has gone from being carry duelist to being someone who can also play something like this tank style of play and lead into victory.
Like, I know we've both been on the train for a little while. I know Aragon's back on this on the train now as well. He's rating.
Wait. Was he off the train?
No.
I was about to say, unbeliever.
He was just like, wait, who is this guy? It's like, oh, there you go. You've seen him. He's like, I think he's going to be great. It's like, yeah, you're right there with you, mate. Right there with you.
Saber coming forward, teleport in from that terrifying Scion. It's not. Feather's going to die. Cut off with the pass. And again, Eugen.
He doesn't care!
He doesn't care!
The shockwave lands onto 2 to no avail, really. Aki has got no more Aegis Assault. Hoya's punted out by the headbutt. Setup can get nothing done. And they lose the front line again.
Eugen goes into basically a 1v4, makes it out with over half HP. A number of people die. What's it? 2 for none. Jungler down. There will be no Intercarn on this particular game because there's no smite to steal it with. 1xM will push up the mid lane. They have 3 grubs and might be able to get a bit of time on a side lane, but Ultra have teleports to respond. Saber can go there, go out onto the map if he so wishes. I don't even think TT get themselves a full turret as a recompense.
Oh, this is trying to get some autos down. Does at least get a bit of a chunk on the turret, but they can't even get the whole of that. Setup will get the wave shoved in bot side, but Sion's coming up. So again, he'll just stand there and press Q. No real way for the Orianna to prevent that. So that turret stands as well. 1xN's whole win for this is a scuttle crab.
A QW takes a half of the Kennick Rooker shield, and he's got a regular shield underneath it. This is not fair gameplay.exe. Eugen. Yeah, well, I guess we can talk about some other people too. Look, we've talked a lot about this guy, and he does deserve it too. I think Junhao, 307, 2.5k ahead.
Playing well.
Aki has had a rough time of it. Saber trades flash for flash, but then Feather overextended. I think Feather's had a decent debut, but what can you do in a game like this, right?
Not his fault, really, is it?
I think that Ultra Prime got out. I think that TT got Ultra Prime outdrafted, really. They took up first pick Pantheon, which is doing crap, and they gave up Trundle Scion.
And then didn't pick the Talia?
And then you didn't pick the Talia.
What?
So you didn't end up. Well, no. So the 1-2 was Trundle. It was Trundle Talia.
Okay.
And at that point, you've lost your combo. I just thought the Pantheon first pick was the mistake. You either take the Trundle, perhaps take the Talia. I think, Aki is a big Pantheon aficionado. He's been playing a lot of that champion recently. But Ultra Prime getting such a hard draft win from red side, especially in the LPL where blue side feels so powerful, was not something I expected to see in this first game. Aki, my dude.
I've seen a lot of Pantheon first pick traded out to Talia. Like, it's been done a lot in the LPL, and semi-successfully, but then you have to have players who are like, good enough to snowball carry on it. We see Navi, Tarzan, Way for IG all pull it off. And successfully too, even into the likes of things like the Trundle. But it's just been like, you do actually need to do the snowballing thing and not have your top laner absolutely collapse. Partly for your own mistakes as well, Aki. I remember that 1v4.
That is a 3-level lead in jungle.
Oh, you don't want that.
Courtesy of the Atacon. Hoy does have ult and flash. Eugen takes a third of his HP with a regular combo. As a tank, by the way. Saber's coming up. If he gets the flick back, someone do be dying.
Eliza comes on down. Trying to find some value there. The Magnet Storm comes across. 1xN's finally here, but I don't know how much means. Xiaoshu comes flashing on in to try and mess with 1xN, who actually did a decent job of playing it out. Does at least get the Sivir in the 1v4, but that's it. That's a feel-good moment where the game is falling apart in front of your eyes.
Hoya still has flash. He might be forced to blow it.
Is he going to blow a flash at a good timer for once? No, he's still dead.
He's still dead. Hoya 1-6 on the Rumble. It has been a difficult game for him. And the turret will be felled by Ultra Prime. They will help each other get out from the turret. Junhao and Nijian on the other side of it. 24 minutes in. They haven't even needed to rush something like the Soul Dragon, which is currently up and available for them, by the way. Imagine trying to kill the Scion with a Chemtech Soul on his back. That Soul is often quite underrated, and in this game, I think it is genuinely game-winning for them. Trundle and the Scion, both experts at playing around that kind of HP margin. The Alistair also on that list too. TT, I think they were outdrafted. I think they've been outplayed. I think that Hoya has been schooled by Eugen.
Yeah.
And poor 1xN did get one good assassination in the backline there, but realistically, what can you do from this kind of deficit?
Look, if you're going to draft a comp like this, then you do actually need to not go 2-10 topside. 2-10. That's just not acceptable, whatever the composition is. When you compound the two together, it just gets significantly more ugly. Spectre's Cowls build up again. So you've already got the Kainic Rooker on top side. You know what? You need more magic resist. Dragon's about to go down. There's the soul. Life not getting any easier for Thunder Talk.
No, I don't have a Star Wars reference. We have, oh no, we have the Exegorth. That thing. Yeah. It's a nice cave to lay down the Millennium Falcon in. There's nothing wrong there. Go and spread the parasites from outside of your ship.
Does it make void grubs like Minox?
I'm not gonna lie, I actually forgot what Minox were.
The little fly.
Yes! Oh my god!
things.
Yeah, well that'd be like the Void Mites, I think.
Nah, that's fair. That's fair. That's probably what I meant, to be fair.
Yeah, Egen, again, takes no damage, walking up into a couple of people.
No, it's got anything resembling penetration. You've got a blighting jewel, that's it. Finally, a Bloodletter's Curse got done. But again, Hoya's got a second item at 25 minutes.
It is not enough, folks. It is not enough. 3 items to buy it. Yes, I suppose there are 3 items of 1xn as well. I just don't think it's enough.
Have to be some heroics.
Well, it would be. Ultra Prime, they can go towards that Baron when they want to. They want to push up waves first. They probably still might lose a fight to a 5-man Shockwave. You kill everyone but the Scion, extra problem. Saber go, the Flashless Rumble. The Flashless Rumble.
Boy, it's just the threaded volleys coming on through. Actually does survive it in the end, but the Grand Starfall comes on through. Aki going to get a teleport as a response to that. Flashes back over the pillar. Setup trading up with Bio, who's going to have the barrier, but Setup has to run away. The equalizer is good. That's just the follow-up with the Magnet Sword, but there's just not enough damage. One except to the backside, trying to get it down to Bio, who hasn't got the flash, gets the auto, flashing away, slowed down by John Howe, is finally brought low, but they lose Feather as well, and it's a 1 for 2.
There's only so much a single Kaiser dive can do, and he's doing a goddamn good job at it, but the gold difference is too much. Baron will be started, Baron will be finished, Saber not even needed for the DPS at the start, will de-push mid lane and go over towards this. They can wait a little bit of time. I don't think they'll get the Baron onto Sivir. They don't want to wait 24 seconds tanking the Baron. Teleport out onto the map, Setup will try and take it out the turret and get what I presume to be an objective bounty. Yes, it will be. Saber misses the flick back, which means that the immediate kill into Hoya is not going to happen. But then backs off to make sure that Aki can't catch him out as well. Aki puts himself out of position here, blows his flash, and things go poorly after that point.
Setup tries to jump onto Bio, gets the barrier, but ends up losing like the majority of his health box. That is still a 3-item Sivir. Then 1xm finds an angle into the backside, does manage to kill off Bio as he flashes away and goes invisible to deny the initial auto from Junhao, but he just can't run far enough away at this point. The Trundle's so damn fast.
If they were any less fed, perhaps that would be the play which wins them. Like this is one of the reasons why we really rate 1xn. Is that even in losing games, he often does find ways on his choice champions to make big plays. I'm not going to say he's a flawless player. He's made plenty of ints too, but and stuff like the Kaiser, Tristani, who was excellent on last year as well. Play out of the Fog of War, Saber flashing early, good play from him.
Seismic Shove is wide, Teleport's now coming on in. Are we going to get another fight? I think we might be. 1xn also around. I hear the Scion coming on in. Hoya's around, but it's going to be a bit of a split fight. Shaosha has burned the ult already in the backside. Aki doing a decent job onto the side of John Howe. That's not the best Magnet Storm of all time. EJ is zoning off 3 whole people. The Shockwave solid enough, but because the carries were all kept away, 1xn over the wall. Beautiful killer instinct. The moment I was done with the fight, flash off over Shaosha. Doesn't quite get enough CC on the 1xn who managed to dash away towards Saber. Decent autos, but can't heal up enough. It's beautiful angles, but again, there's just no needle to thread.
Just someone give 1xn a team. Jesus Christ, these Kaiser dives are so good for the position they are in the game. You're over 10,000 gold down, and he's nearly getting 2 kills in the backline. Ultra Prime get themselves a disgusting lead through the top side of the map, and they'll be able to crush through this game 1. It has been a textbook victory of how you roll a topside frontline play into a victory. Egen got ahead of the game, and I love the way that he's using his ult to just maneuver himself into the right position, always at the right timing to make sure he can get into position to peel for the rest of his squad. Right there, you know, he Tokyo drifted into the right position, didn't go too far. So we'll watch it again here, you know. I think that the early flash from Saber is actually completely correct here. You do not want to get flashed on. Play it safe, get out of range, don't try and go for the hands check. You're already in a good spot. And then watch here what happens as we see the Scion fly in. Drifts around the corner, Hoya has no flash, gets some damage onto him, and then just zones off the rest of the backline. Scion doesn't go too far though, doesn't give free auto attacks over to the Kaiser, backs off when he needs to, and it just allows him to have plenty of HP to kind of buy enough time.
Aki, as we come back to life, gets caught out by the Trundle and Talia. The rest of Thundertalk doing their best to clear out the wave in mid lane, and we'll do just that again. All the while that was happening, Baron has gone down. Got 20 seconds left on it from before that replay. John Howe just gets to put down the Pharaohs in domain, walk over towards this tier 2. 3 mid lane, Seismic Shove just wide. Feather trying to buy some space. 1xn has to ult to get out of the decimating smash. Does actually finally do a little bit of damage, but then he gets 30,000 shield. Saltburn is command protect, and that is a dead Kaiser. What do you do?
Well, they've not managed to get a kill onto either of the big tanks on the top side. Ijeng, 0 deaths. Junhao, 0 deaths, and apparently 0 dams given between them as well.
The problem is on the other side, all it feels like Hoya and Aki done has been dying on repeat. 2 and 13. And that'll be an additional one to put it up to a nice even 14, make it 15 as the game ends. A topside catastrophe.
Ijeng.
Quiet in the arena today. Early looking for a ward there from Junhao. You can do that from the edge of the banana bush if you want to get that ward in. It tends to be a wise option. Doesn't seem like it's led to all that much. Any return fire on the other side? No. The early ward is there. Ultra Prime not for Thunder Talk. Don't think we're seeing anything super crazy here in terms of spellbook options. Fleet footwork on the center gives her a bit more sustain, a bit more kite. May well need that into a number of the pouncing threats. I wouldn't necessarily say straight dive. Of course, the Shinzo and Best will be certainly doing that. But Rise, Lucian, a little bit of a different beast on that front. But I do think 1xN's positioning is going to have to be excellent this game, or things get very, very tricky. Junhao's clearing up his Krugs. Blue buff is being hit in the face a few times. And life is good. Decent chunk. Oh yeah, it's actually eating quite a lot of damage there from something or other. Joshua also chunked out a bit. Not necessarily what they were hoping for. They get the wave shove. End up losing quite a lot of their health bars for it. Setup now in danger. Audacious charge. Wind becomes lightning after. Drops the bunny to about 10%. Pod in inventory. Another hook from Feather. Needs to back away before Braum passive becomes a threat. But it's going to force a bit of an earlier reset than I think the Lucian and Braum were necessarily looking for. You're trading out with Hoya here. He's got a lot of energy to work with. Good repudiation to the Deathbringer's dance auto. Very well then, the last embrace lands. And Chaos is rooted in the location, yes. I don't know why I decided to go towards that voice, I did. Where's Malone? Bored. I need action. There's been no blood, it's been 3 minutes. I'm not used to this patience thing. This modern age of constant stimulation. This is positively snail-like in its choice of locomotion. Sort of sliding through time. Don't know really where I'm going with this metaphor, but you're joining me on it. Welcome. Oh yeah, trading out with Yijang again. And again, Yijang, phenomenal game 1, solid game 2. Having a great time. Hoya struggling a bit more. Saber should pick up that last range minion there. It really is just the early stuff, early resets from both bot sides. I'll note the Senna got the boots and the longsword. Not the case for the side of the Lucian had to break back on a slightly worse timer. Hey, he didn't do too much yet. The Landlord's coming on through. Some scary marital disputes happening. There's guns getting pulled Saber has just found Aki potentially. There we go. No one's happening. I don't think they want to dive this with Aki around. We'd be a little bit too risky, so they will call that one off. A bit of a bust. The Aurora still web shoved in. Nice passive from the Braum. Chunks out Feather. Feather's done a fairly good job of not being tagged too many times by the Braum Qs in passive, so let's manage to find those moments. Well, that's one of the things on the North is you kind of have to hook and run. Blaze a little bit low on the mana, but Bayo still gets a good stun there onto 1xN. Ow, that one stung. This is the last embrace, but should still be alright here with the fleet footwork. Here's some darkness as well. Through the minion to heal up the Feather at the same time is pretty good stuff. Piercing darkness. Nice. Oh, the soul. Snap it. I saw that cancel auto Hoya. It's a bit like Mr. and Mrs. Smith. It's a little bit Amber, you're not wrong. You know, I've never actually watched that movie. Apparently really good though. In goes the Audacious Charge. Wind becomes Lightning Zaki is bot side. As well as the Junhao option, but they've just got a bit deep. Hang on. They've lost the Lucian. Ultra Prime now in danger. Flash away from Junhao. Good counter gank. And the junglers both being in the lane. First blood going the way of Thunder Talk and onto this Senna no less. So that's now a 600 gold lead towards the Senna. Oh yeah, have the Thrash and burn it. I'm hoping we get a replay at some point in that one, because that's kind of wild. I was not expecting it to end up as all in as it was. But hey, both junglers full sent. Botlins are there to follow. GT now mid lane. Just clearing out this wave. It's a much better early game than last time, mainly by the fact that he hasn't died several times. Still down a bit of CS to this ambition away. I wasn't hoping for, but hey, sometimes that's what they'll get the early grubs here as well. Like I said, trading out hot side, pick as many souls as they can. Oh, that one being too far away is going to be very irritating. See where you can piercing darkness to a minion to get it. Unlikely with the way the wave's shoving in. One of the ways you can keep a Senna down is just keep it away from the souls, keep her shoved in. It's a lot harder for her to scale. Junhao will nab away the red buff. Maybe look at this dragon against it. There we go. Does now go over the wall. I think probably waiting on the wind becomes lightning cooldown actually. Fast embrace. Can't get the auto for the free soul though. Little annoying there. Would have been too likely to get hit by a Braum Q and then things get interesting. Do they want to fight this? I think it's probably a little bold. The dragon's gone already anyway. Setan tries to go looking for Saber, can't quite find it. End up eating a fair amount of damage there from the phase rush angle. Nice work from Saber. Here's a bit of a rise, enjoy it. Not really been about mid lane this game as much. As such, there was the early gank from Junhao. That's about it. Oh yeah, does need to redeem himself after the first couple games. That game 1 in particular was pretty egregious, to say the least. Setup goes thumping through Xiaoxi's health bar best he can, but there's a door in the way, and so really only a mild tap. Thump, perhaps an over-exaggeration there. Again, well, they can step forwards. I do like Ambessa's kind of like gouges on the floor when she goes hopping around. Punch some more minions. Oh yeah, was resetting on the wall. Xiaox just flashed over. Oh boy. Here we go. They're going to know this is happening. Does Xiaox have a spellbook switch? They've got the ignite. They're going to try and cut down Hoya's healing options. He's got to know he's in trouble. They know this is happening. Wukong is around, but I don't know whether he'll be here in time. Heal for the speed up. Ignite comes on down. Brawn passive there. Dawning Shadow. Good knockup. Should still get the kill, and they do. Aki now around with the level 6. Crescent Guard back. Junhao will likely be traded for the play. And Junhao turns around, gets a bit of damage onto Aki, but that's it. 1 for 1 in the end, but all the while, Hoya is the one who loses his flash, his ult, and the wave. Hey-ish trading that out, I think. As Junhao, you get more out of it, buy a lot more time. Ryze gets a wave and a plate mid. Hoya gets a fair amount of knockups. I thought he might have it in him there, but doesn't quite have the support there in time. He had to know that was happening. This how many people go into that push? Flash, even blow from Xiaoxi to get over the wall. I think probably to skirt the vision. Ambessa whiffed. Oh dear, I missed that one. That would have made things a lot cleaner. I think probably was after the flash from Hoya, to be fair. No wonder why Yijeng wasn't really involved. Still got the kill. Or rather, took a while to get involved. Would have been a lot cleaner angle if they had. They were waiting for the Brawn passive, didn't come on through, and Hoya got a very good flash off. Flash or not, he's still now down 30 odd CS. That's rough. He could grab away that Scuttle Crab and reset.
I'm so sorry for missing so much of the early game. I got deeply engrossed in making a new emote for this server, which is just amazing from the game.
No.
Stop it. You now have the ability to join the Discord and say, amazing.
Is it any good?
It's great, Seb.
Show me the emote, Alex.
I can show you the emote, Seb. Amazing.
Wow.
It's all good. So, I don't know. Even game, who's got kills? Ambessa's got a kill, 1,000 gold up. Oh, God, I really don't like Aatrox when he's behind. Hoya's been so hard gapped today.
Yeah, he just got dived. And put it this way, Xiaoxi used Spellbook to flash over a wall, switch to Ignite.
That's very funny.
And Aki was around and saw all this and just turned it late.
Oh, God. I mean...
And Hoya even outflashed the Ambessa ult Brawn passive to stay alive and get 3 Qs off and still couldn't survive.
I have to say...
couldn't do much more.
It's not a bad culling coming through. It's going to be tanked up with the Titan's Wrath shield from Feather, but... I think TT, yeah, this is a good time to talk about it. They're 2-5. Reminder, folks, this team reached an organization historic record of 6th place in LPL, first split of the year. They beat BLG in a best-of-5 banger Game 5 series. That was with Beichuan as their jungler. They were on great form with him. I'm kind of sad that people now look down on Beichuan for obvious failure on BLG as a team. But on TT, and even at the start of his time on BLG as well, TT were an excellent team for what they were supposed to be. This was supposed to be, I'd argue, bottom end of middle table. Probably around about 8th to 10th place. That's where they've been historically. They did such a good job earlier this year. And Setup does have... Oh, yeah, he's going to pull out the Realm Warp just to make sure that there's no follow-up combo from Setup. Setup did not want to blow the Flash. That's the thing which sees him to safety. The TT... team which I have a soft spot for when they had UCal on the roster, Blue Cal. He dyed his hair blue for the TT colors, and they'd only reached playoffs something like once. You know, this team has fallen upon hard times now. Ultra Prime on the other side, a team which had bright sparks in last summer as well. Sadly, a team which didn't quite get themselves the results, which I think perhaps with Hacker Jungle in the AP meta, they maybe thought they should deserve at that point. I know a lot of people look at this series and think, oh, you know, it's just Group Nirvana, Chaos, you know, it doesn't mean blah, blah, blah. both of these teams are ones which have had a soft spot in the past, and they are on hard times, but they've had a good history.
Somehow goes in. It's a little late on the Crescent Guard. Wonderful last embrace route. Topside, Saber trading up. Oh, the turret! Saber outplays Rune Prison. Do not pass go.
Oh, that's such a sad play for Setup. It looked like he was dominating the individual matchup. TT will have access towards this dragon. Saber could recall and join them, but I don't think Ultra Prime want the fight.
They don't. They'll take the solo kill topside in trade for that dragon. And Onyx will also could pick up those pair of souls as well. It's on a decent track here, 52 souls. You'll take what you can get on that point. Also, up 1,000 gold, just kind of out of somewhat nowhere. Did get the assist by throwing the Dawning Shadow topside to help get that return kill on the dive, but out of that, we'll have a look again. Here's that dive that goes so damn wrong for Setup. He thinks he has it. Goes looking for the all-in, but missed the Q to begin with.
And that means you don't have the pullback. It's a lot of your damage. Can't afford to miss those. I guess quite hard to put it onto someone with tier 2 boots and the potential phase rush and the passive running. That's why one of the reasons Rise can outplay the Aurora like that. But Aurora skill shots, they're pretty consistent on the whole. You look at skill shot reliant champions, Aurora's one which hits them quite often just because the size and the speed of the hitboxes. Setup could jump over the wall with the W, doesn't have the ults. Form was around anyway. Setup will hit the shotgun this time, so it is good damage, isn't it?
Land it, very much so. With that, Leandries. Burn there to deal with the Rise, who is building a fair amount of HP. Again, he's gone for that rower build, so we'll be stacking up a fair amount. It is the standard for Rise these days. Long gone are the days of pure AP Rise. He's a much tankier boy now than he once was. Herald is up. TT thinking about fighting over this one. Could be a mark towards feats of strength for them. They just need that one extra objective. I wonder whether Ultra Prime are also willing to come and play this one. Shaosha with Ghost with Exhaust, by the way, on the Braum. Be a lot scarier than you think. A speedy passive could be dangerous to track. We are starting up the Herald. Hoya also around on the flank.
Prime. I feel like they're in a pretty good spot now. Jonahow going forwards, controlling the choke points.
Oh, passive down onto the Nautilus. Over the wall goes
Ejin.
And Ejin gets into the back line and they blow up the bot lane. 1,000 gold means very little in the grave. Rune Prison down onto Setup. Flash over the wall. Piercing darkness. Make it light because, of course, it's the opposite of Senna. And Bayer gets another.
Ultra Prime clutch team fight there. Clutch maybe not the word for it, but an important team fight. That ping through of that Ambassador ultimate onto the backline is what we were worried about from TT's draft, saying, okay, I think the Senna's quite long range. They can survive a lot of the initial engages unless the Ambassador gets into the backline. Ejin has been by far my player of the series here. I think he had an awesome song game. We blazed him an awful lot of that. But the big thing is, again, just fighting around these choke points. Most of the current patch of League of Legends is fighting around this kind of choke point and about how well you do it. Right here, because you get the Ambassador going beyond it and getting onto that backline, they're no longer protected by that narrowing of the paths, which you so often are. Ultra Prime playing around the terrain a lot better.
Now we find ourselves in a tricky position, to say the least, for Thunder Talk. Ultra Prime with a 43% first turret win rate. That's not fantastic, but hey, you're 2 and 5. Not been doing a lot of winning in general. Lucian gets a kill. Half the gold lead there. This Ambessa, who was always going to be an issue for the likes of the Senate, is now 2-0. Ejang has already popped off. I would be shocked to hear he didn't get MVP in first game. I'm assuming he did, or was it the Trundle?
Ejang got it
Pretty
cleanly too, Sam.
Yeah, that makes sense. And again, it's a different look for him, but this is a duelist. It's much more of a carry duelist. He's already well ahead of curve. Maybe if this Senate can keep stacking away the souls, maybe that's the way back in. Got a decent track here. 63 odd souls at 18 minutes is fine. It's not the leave 113 in 20 minutes special, but fine.
True. Oh, man. We've had some fun games watching, like, the crazy... Do you remember when we saw Hoglip get something like 16 stacks in 10 minutes or something?
It
like,
was
oh, no, it wasn't quite,
it was like 10 stacks in 10.
10 stacks in 16 minutes, I think it was, on Kindred. Oh, man, that was ridiculous.
It was the fastest Kindred mark stacking game I've seen in a very long time. Everything went right. It was camp into kill into camp, like multiple times in a row. Ejang may now need to be a little interested about this Aurora. Not going to lead to all that much. Hoya could go over the wall here. I don't actually know how much he wants that. When looking with the Darkened Blade and the Infernal Chains. Finds neither. Ejang resets. Atakan has spawned and TT are in position. Are we flipping?
Is this another Intercarn? Is it that time? Is it that time already? Is it time for
lunchtime?
Is it lunchtime at Atakan? Well, oh my god, we're starting it.
We are.
Saber's got teleport. I mean, do they see it happening? They look with wards freshly put on this top side. They know about this. So Ultra Prime, they'll walk over. TT, they waste some time doing this. Saber,
Like a solid 150 gold lost, by the way, because they just put all these control wards down, left them, and just gave them straight back up again.
yeah, that is one of the negatives about kind of not controlling the vision in the same way. Control wards are they're an investment, right? They're not just a thing you put down. You don't get them for free like your trinket. They are actually an investment, and that could be spent towards better things.
And there goes another control ward at the same time. Atakan's still there. Hoya's dealing with Krugs. And life finds a way. Embrace does land on to buy a good chunk there. Again, Sen still got 2 items. He's still the only person with a gold lead. Did have 1,000 gold lead.
Not anymore.
No,
Not anymore. Yeah. Well, having said, the rest of the team's kind of picking up the slack there. Dragon's going to go to the side of Ultra Prime. Gave up that last one, of course. Significant gold lead. 4,000 gold lead isn't anything to be sniffed at. This Ambassador could just end the game. Ultra Prime do have good CC to respond to the Ambassador if all of it goes onto them. But my worry then is, can you stop the Shinzao jumping onto your front line? If you don't CC the Shinzao, you forget how much damage he can do. What happens about the Rise as well, who's a great items, has the feats of strength for a bit more added punch as well. For Rise, cooldown reduction is quite an important thing. Second item comes in from Shinzao, so you're going towards the Black Cleaver, not going towards something like Asterix has no idea what Sam was playing on his phone there.
I wasn't attempting to do that.
Yeah, I'm aware you're not attempting to, because you jumped out your freaking skin. I'm like, what you watching there, buddy? You want to show the TikTok to the class?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to get onto TikTok. I was trying to respond to an email.
That's gone now set up by Ultra Prime. TT do not have the vision control on this top side. They tried to use that brief moment to take that. They are going to have to walk up the setup. Aurora around this objective as people get shredded by it is scary.
Already down to 4k. I don't know what they can get in there. Turning around, feathers low. Ultra Prime looking pretty happy right now. They've already got the initial kill. Junhao now in danger. Between worlds is good, but Ejang to the backside. What excites to flash away. Aki getting the cyclone knockup, but Ejang still damn scary. Hoya though has picked up 2, and Ejang can't get on top of the setup for good. Hoya still healing. Finally falls. Ends up, I think, as a 3 for 2 in favor of
3 for 3.
Hang on the other side. Oh, Junhao got on top of 1xN.
4 for 3 now. It was a good attempt by Hoya into the backline, especially with setups, AoE setting it up, but Ultra Prime peel off the Atakan looking for the fight and not the objective at first. After they win the fight, they can go back towards the objective and they'll claim the huge XP buff. Nisaki does have Smite. He'll head over the wall. He might die to Junhao now, though.
Yeah, he's burned Warrior Tricks to get over there, tried to find an angle in and does not do so. Atakan now surely Ultra Primed with no way to truly contest.
There you go, 5 for 3 if you include Aki at the end there, which you probably should do. Ultra Prime. This should be a 2-0 series for them now.
Yeah.
They are now ahead just under 5,000 gold ahead. They get themselves a huge Atakan bonus. They're ahead in Dragons. Yes, they gave up the 3 grubs, but it's not like TT have been able to make the most use of that. I still think that fight should have gone more in their favor, though. The Ambassador does not get the clean kills in the backline, which we saw previously. Junhao hits, the wind becomes lightning, gets great burst onto a couple of members around it. It's a decent Crescent Guard, too, to close the door. They do then clump up into a 4-man collapse, though, from that Aurora. The combo comes in thick and fast. Jing gets hit by a Last Embrace on the way out, doesn't cleanly kill 1xN. He manages to send things around, credit to him. Good Realm Warp, though, to pick up the last stragglers. 1xN and Aki have both used their summoners. Junhao stays out of the Realm Warp to make sure he can pick up that center.
And keeps the center caught between a rock and a Shinzao. Not really that much to do there. Just after some really clutch flashes to stop Ejang getting the kills. But again, you had to burn all your summoners. Still weren't able to get that one turned around. 5,000 gold is now the lead, plus the Atakan. Dragon spawns in a minute and a half for Soul Point. Looking pretty good for Ultra Prime.
That Atacon gives you so much value, which you just don't always see all the time. Saber, great amount of XP. He's level 17 at 25 minutes in. Who doesn't have XP leads? Well, top lane's got one for Jang, one level in the jungle, one level in, well, more than 3 levels in mid lane, rather. One in bot lane, which one extent should be able to get some XP to at least bring it back to even until Bayo ticks over to the one after that. It's an item in for one extent as well. That Black Cleaver double stacks and autos and Qs is actually very important there. Bayo does not have flash, and despite his good last team fight, I think he's going down here.
Yeah, not having a lot of fun there. Hoya gets knocked up and immediately knocked down.
Not sure he'll be getting back up again. Jang on the bot side doesn't have flash, but he is controlling that bot side. Last Embrace isn't bad here. Again, the Black Cleaver keeps that damage ticking over. One extent is not on something as hyper carry like the Kai'Sa, though. And I say hyper carry quite loosely because Kai'Sa can sometimes struggle to beat that. All hits from Jang.
Gonna do a lot of work there to try and turn around his setup. Gets the 1v1.
I don't know what the idea was there, but Jang gets blasted in the 1v1 after a great series, falling apart a little bit there.
That's too far. Good work from setup. He's not had the easiest game on the tour. A couple close calls, but largely fumbles. Bayo will throw out the culling. Try and hold this mid lane safe. There's 30 seconds on the Feral Dragon with your top laner dead for that time period. Lead to something else, but Hoya is still dead, so it'll end up being something of a trade.
What the heck happens here? Is he trying to stop a teleport? I mean, is he looking to stop a what is the plan here? Takes a couple tower shots and then just goes right under turret. Doesn't have nearly enough damage. I mean, EGN just massively miscalculates, goes into turret twice. That is a poor misplay from the top laner, who I think has been player of the series.
Yeah, that one was not a play of the series.
Nope, no, it was not. Dragon started up by Ultra Prime.
TP in from EJang as well will be turning up now. Yep. Hoya does have TP, isn't joining as it stands.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, not afraid of a Baron on the other side. They have a ward on it, and honestly, TT's Baron Rush is not quick anyway to take down the Dragon quickly. Infernal Soul points gained for them. Bayo being quite far behind is a bit of an issue. He's not going to have the best DPS to cut through someone like the Aatrox or the Wukong, and he's going to struggle to survive against them, actually. On the other side, 1xm, Black Cleaver actually has some HP to work with now. Perhaps that can help him survive versus the Ambassador. A good W usually means he can survive.
90 souls now as well, so edging towards that 100 breakpoint, which is a significant one for the center. Again, basically every 20 you're getting range increases and crit increase, and once you capped out on crit, you start getting healing, and it just becomes harder and harder and harder to bring this center down, especially as, say, someone like this Shinzao or this Ambessa, because for every auto, all your cooldowns burned and you don't quite kill the center, and then she just heals right back up where she left you.
You'd see what sees them back into this game. I think a good enough Aatrox flank can, actually. I think if Ambessa doesn't get the kills in the backline and Aatrox does, that's a difference maker. And considering that Hoya's been given the runaround most of this series, for him, when the Black comes out of that, Born passive on him, that's a very in danger Nautilus.
Trying to get on top of him, but it's actually a good turnaround with the Cyclone, but the heal comes on through, flash on in, EJang also getting in with the mix. They're trying to continue chasing, setup in danger, needs to flash away, but he's imprisoned and dead. Flash on forward from Saber, the spell flux, the overload, the shield, they're all so low, but not dead. Heal comes on down to keep people alive, 1xn, desperately scary on the center, has to flash away, does get the rise on the way out. Senna still firing. It ends up being a 2-for-2. Both solo laners traded there. As 1xn keeps chasing. The slow comes in. The piercing darkness. The last embrace. A step up forwards. And Senna gets massive value.
Saber flashes forward and misses the overload. That damage would have won them potentially the fight and the Baron. But Saber then baits his whole team in to die. A massive misplay by the mid laner of Ultra Prime, who are looking so good. They're on Soul Point in position to get the Baron. Bayo will come back in. I don't think...
got a heal.
He has himself a heal and a barrier. Might have to use both. Aki's low here, though.
Needs to be a bit where a teleport coming on in. This will make this a 4v2. Big chunk from 1xn. And that's Baron for Thunder Talk.
I think it should have been theirs anyway, realistically. This contest from Bayo and Xiaoxia was very, very optimistic. Watch how Saber plays the back end of this fight. That's where things fall apart. Initially, I think, diving forwards, activating the Brawn passive, the Glacial Fissure coming in, that's not bad, but Ambassador's not quite here on the right timing, and Jin comes in, doesn't quite catch the Ambassador. Very, very close, but doesn't quite do so. If he does that, easy kill. Big mistake here, then, is right after this. They manage to kill off the Aurora. Saber misses the Q. If you hit that Q, Hoya dies before the shield comes through, gets that heal. Massive mistake by Saber. If you hit anyone in that clump, it will bounce to all of them. He misses all of them by a country mile. Couldn't hit the side of a barn door. Massive misplay from Saber.
And then actually at some point you could just call it quits, but then 1xN just gets to sit there and be an absolute menace. Huge chase down, another great last embrace. And now this center is 2.5k ahead, has a lot of souls. Fourth item, Infinity Edge. Yeah, this one's getting scary now. 1xN chunks by it down to about a third.
Power's going to fall. Remember, they have 3 grubs. Makes it a lot easier for them to take control of these structures. And Ultra Prime, you know, the gold lead isn't there anymore. You have to fight a dragon potentially in a minute and a half. They could give that up. They do get the inner turret gold onto Ejeng. If he gets one ult onto 1xN, I think they just win the game.
He won't have flash for this as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Ambessa won't have flash themselves to confirm the kill, but not having it on center means it's a lot harder to escape that ultimate. Watch out for that Ambessa ultimate. Depending on how good that is, might determine whether this goes to a game 3 or if it ends here at a 2-0 for Ultra Prime.
Death Stance just completed by Ejeng. Minute until that soul. No death cap for Setup. Could be problematic. 3 items are done for Saber still. You've got 3.5 for Bai. You've still got a fair amount of damage to work with. The difference really is going to be in this bot lane where all of the gold for Thundertalk is concentrated. Last Dirk coming on in here as well for even more lethality. Remember, Senna does actually get quite a lot of value off that.
Happen in this next fight? Well, you do have Lucian with enough items to be a threat. No, it's not going to be 4 items, but 3 item AD carry core. Still a 3 item AD carry core.
That's a death cap just done from Setab as well.
That is huge. I think Setab has been doing a lot of damage in the last few fights. Despite not making it alive, he's been often putting the full combo in, and that's been enough. The Baron buff helps TT with the setup towards this. Further, has himself cleanse an inventory. That could be quite important. Xiaoshi doesn't have a combat spell. He's got a teleport awkwardly, actually. He'd love to have something like a Ignite Exhaust or even that heal.
Level 16 just hit for Bai. If you can find a good culling onto someone squishy, that might be valuable. Ejeng off vision here on a good flank angle.
Damage there from the center. Fast Embrace stopped. Realm Warp getting into position. Dragon started. I think Ultra Prime want the flip. I don't think they're confident in the fight. They might want the flip for the smite. That would win them something. They cannot get poked out too far though, so have to go forwards.
Yeah, because at this point, 1xN's range makes him a poke champion.
Especially with that fire cannon occasionally coming in as well. Anyone else on the flanks? No, everyone's here. Everyone's in the clump. Oh yeah, on vision, on the side. Ejeng, if he can get that ult, things change quickly. He's trying to hide off a vision. You'll be just around this corner trying to hug the things. I actually think it's a mistake for 1xN to go towards that mid lane like that. If there was a chance of them rushing the Baron, it could have happened right there. Ejeng, again, just a little bit off vision. I think that vision plant will spot them there. Hoya once again tagged on that flank.
Scryer's Bloom used as noted. Last Embrace just wide. So is the Winter's Bite. They're going to find the engage. Braum going to get the engaged onto, puts up the door. Feather had to flash away into the backline. Gets Ejeng on top of 1xN. He's into the curse. No follow-up, but they don't have the follow-up. And Xiaoshi's low. Bayer flashes out. Dragon is secured. They've gotten the soul, but will it save them? I just don't know. Bayer, the 1v5, needs to run for the hills.
I think he knows he's dead. There was an ultimate onto the center, but 0 follow-up. No one was even within flash range. As Ultra Prime do get the dragon, but how much will it cost? The Baron buff is timed off. There are still 3 grubs on TT. They're permanent, of course, and that will help them at least take down this inner turret with the wave coming up behind them. 30 seconds on the death timer. I don't think it's not the game, but it might be an inhib though.
I don't know how far they want to shove. You've got 20 seconds on Ejeng and only one person ahead of you. Do TT think this is their moment? They don't look like they're resetting to me right now. Get that inhibitor and just say, look, that'll have to do. The rise in the Braum ahead. It's too much wave clear. We'll pull away with the inhibitor as their prize.
TT playing much better around their AD carry this time. 4,000 gold lead for 1xN, who is so crucial for Ultra Prime to deal with. This was the start of the play. It goes on for a long time. They've got to speed this replay up, I think, don't they? As it goes on for a little while beyond this point. It takes a long time for things to go please speed the replay up. Please, thank you. There we go. Cool. It takes a long time, and you can see how many cooldowns they get through. There's random cues for the healing, for the rapid fire to come through. You can see that the hook lands onto the Braum. The redemption is good at the start of it to keep him alive, but there's no access onto the backline from Ultra Prime. You know, the Nautilus ult buys some time. The ult goes in, but there's no follow-up. Everyone else is stepping backwards. I think that's the time to go forwards from Ultra Prime. If you manage to catch out that flash to center, who knows what could happen afterwards. I think the Ultra Prime have the wrong idea. They don't follow Ejeng. Things go to hell after that.
At least they get the soul. There is that working for them. But this center is now unreal problematic. 132 stacks. That's another range increase. Has gotten the Serpent's Fang as well to deal with all the people with the shields. Like, 1xN realistically wins this game by themselves unless they engage. You saw the poke of what an auto Q was doing. It was 1300 damage.
Items capped out for 1xN now. That's a bonus for Ultra Prime. Xana is still going to stack. But what you can do now is you can just let other people kill stuff and you just pick the souls up from that. You don't need the extra gold as long as you've got a Sorcerer's Elixir on you. Flash back up though for 1xN. We know how damn good he can be. That's the late game AD carry. Well, he's reached the late game now. Time to deliver on that promise. Ultra Prime must be better at team fighting than the last one. They have the Infernal Soul now. The burst helps an awful lot.
Ooh.
You see right there. That bunny don't need an Infernal Soul to hurt.
Yeah, that's Shadow Flame coming on through there. That one stings. There's no Rift Maker or anything on this. It's just Leandries into raw damage. Saber also eats about 20% of their HP bar courtesy of an auto Q. Hoya has just face checked. E-Chang doesn't lead to anything. Baron up.
Ultra Prime don't have a flank angle. Big problem. They can't push in the side lanes. They'd love to have a flank angle. They give it up. They want to fight around an Elder instead. They can't. They can poke out a little bit. See that there. Just even the W from the Lucian gives decent poke from the Infernal Soul. They can't just go in.
Hang on, the flash going to setup goes golden by some time. The culling is kind of interrupted, nearly brilliant as the Glacier Fissure is down. Saber now turning it with the Realm Wall to get on top of potentially 1xN, but he's pretty damn alone. Into the back with a public execution, but Hoya's trying to buy space. 1xN flashes, Dawning Shadow, and E-Jank just can't survive. But wait a second, the Rise is still alive and doing damage.
Has flash.
Hoya needs to run away. Could look to flash with the heal for the speed up. Feather, 1xN running. Curse of the Black Mist, Hook comes on down, does get the kill. Hoya over the wall though, causing damage by it, trying to get the piercing line. Rise! Does get the kill, but Rise proves himself. Flat out, the overload again!
Saber missing 2 crucial overloads in the most important parts of the game onto a flashless AD carry. Cost Ultra Prime the game, and we'll go to 3.
Saber, how? How?
These Q misses aren't even close. I think he assumed 1xN still had flash. Perhaps didn't track it in the team fight. TT find the victory through their AD carry. Shunhao cannot save them now. Ultra Prime will go to 3. Anti-clutch strikes again.
I genuinely cannot believe it. From 5k ahead.
If we get ourselves any dryers. As I was saying a little earlier, Sam, I mean, for these teams, some of the dryers are a little quieter than some of the others, but the crowd mics have been a little bit lower.
I haven't got to hear the crowd mics.
There's that. However, there was some controversy earlier in the week, effectively, of, in a completely unrelated game, some people saying some quite unflattering nicknames about the Shy. Even in a game he wasn't playing in, so people started threatening that they were going to start shouting out some even worse stuff.
It is worth noting as well that a lot of the Shy fans say those things in chat. It's kind of become a bit of a joke in the way that.
Oh no! This was basically taking what was a joke and then combining it with something else to make it very much not a joke. So this was actually a step forward. I know what you're talking about because there's some like jokes on names and stuff like that. Basically, someone said some but then basically the return fire was we're gonna say some really uncool stuff, and it was So I wonder whether that's it. I don't know whether that's the case. I actually think the Gyres have been a little bit quiet for a little while now, but I do wonder whether that's... Hang on a second, Aki, don't give up all that HP at level 1. That's a bit much.
Yeah, look, don't get me wrong. I know you've got a health pot inventory and all the rest of it. It's not quite the same, is it?
He wanted to go for the Raptor invade starting off, I think.
Yeah.
And with that, he's now going to be on a later start. Junhao's going to get his first clear uncontested now, and Aki doesn't get a chance to use that level 1 Lee Sin power walking into the enemy jungle.
Theoretically do one camp and then fight. I don't know how easy that'll be. May just be a first quadrant into trying to get the clear.
But by that point, you're going to have the MF for Khan pushing bot lane, which is why it's no longer... Look, in solo queue that works, but when you have the winning bot lane, because that's what you pick the MF for, the collapse happens, you're exactly right, and it means that the jungle matchup doesn't become a 1v1. So I think Aki has actually been defanged a little bit on this first play. See, again, bot lane control coming over to Ultra Prime.
Worth noting that potentially you could do 3 camps into blue side. Look to fight that because he does have shove from the Annie. Yes, the Cassante could come down, but I think there is a world there where the Vi would not have all that much fun with that. The only thing I'll say is, of course, Vi would have the red buff, Lee Sin would not, and blue buff is all well and good for some ability haste, but it's not the best buff of all time on Lee Sin. It was a point. many moons ago, where if you didn't get blue buff and your first jungle clear, it was kind of doomed. You needed it, or you would have no mana on your clear. Pretty disastrous. That buff was arguably less valuable back in the day.
I don't know, man. Red buff was so important for so long for clear speed.
That's true.
It depends how long you think about it, because back in the early seasons, losing a buff was genuine
disaster.
It was game-ending. Yeah. So it's when Diamond Prox, the most famous counter invader of all time, when he started showcasing, well, by the way, I can just walk in and kill you as Lee Sin. Back in a meta with people building Heart of Gold and just gold per 5 items, just giving you passive income, and then, you know, basically scaling up into team fights, being like a Moo jungle or something like that. Cloud Templar is very famous for that, of course. He'd just say, nope, gonna kill you on, you know, Shyvana, Lee Sin, Udyr,
Evelynn.
A lot of champions who people thought would be top laners, actually. And then he'd be like, nope, great, they're fighting very early on. Lee Sin was meant to be a top laner. Nope, Lee Sin became a Diamond Proc special, arguably one of the most famous and most important Lee Sins of all time.
A bit of a look in mid lane as bot side. Chunk comes on through. Nice stack of the PTA there. And again, Shao Shit and Bai are getting lane power. And that's probably why they drafted the MF in the first place. Saying, look, team fights will be interesting. But at least this way we can try and keep the Smolder down in lane.
Whatever this bot scuttle. Not going to really be a fight, actually. It's just a look in. 1-for-1. The Vi escaping first clear completely untouched by the Lee Sin is a good thing here for Ultra Prime. Jun Hao is a big player of this. One of the reasons why I think, hang on a second, but mid lane might not be as untouched. Misses the stun, but there's the Q.
There goes the Q after resonating strike. Kill secured.
I thought it was the cone was going to be the stun. Nope, Satab gets the point and click. Why would you waste it on a skill shot when you get the guarantee in that Aki gets himself a first kill?
I wanted to call out some Mabby in chat saying that Evelynn normally associated with Alex, and rightly so in the mid lane. But there was an error in Season 4, Mabby, where Evelynn was banned specifically permanently against Diamond Prox all season, aside from one game. And that is my favourite Evelynn game of all time, where he goes out without items, and this is pre-Evelynn rework, so she was invisible from level 1. And people are going, oh my god, Diamonds picks Evelynn, he's not bought items, it's a disaster. But he used it to scout where the enemy Lee Sin was starting. Sven Skerrin starting.
On SK Gaming.
On SK Gaming.
This is when they were like top 2 team in Europe as well.
Indeed. And then he resets, buys the equivalent of an Elixir of Wrath at level 1, fights Lee Sin from invisibility at his starting buff, kills him, gets the buff, and runs over the game in 15 minutes. It is unreal stuff.
He steals like both buffs, gets level 4 to level 2. It's one of the greatest jungle games of all time. If you can ever search up that,
Season 4.
Season 4, Diamond Prox Evelynn versus SK Gaming. And this was when SK were genuinely top tier in Europe. It's one of the greatest jungle games of all time. They're one of my favorites. One of the things I remember the most.
He was forgiven as the AD carry at that point as well.
Also, fun fact, speaking of that era time, I know it's very different. It's Europe in a completely, it's a decade away at this point. I got to get to chat and say hi to the Gambit Gaming support just the other week. On the weekend, Edward was in the LEC studio. Got to get his autograph for Sam. Of course, a huge fan of that.
Massive Gambit fan, absolutely.
It was really cool again to see someone like that chat about him. He's currently BDS Academy coach. Dragon's going to be taken by TT. No contest over that. Instead, Jun Hao taking enemy jungle. He's going to take enemy Krub. If he can take Raptors as well, I think Jun Hao's pretty happy with that. Look, again, any value you can get without interacting with the Lee Sin is a big bonus for the Vi. They're going to get themselves closer to the level 6. They only need, like, what, 1 or 2 camps after they completed the Raptors, and then they'll have level 6, and that's when they can start controlling the pace of the game.
Okay. Could be looking for... No, not necessarily what's happening right now. TT got the shove bot side, which is nice. They got the cull early on from 1xn. Often happens with the Smolder. It's into the Vamp Scepter. Misfortune does love to get to that breakpoint early on, and you can start trading and feeling a lot happier about it because any chunk you take is quite easy to restore.
Jun Hao, close to the level 6. We'll get it off this camp. Yeah. Jun Hao, mission accomplished. Escape early game without giving anything over to the Lee Sin. Yes, mid lane lost a little bit, and that is a problem because Saber... I can't imagine Saber's feeling great after that last game anyway. He somewhat threw that one multiple times, which is sad to see. He's on a comfort champion, but he's been shut down a little bit early. I am quite worried to see if he'll start tilting and not get value because he's playing from behind the game now. Do get quite worried about that. But Jun Hao can at least start calling the shots.
Worth noting that setup started with an alternator here. That's not a lost chapter or anything. So building something a little bit different on the Annie. I mean, I'm trying to think what that will go into. Rocket Bell, Lichbane, unlikely. Ludens?
Potential. Hey, we'll just keep an eye on this. Good for the laning. Flash away from 1xn, who was trying to farm just with the edge of the W range. Not able to do so cleanly there. Loses his flash.
Slightly awkward. The Leona was off on a warding mission, didn't want to give up too much farm, and is punished for it.
Could also be something like a Storm Surge as well, by the way.
Ah, very true, yes.
So there's a couple of things you can do. There are a couple of times where Storm Surge, where Rocket Belt is fine. I think it's maybe Rocket Belt. I don't love it. Storm Surge, I mean, look, I don't love the Storm Surge either, but, I mean, it is potentially what we're seeing.
If you need the burst, I can sort of see it. It could be quite nasty into the Akali, who can go invisible but can't avoid that block of damage.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is the Lich Bane for the huge anti-auto attack range. You know.
Yeah, I mean, at one point that was why she was a support back in season 5. Mako was probably the best anti-support in the world.
Didn't she have something like a 600 auto attack range or something like that?
625.
Yeah. No, not 550. That's short range.
Yeah, I can't remember. Was she reduced to 550? I need to remember exactly what it was. It was long enough to be very annoying. Over the wall from the Grubs goes John Howe. Can't land the Vault Breaker. He's gotten one. Aki misses that Sonic Wave.
Gonna end up, well, only the first one taken, not the second one just yet. Saber is that level 6. Doesn't really want to walk up. Doesn't have great wave clear for him. Needs to push that out. Is second into the river though, because Feather walked up first.
Aki starts the Grubs back up again. Ultra Prime around. Potentially one of the play. Okay, behind. Hang on, John Howe with the Season's Assist gets on top of the Annie. Good combo, but Seto gets to turn it around. Oh boy! The Disintegrate's there. Smolder calls in Mum. Feather into the backside, and Smolder gets the kill. Saber has to perfectly execute out, as I am getting conflated. I managed to conflate Ambessa and Akali ult mid-sentence. Tried to correct myself, and it got worse.
Public execution. Two Grubs over to the side of CT. The initial engage, I don't think was a bad idea, but the execution just didn't have enough damage behind it. And Seta managed to get his ult out before anything else could come through. TT threw enough CC into the play to make sure that the combo wasn't clean. And yeah, any attack range 620.
Used to be 650, probably what it was, but there is the replay. Wonderful charm, and the Solar Flare comes on in for Disintegrate after, and then the health bars were also low. It looked so great with that wonderful flank angle until they realized they didn't have the burst.
The turnaround CC was just really good. Stopped there being a clean turnaround. They took a ton of damage in turn 2 because the base damages of champions like Lee Sin and Leona are very high, and they make good use of them.
Oh yeah. He's not having a great time in this lane, actually. He's down about 15 CS at this point again. He has been struggling quite a lot with that.
Bold advantage for TT with arguably a scaling comp is scary for Ultra Prime.
Yeah.
If Ultra Prime lose this game, it is entirely on, not this game, but lose this series, it is entirely on themselves. And that is one of the frustrating things about Ultra Prime. They're a team which is so occasionally, not occasionally, it's like, you know, every so often, showing you really good gameplay. You know, I think last year, when they had Hacker in the jungle with the AP jungle meta, there were points where they beat Weibo in both series in their group. And Weibo then went on to be world semi-finalists. That was a team which were, yeah, they were really quite something when they were on their game. But every time they played a game where it was a qualification to something or an important to see, oh, they definitely go into Group Ascend instead of Group Nirvana, they just buckle under the pressure. And you can see right here, in the tense situations, Ultra Prime lose that game again. I can't think of many games which Ultra Prime have won where the results actually meant something. And it's a sad thing to see because I do want to see, I mean, technically, I want to see all teams succeed, right? Because I want to see the best gameplay possible. And Ultra Prime, sadly, in the clutch, have not been able to do so.
They have been decidedly anti-clutch, I think is the way you were putting it, and I largely agree. Hoya going to get a nice chunk on forwards here. Should get this play. Where's the Cassandra? He's on this dragon, so Hoya with the teleport could theoretically join here. Worth noting that. Dragon goes down. TT not feeling that obligated to fight.
Ichi not wanting to flash out of the pit, teleports out instead. Goes back to top lane. So yeah, Dragon goes down, and no fight to happen about that. Sam, am I allowed to have a slightly arrogant, I told you so moment?
Go on.
And he was 620 of
It was 625
and I remember this, because they were nerfed down to 575, and then buffed back up to 625.
Yeah, because I knew they got nerfed, but I thought it was down to a 2.5, not a 7.5.
No, 625 down to 575, then back up to their original attack range. And that's what I want, look, I'm allowed, like...
Because I knew that was what was the nerf was initially, to move her out of bot lane. She was so oppressive with the Emax.
That's up. Hang on, getting engaged onto. No flash onto him right here. Do they have the damage?
Massive damage. They're going to get a lot of kill onto Setab, who is blown up by that perfect execution.
Easy kill there. No extra follow-up from TT this time. Wasn't a stacked up 5, just one person on their own. Here's the Rocket Belt, Annie. Could use that to, I don't know, get slightly further away to choose a slightly better resting spot for their aerial ground. Killed very easily in that bot side. John Howe, as we said, Now gets to dictate the pace of the game, really. In fact, actually, both of the last big plays in the game. Hang on, might be an ult over the wall. That's unstoppable.
Well done there with the Bellows Breath as well. Timed, and Ejang just slightly awkwardly down the ult now.
I think he thought that maybe it would just about be on cooldown. Not to be, though. Waits a little bit longer to get that angle into the one he wanted. Ult for none. Ejang, awesome first game and a half. Back end of that last game, not fantastic, and this one, not getting as much of an advantage, perhaps as you'd expect in the player matchup. Hoya had been struggling quite a lot versus Ejang before.
Again, getting that plate and to stick around that top side while Ejang went for that dragon. Aim at personal cost. Aki, we're going to pick up this red buff. Does have the Leona binds here. Smite gets the Sonic Wave. I don't think we'll take it. That would be probably unwise. Xiaoxia. Junhao, everyone's around here. Actually, the potential 3v3 angle. We'll land the Sonic Wave and decide that Xiaoxia battle dancing out.
Quite hard to play Lee Sin into the Rakan. I actually think one of the biggest reasons Lee Sin is not that meta anymore is that there are a lot of champions which can deal with Lee Sin very well. Nautilus just hooks at you if you cast Q. You can't kick flash him back. Squishy supports are somewhat out of meta. And even then, actually, Lee Sin has a bit of a complicated relationship with them because if he dives onto a target that's not them at that point, he gets like polymorphed or something like that, or they get shielded up. But even someone like that Rakan, W's away from you. It's really hard to follow it. Very hard to get support kickoffs now at that point. Lee Sin used to be the staple jungle champion. He was so flashy to watch. It felt like he was the highest skill cap champion of the game. Still up there to a certain extent, I suppose. Behind someone like Gangplank now and a number of others which are...
double up.
Yeah. That's that crit. Auto crit through from that. Even if you don't build any crit yourself, gets you that extra damage. But yeah, shame to see Lee Sin fall off a little bit more. Struggles to be either just a straight assassin. Had to nerf him a lot because he came into solo lanes with Emax and stuff like the Iron Spike whip meta of 2021 going into 2022, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, abused a cheap priority in every lane by having Iron Spike whip at 1100 gold.
Oh god, Emax Iron Spike whip wave just immediately desolated. It meant that Lee Sin could just play multiple roles. That wasn't really acceptable. Now he's kind of, his jungle where he's been at home for most of his career has now had to be nerfed for the cost of other roles.
Sundered Sky now at the very least, so at that point there, does get that auto crit on the first auto. You feel very nice after landing a Q.
Sometimes you do go for that Eclipse still. Going towards the Sundered Sky, probably because he's into slightly tankier top laner. Eclipse is better for actual burst potential though.
Hull now cashed in for 1xM. Has got the early kill, got the early call. Should have a reset here for a fair amount of gold potentially. Herald about to go down to Ultra Prime, I suspect.
No, let's say no contest. He's technically around.
That's 1xM.
Might go for an assassination. Hank dragged over the wall.
We're now going to have the battle dance.
Safeguard.
Safeguard, that's the one. And out to safety.
How can I word that so it makes you really confused?
Please don't do this.
Like Realm Prison and Room Warp.
I didn't do it last game, by the way. I didn't get them wrong once.
No. Well, not that we know of. Maybe you did. Perhaps you're gas lamping us.
Got
a comment? Got a comment on everything?
Don't
what do you think of the word gas lamping, sir?
I think it's like, you know, Pikachu has a black streak on his tail.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah,
he does.
Yeah, yep. Well, do you know that the different genders of Pikachu have different shaped tails? That one's genuine. I'm not gas lamping. One of them, the female Pikachu have a little heart end to the tail.
Huh?
Yeah. Aki, hang on a second, Jim. You got the ultimate setup. I mean, that's a decent amount of kill for a hit.
Oh, well, setup does not really get the stun he was looking for. Good flash! Nicely done by setup. All the way in the mid lane. Valle is dead as the Lee Sin finds a handle onto that misfortune.
I think Feather ends up getting a full CC combo. You see Flash and ult down on Leona. That typically tends to mean some CC's been landed. Setup outplays EJ. Reminder that you can't change the direction of a W after you've charged it up now on Cassante. Meant that he tried to predict where Setup was going. Didn't get it right. Hoya will teleport up towards the top side to protect that turret. He does have ult. I don't think they have kill threat without the all out here.
Try and clear out the wave and does so. The Herald's now summoned. Flash away from
maybe
Hoya.
they do.
Yeah, they got everyone around here. Flash from Saber to get in range. Knock up with the grand entrance after the battle.
Oh, they really do.
They very much do, Alex.
They have kill threat.
You gas-lamp, Pigby.
You don't know the meaning. You don't understand that word. So it's a very large word. 2 grubs in mid lane. Mean that TT will push down this turret.
Word, best kind of word. EJ now turns up in the mid lane. But bullet time comes on and it's a wonderful time. It's a bullet time. Feather stays alive. It's John Howe.
Shut up.
Finds a ball breaker.
Shut up, Sam. We're not talking about trump cards here on broadcast. As Ultra Prime do get themselves a great combo into that mid turret. TT will not get themselves the first turret. That's taken by Ultra Prime on top side, despite the grubs being in the favor of TT.
Alrighty then. They get a extended 2-for-1 because Bahia dies, but so does Feather, or rather, Aki and Setab? No, Setab and Hoya, that's the one.
We're gonna get a replay of this? Well, I mean, Feather, I presume, lands a flash
nice.
then. Oh, no, it is Aki which ends up getting the kick first. So it's Aki which finds the angle. Where was that solar flare going?
She's just into the air.
Where was that going? That was like a half screen away from him. Where was that going? I'm sorry, that's really caught me. That was going nowhere, friends.
And then Shasha finds a really good flash and gets to the grand entrance.
Oh,
Quickness.
Jesus. I'm so sorry. I'm losing my mind a little bit. It's been we're 6 games in. We got into the series. I might have to dip for the 3rd series. I've started to lose my brain already. Jesus Christ.
Well, the gold is actually now in favor of Ultra Prime, which is interesting. A lot of that's actually in Saber's hand. He's got 2 kills. It's up quite a lot of CS on Setab somehow, somewhere. I think the Setab struggled against his Cassante in particular with this build.
I think Setab dying on the sideline that one time made him drop some waves.
Yeah.
Then again in that top side, he's basically been forced off of waves twice, and that,
sucks.
All in that down to about 10-15 CS. You know, a bit of pressure elsewhere. Yeah, that about checks out in terms of the numbers. Sometimes someone gets a gold lead, you don't really understand where. That'll be from just, being forced those side waves. Ultra Prime, the rest of the gold, I suppose, as a team comes from getting that full turret in the top side. TT not able to do so elsewhere.
Indeedy. Setab will yell at the wave in aggressive fashion. Ah!
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 Yeah, exactly. It sounds like.
I'm not going to say anything else. That would work.
Just yell a bit more.
2 items on a 1,000 gold lead Smolder.
Yeah, that is your win. Reminder, we were in a very similar game state last game.
Yep.
Where Smolder was in a, Senna in that game was in a very similar position, and then 1xN just went, it is my time to shine. Speaking of time to shine, Setab might be seeing the shine of the Pearly Gates quite shortly. Can't get the stun up in time. Saber's going to take the turret shot, though. 1-for-1. John Howe now under the turret. Zaki's coming on down.
John Howe will probably die here too. He doesn't have a flash. And Saber auto-attacking the tower instead of the champion. Perhaps getting him killed. Aki will take one more. It's a 2-for-1 actually as the tower goes down. Makes it a bit of an even trade.
And the kill's going in some nice spots because actually this Lee Sin with a few kills now gets a bit spicy too.
You can start looking for assassination even of someone like the Akali who's... while he's ahead in terms of setup, I don't think Saber is that strong, you know what I mean? I think it's just the Annie has been behind the game. While it does have both summoners, will now be down one of them, the flash away.
Okay, I think Feather last time missed that solar flare because he was expecting the kick to go the other direction. Instead it went not the other direction. This time it was the flash away from it.
Also, I do take it back, actually. Saber is actually quite strong at the 2 items, the Proto Belt and the Shadow
TP?
Flame.
That TP maced up quite a lot.
Yeah. Parts ways with his flash there for the problem of that, for the trouble.
I have teleported in for the thrill of it. It's like bungee jumping, but with like elastic bands, not a proper bungee jump.
League of Legends thrill seekers. Can you imagine? Yeah. Oh, you can make it. You can make a daytime TV show about that, like River Monsters. You know that River Monsters, the show, had to end because he found all of them.
Oh,
The guy was like, "Yep, all of the legendary stuff. I caught everything, even stuff that they thought didn't exist anymore, like mythological fish, which is like, oh, we haven't seen this in like generations."
I have.
Yes, now. And he was like, well, we don't have enough material to keep doing the damn show, so they have to shut down River Monsters, which is a shame, but very cool. Yep, no, River Monsters, genuinely, the show ended because they caught all the fish that they looked for. Genuinely impressive.
What about they could just become sea monsters instead?
It's a different expertise, though, isn't it? It's a different show.
Yeah, but then you just have a different guy, or get the other guy to teach the river guy about it, and they have like shake hands and go, wow,
someone
you too.
Someone reach out to that dude. Yeah.
Maybe you could do like...
Has he ever caught, you know, the rivers, the Rift Scuttler? Has he ever caught, you know, the Baron Nashor? Dragon Spawn. 2 to TT would be 3rd and soul point for them if they were to get it. Lee Sin in a strong point of power. And you have 225 on the Smolder just now as well. TT, I think they're ready to tumble.
There's an all around here as well. I think the team fight angle looks pretty good for Thunder Talk as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, TT. See if they can capitalize. Akali, is he spotted on the flank? He is now.
No, they're there. The ward over that back wall has spotted out Saber's potential angle of approach. Call of Four God coming on through. Saber tries to get in the back.
Oh, Saber!
But it's all gone very wrong. He's brought a Saber to a Dragon fight, and unfortunately, it ain't looking so hot. Dragon was secured. 1XM flashes away. The bird is there! And Ultra Prime are looking a little less than plus Ultra. That's a negative score to their school records.
Double kill to the little dragon that could, as they get the big dragon that couldn't. 3 dragons to the side of TT, a Mountain Soul Point, a host of kills, a 3 for 1 all in all, and TT, a team that scales very, very well. Get themselves a beautiful fight around the dragon, helped out by the fact that Saber flashes into the middle of the enemy team, and immediately dies. Saber is spotted on the flank. He is known about the entire time. He flashes over into the play and gets immediately CC'd. Look at this. Immediate Leona Q. Immediate ult from the Smolder over the top of it. Immediately dies. Saber with an awful fight on a Akali, which should be doing a lot of damage at this point. Can't do so because he's immediately bursted out.
I want to point out 1XN still had arm guard this entire fight as well. Flashed away from the attempted play from Ejang, who went looking for it with a footwork Q3, but flashed well away from, and really good spacing from 1XN, gets him a lot of value. I got the full Zhonya's.
That's so funny.
How are you killing this Smolder?
That's so funny. I mean, look, he has enough damage from just regular Qs. AP Smolder actually does have some decent scalings on his W and his ult as well. Let's be honest, Ultra Prime, they're dying pretty quick anyway. The Vi ult will now go into the Zhonya's.
Kali perfect execution. I nearly did the public execution again. My days.
Public execution.
Public execution. From the West Country, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We do things in public round here.
In public.
I don't think that's how they say it. They just say public, don't they? I've just got it wrong.
It's like Lord Veterinary locking up mimes with the letters. Learn the words. Sounds been listening to Terry Pratchett audiobooks again.
Good.
Lord Veterinary, I find him very entertaining, I do.
Yeah. It's also the concept there that all bookshops are kind of proverbial black holes. You get lost in there far too easy. Anyway, set up.
Well, here's where games go today. Is there going to be a contest over the Atacon?
Speaking
Like,
black holes.
if you're gonna fight at an objective from behind in a game, Atacon is the one I think you're most likely to get wins against.
John on an angle. Saber's there as well. Still not spotting this Vi. 1XN thinks he's safe. He is absolutely in range of a potential Vi angle. Remember, the Zhonya's makes things tricky. Down to 5k HP. They know now. Flap away. Getting the backstab. 1XN will immediately go gold. It immunes the quickness as well. He's getting to stay alive for so damn long. Smolder blows up the divers. Got a redemption coming on her. Finally killed, but I think it's taken too long. It's done too much work for Junhao. And actually, Toreno gets a work. Double knockup from Hoya with the searing charge. Ejang's trying. Atacon taken by Aki. Into the backline. Bai is trying to do some work, missing the Sonic Wave, but it will not matter. As he finally falls, it ends up being a 1 fight, and the Atacon to Thunder Talk.
I think the miscue does matter. It gets him killed. Aki missing the melee range Q. TT walk away with the Atacon and a 4 for 3. The Zhonya's are the Smolder. Genuinely huge value. Ultra Prime do kill the Smolder, but it takes that many more cooldowns and summoners and time. Ultra Prime do end up walking away with a few more kills than I thought. Junhao, a poor Q over the wall means that he can't get in range, but has to flash. Xiaoxia also ends up flashing forwards and can't get that much done. 1XN gets good value out of Donnie's. Does end up going down after this because Jiang and Saber do end up getting on his case. Jiang, credit to him. Doing a great job on the Kasante despite everything. The amount of Omnivamp makes things fairly close. And actually does miss that last cube fire. Ending up getting the kill because of it.
Still ends up going down nonetheless, and it is a 1 play from Thunder Talk. And again, this Smolder is just going to be a problem. Just got the Zhonya's upgraded by Ornn, by the way.
Wait, that means he's getting extra armor from it as well.
Yeah, he is.
Now, I'm actually not sure. Now, this is one of those things where I think that someone doesn't realize what item is getting upgraded. You surely upgrade the Essence for even, you know, for the actual stats, but you want to use more. One example with the upgraded Swift Marches as well for even more move speed is a pain in the ass for Ultra Prime. Makes it harder to shut this guy down, especially when they have flap running. 40 seconds till Dragon will be Soul for TT. And again, all systems operational from CT. Good upgraded Proto Belt for setup as well on top of the Malignants. That 2-item Maddie combat, I wouldn't say it's the most optimal damage, but it's still 2 items on Maddie. Get that passive shred from your ultimate too at the percentage variety. Ultra Prime, they're going to have to pull out a team fight from nowhere. Yes, the gold is fairly close, but all of the intangibles, the scaling, the extra gold from more items is in favor of TT.
Dragon spawning shortly. Thunder Talk largely in control, but there is a decent line here on Thunder Talk showing going on both sides actually. Aki trying to keep Saber away, forced off that flank angle, knows about the wall that spotted him out last time. Thunder Talk, you've got the Smolder, you win these Pokeballs, you've got the Ornn in front of you as well.
So Ultra Prime, how do they deal with this? The Zony's going to be back off cooldown. Do you have any poke? No, not really. A good enough bullet time? Maybe, but it's still have to get through a Leona and an Ornn. That's pretty hard too.
You have to just CC 1xM to death before he's on it, before he flashes. It's just not easy, I don't think. Dragon started nonetheless. John has to leave the pit, and that's giving license for Thunder Talk to just keep chunking this dragon down.
Ultra Prime, if they have to commit to a steal, might leave them in a position where they die as well. Heal used by Xiaoxia. He doesn't have a flash to get onto the backline. He hits from Aki.
Forge God is summoned, calling and answered by another big flash on forward for the stun. The turnaround, the bullet time is done. 1xM's gone gold, but they've gotten the soul point. What about the fight afterwards? Burn comes on through for 1xM and begins to spit hot fire. Kill onto Cassante. Xiaoxia in danger, slowed down. A last auto gets it. Aki will ward up over the wall with the safeguard, and Bayer will not survive this time. Sonic Wave, resonating strike, and Bayer is a dead misfortune.
Ultra Prime lose so many around the dragon. Mountain Soul given up. 1xN untouched. And Ultra Prime unable to fight back from the deficit that they have found themselves in. They should have closed this game out with this series out with the second one. They couldn't do so. A few too many misplays led them to this game 3. We'll watch the replay of the fight again as Setab ends up getting a ton of damage down, following up on the Ornn ult and then the Smolder ult too. It's like just lines of fire are written into the earth, and the damage done from there is so much. Yes, the bullet time is still pretty good, but you can't fight that back easily. Bayer's out of the fight. He won't contribute anything else now. But on the other side, it's not like 1xN's forced to do anything negative himself.
Yeah, and not to put too fine a point in it, there's a world where Bayer takes an extra auto and dies there, and they don't get the bullet time at all. So that's about as good as it gets there. It is a good bullet time, but the Akali gets no value. The Vi gets no value. Ejang is trying, but again, is struggling to get kills on key members. And I think this is just, at this point, it's a flaw in the draft. What do you do at this stage as this comp? You are never realistically threatening this Smolder unless you blow absolutely everything. And even then, how deep do you have to go to make it happen?
More people in chat talking about the upgraded Zonies. The Smolder does actually have decent AP ratios. It's just not really what you picked the Smolder for, and they've kind of tapped that down over time. Remember, there was a point where you'd build Leandri's base damage up, but also it's actually pretty good just in terms of like the WNR have decent AP scaling. I think your Q also has one too. It's just not that huge. It's alright, all things said and done. He's got himself an Infinity Edge now, so he has the 50% crit. The Infinity Edge will also up your Q damage as well. That is painful as hell. Xiaoxia, he's actually in trouble here, I think. Potentially the kickback. Shows not to, I suppose, again. We talked about the Rakan's survivability earlier. And even the Leona gets an upgraded item now. Gets the upgraded locket.
doesn't. Lee Sin is that jungler. Justice for junglers.
Nah. Supports with gold are so broken. If you're
not wrong, though.
Honestly, if you've ever played ARAM against like a full tank Thresh or Leona, you know that them with extra stats is actually really, really broken. The upgraded locket for Feather, giving him mixed resist, is really nasty, actually.
Is it in his cap?
Huh?
Feather in his cap.
Yeah, perhaps it is. I don't know. I mean, do you see him wearing any headwear?
It's a Rakan. No, it's not a Rakan, is it? It's
No.
Rakan's on the other side.
No.
Maybe that's the feather in his cap.
Ejin took a ton of damage there. That's kind of spooky, actually.
Yeah, Smolder just kind of hurts.
Ultra Prime trying to, I guess, bait TT to fight around the Baron. Yeah, I guess Ultra Prime could try and get some miracle fight around the Baron. But even then, it's not like they've got crazy amounts of turrets to take on the map. They've taken the 2 side lane outer ones. Might be able to take, mid lane, get some pressure on the map.
Do you want to know why Ejang took all that damage?
Yes.
Have you looked at Smolder's inventory?
I literally just commented on Infinity.
Oh.
Did you just
I
not
did miss
listen to
that.
me?
Yeah,
Did you skip over that?
I think I heard about the damage.
Yeah.
I heard about the conversations about all
that's great.
items.
So anyway, if you looked at the inventory of 1xN, you'll notice that he has the
It's upgraded Zonias. I've not seen that one.
Oh, wow, really? Do you know about his AP ratios?
Yeah, I did.
You
But you know he doesn't have one of the Q anymore, apparently.
Oh, wow, incredible. Oh, that's great. Cool. Nice. That's
Glad we're both paying in-depth attention here.
Yeah, these things make the day go round. Day go round? The day is going round now. Yep. Hey, enjoying. We had a really good gold ship run earlier. I think I've got my CM gold ship. I think it's like 900 across the 3
Is there
main
a silver
stats.
ship and a bronze ship?
There are some which are named similarly, but a lot of them are from the Stay Gold lineage, so they have gold on them.
What about platinum ship?
again, it's from the stay gold lineage, so they'll
That's-
have either stay or gold in the name a
But
lot
I
of the time.
feel like there is like a Yakuza angle where you start having like
Sam,
a breakdown.
however, there is Silver Sonic, who is the nephew of Goldship, who
opposed to Sonic
who
Fox?
was in the Tenno Show Spring 22 or something like that, bucked off their rider, ran a disqualified race, then ate shit jumping over the boundary fence, and then decided to
this
sulk
one, yeah,
on the
yeah.
ground while munching on grass. They thought he died. No, just sulking. Xiaoshi's caught out.
Xiaoshi's going to have to run away. Speaking of sulking, that's a knock up onto Ejang, who's going to be going, why me? This is an awful time. Bullet time is very short-lived indeed. It's not a very long time at all.
No, it's not. It's a, I don't know, bullet stopwatch, really. Well, it doesn't even make him go golden. But yeah, anyway, go look up Silver Sonic. Very funny story. Yeah, jumped over the boundary fence because it got hyped up, ate shit, and then got laughed at by the crowd and it sulked for a bit. Anyway, Baron's going to start going down. There's a chance for steal. There is a GA on John Howe. He can play a little bit more boldly now.
Yeah, I don't think John Howe's going to be allowed anywhere near this Baron, but he's going to try. Will Vault Breaker forwards, but Hoya turns it around well with the Bellows Breath and the Searing Charge. Off the Baron they pull. Ejang looking for an angle
not a
there.
bad angle
That's
here.
pretty good value. They do go into 1x and he goes golden though. GA burns down. Can be flashing out potentially, but 1x is dead. That's the kill onto the Smolder. What about the turnaround from the back end? As into the back end goes Saber. Aki can't get the kill as the
Oh my
Akali gets
God.
out. It's a throw. It's a throw. It's a throw.
It's a throw as Wadixen gets pinned against the wall and cannot, for the life of him, get any distance between him and the team. The enemy team. The peel was inadequate from TT. You needed someone stunning people as he came out of Zhonya's. That was not the case. The little dragon goes down because TT can't protect the carry, but Ultra Prime thread the needle against the Mountain Soul, against the scaling of the Smolder and the Ornn. Ultra Prime will claim the Baron, and now with Elder spawning in 15 seconds, they can potentially take that too. The Ultra Prime, how the hell have they managed that?
The only thing is there's double teleport and Leona has Spellbook. I think they'll be able to get there in time to contest.
So how the heck does this work out? Wadixen is tanking the Baron. You'd expect him to be able to get over the wall. Ejang gets the push into the wall, I suppose. The knock-up from the Baron. It's the knock-up from the Baron. Full CC's him in. But right here, you need CC as he comes out of the Zhonya's. Big mistake from Hoya on his E to not use that. Same kind of thing with the Leona CC. I think the rest of TT panicked and don't peel productively to the end of that Zhonya's cooldown.
Back towards Elder we go. 1xN does not have the flash. Zhonya's cooldown just still on
Oh my
cooldown.
god, we're actually to an Elder flip now. The same theory needs to come through. You need to be able to lock up this Smolder before they do damage. But if it comes down to an Elder flip, well, scaling doesn't matter then.
It's a bit trickier. Saber trying to find an angle to pull back on Feather. Not sure the easiest angle is Saber into the backside, forcing 1xN to run away. But in comes Smolder's mom! Elder's taken finally! The Rakan! They might have it! And it's all over! Thunder Talk! How? How have you thrown this?
How? I have no idea! The Rakan steals the fucking Elder! And Ultra Prime, despite the drama, despite the throws in Game 2, are now marching their way to the enemy Nexus. How have they managed that?
Drew! Drew out there! Riot Drew! Levin, you! You need to get to the balance team and ask what the hell is happening with Spellbook! That is not okay!
Welcome to Group Nirvana, welcome to the LPL, the entertainment never stops, and sadly neither do the throws. Ultra Prime go plus Ultra and march towards a series win.
I want to cry. There's not much more I'm going to say about this one. How did we get here?
How have we allowed this to happen? MF will not die to the towers. Setup will come out, but I don't think you can seal it. The Nexus will fall. They have more than enough damage. Ultra Prime will win the series 2.
So it's for the watchers, and for those of you who don't, fortunately, you have my voice to guide you through. Game 1 of Invictus Gaming versus Top Esports IG. Fumbled the other day. Need to do better here. Let's listen to the crowds. They are in full force today. Strong gyos on both ends there. IG will always be slightly dominant. They are so popular. Again, you are looking at the most veteran team, arguably in the world right now, actually. If you're looking at Tier 1 level esports, the Shy, Rookie, Gala, Mako. Even Way's not exactly a rookie at this point, no pun intended. Is there a team with more combined years of experience and medals, games played? I just don't know. T1, of course, have had a lot of recent form, and Faker himself obviously brings a ridiculous trophy case to whatever title or team he's in. But even so, I think if you're looking at an average value, it probably is. Oh, IG, yeah, they're coming in with a fan vote. I don't think that should surprise you too much, folks. They're really popular. Like, ridiculously so. I can't begin to tell you how popular IG are in China. They wonder whether the Shy might go in early. Yeah, no, they were checking that out. Because, again, there is a while where the Yorick wants to get early lane prio, early lane shove. Especially if the junglers are wanting to path away from that lane early. But actually, the Shins are pathing towards that, interestingly. Sivir's got the shove early on before the Lucian can start cycling through the passive with multiple abilities. Shy gonna get knocked up by the decimating smash, but still gets those void grubs onto 369. He's got a soul furnace shield, so shouldn't be taking too much more damage, but still a bit of an ouch there. Shy ended up taking some more minion aggro than I think he was hoping for, but hey, there we are. Full on Unk squad when. Yeah, it's just me. Going back in my day, I remember pre-rework Evelyn. And Diamond Procs invading at level 1 with a red pot. Navi picking up that red buff. And again, inverted clears from our junglers. Blue to red on both sides. Me playing all 5%, you do not want to watch me play top lane. V69 at least got that biscuit. Could be alright there. I think that was trade out with the Shy using his own. Can't remember whether he's actually run biscuits in this match, but I'll have to check out again in a second or two. Kanavi with a potential lane gank here to mess with the Shy. He's notorious for wanting those aggressive trades. Quite a lot of Graves to work with here. Don't know how simple it would be to find a fight. Navi still no known quantity. Has he cancelled that reset? Not yet. He's still there, okay. Shy stepping on forwards, decimating smash, wind becomes lightning, audacious charge there, it's a dark procession, flash over from Kanavi, and he gets first blood with the wind becomes lightning. Nicely played, the Shy walks forward, and Kanavi's lane gank into the lane swap, by the way, from Top Esports. Very clean stuff. The Shy will probably teleport towards the top side as he sees the Sivir and the Alistair turning up. He's blown flash. They can dive this. I think the Shy could be about to have a very bad day in the office. This is really lovely stuff. Dark Procession flashed over again. The walls mean nothing when you're willing to burn those summoners. Oh, dear. Really clutch play from Top Esports. It starts with Kanavi pathing from bot to top, getting into the lane unnoticed on the wave crash after the Shy shoves aggressively, and then sits around, gets over the Dark Procession, gets the kill. The Shy teleports back in, but already Jackie and Hung had lane swapped. He teleports into a 2v1 and Kanavi's hung around. There is nothing you get to do there with the Summoner still available on Hung to get over the Dark Procession. It's wonderful punish on the Shy, who was caught out not expecting that very clearly orchestrated early game setup from Top Esports. Gets them a kill. 2 kills, even, onto Kanavi. I thought they might have split that, but no, this Xin Zhao is well off for the races. I'm going to make sure we can start taking over early on. And that's with the team that arguably scales better as well here. They're the ones with the Sivir, with the Scion. This lane counter into the Scion, scaling counter too strictly, is going to be well behind the curve now. Gets the Sivir and Alistair out of the Braum lane for a little bit as well. The thing is, that's not the Shy falling prey to just someone walking down the river either. That is like orchestrated. Okay, I lane gank, blow the flash. Lane swap's already coming in. If he teleports stop, we just do it all over again. Danji look for a bit more. Reminder, this is a very scary Xin Zhao. Went back with 2 kills worth of gold. Has got Tunneler and the Longsword. Can just jump onto Mako. Forcing the heal and the flash off the Braum. Not bad. Again, this is not a great lane for the Alistar. We were talking about it in draft. Kanavi getting crazy value out of this early game. Of course, on the other side, Wei, right, was pathing bot side, and by the time he was in position for the gank, Jackie and Hung had reset. There was no one to gank bot. The Aurora's not really got the setup versus this Talia early on, especially with the Talia shoved in to get that much easy access, but IG will now start up the Dragon at the very least. Need to find that value there. Really sure where the Pantheon could have gone. Maybe topside, but then why are you ganking the Yorick? You want to get this Lucian Brawn rolling early on, I suspect. Once the level 6 comes on through, perhaps a different story. Grand Starfall and Dark Procession. It's a great combo into the Scion. Dragon secured. Scion ult bot for wave clear. And at least the Shy hasn't really dropped as much weight of a wave as he might otherwise, and he's even in farm with the Scion. So there is that. In the individual level, not changed all that much. The only thing is the resets have kind of sucked for the Shy. We've got Bramble Vest and Barmies nice and early for 369, where it's kind of bargain bucket for the Shy. He's got a Cull. That'll help even things up as things go on. But for now, in the early game, whether Yorick was looking to try and just leverage the early advantages, won't really be able to do that. The Scion gets a much more muted lane experience, which is great for them. Trying to clear out this way and proxy farm somewhat. Shy not really going to be able to manage all that much about it because he's got to go pick up that cannon under the turret. I think he got that one. Cheat your reset timers there with Scion ults quite well. Grub started. The Shy doesn't have TP. And Sion's been able to leave Hung healing for a jump forwards. Wei will shield vault in, but is now pulverized and headbutted back towards top esports. Just pick up another kill very easy. That's feats of strength in terms of the warfare. Marker towards it. That's a better way of phrasing that. Still need to get some more objectives. Or a first turret, and that will be the start of them here. Second grub secured, and Wei trades his life to ensure his team can reset. But this has looked very, very elegant from top esports in the early game. And IG struggling to make a proactive move. They've been behind the play literally since the first gank. At least they got a dragon, but slower on the map rotations, slower on the plays, slower to get to objectives. And we're talking about tempo. We're talking about this. It's whose opportunity is it to make moves? Gala taking that opportunity to try and get the culling down, but the minion wave will block it out, and Gala goes and gives it up for a lost cause. Tempo, a very nebulous term in League of Legends, but if you want to see what we mean about top esports having control of the tempo, this is what we mean. They're the ones making moves on their terms on the map. Be that objectives or lane swaps or ganks. It's IG were forced to try and respond. And the problem is because they're so far behind, the response timers are too slow to actually make a play at all. Which is not what they were expecting. They've really not been able to reset the game state to find their own windows to make their own moves outside of, say, that dragon they took earlier. Sivir up 10 CS, largely off that really good lane swap as well, and just getting to ricochet their way through some moves. Nice shove back there on the weirding. Rookie ends up eating very much damage. Hung's got Ghost rolling. I think they can jump on this. There's no Unraveled Earth. Rookie might have to flash here. Goes between worlds. We'll get to the other side and not have to burn the summoner. We'll likely have to reset though. Good play from Hung. Scion again ulting to pick up that wave. Nicely done from 369. Jackie already towards this bot side, and the Lucian will have to respond to go down there and ensure that they are in that 1v1 again. Essence Reaver completed. It is worth noting. That's a good break point for the Lucian. Possibility to cycle through your abilities without worrying so much about your mana values. Scion crazy value. 2 games now where Pantheon not found the craziest amount early on. And it's a small sample size, but I heard Nymaera breaking it down, and I was like, I don't know, I still feel like Pantheon first pick is pretty good. And thus far, not really proving my thesis correct here. Although I'll admit a lot of this is off very good plans rather than necessarily strict matchup 1v1s or whatever. But I might be a little more champion agnostic. Still, value nonetheless very high. Rookie off vision. Could potentially punish Cream here. Mako's around, face checking this one. This is good plays. Seismic shove. Will be used to deny Rookie an engage. And flash burn by Cream to ensure he's not hit by the Glacial Fissure. So a slight win there, but Jackie getting the shove in. Corner Dark Procession. That's going to suck. Last Rites isn't quite in turret range, but still gets evil Panda Lady suck for about half the HP bar. Weaver's Wall coming from Cream from downtown. He teleported into the lane. The Shy's in danger. The Grand Starfall will find nothing. Kanavi ults himself. Can't get the turret, but nice play there. Weaver's Wall from down the lane. Getting a lot of value now. Way trying to hold this away from turret because the redive will be happening. 1v1. See the Age Assault come on up, but it's not going to save the Pantheon in the slightest. And Top Esports come away with 2. Turret as well. Jackie thought he was in danger after the Dark Procession, but it was all a ruse as the Cream had teleported into the lane for the Weaver's Wall already. And now this is going to be a 1,000+ gold lead to the Sivir, who's just gotten first turret when you've got the Sivir as a win con already. This is looking pretty dicey for IG, who needed their mid game to be strong. It is not. They're down 4,000 gold at 13 minutes. Plates have yet to fall. Feats of strength go over. Sion is ahead. Shinzao is ahead and underline it. And Jackie's got that juicy 1k lead as well. They've got another pick off. Mako is just dead to rights and Exhaust comes on down. And that's on to the Pantheon, who's just respawned. Shinzao gets a double. Top Esports are running away with it. And Invictus Gaming are looking lost at best here on the map. Every play they make is something the Top Esports have been ready for. And they've not been respectful of the lane ganks. They've not been respectful of the lane swaps. And the gold lead expands to nearly 5k. This is an exceptionally clean early game. This would be a really great one to go back and VOD review. Look at the plans from level 1. Off the jungle pathing, into the double lane gank on the Shy. Into the setup around the objectives. Into that wonderful play to set up the Sivir later on. Can't really ask for a better sequence of plays. And IG have just not found any way to make any good plays of their own. Rookie's now in danger. The most they managed to get was a flash off Cream when Rookie got off vision in the mid lane. But that's it. Well, look again. Mako is waiting in this bush. They have Aurora coming, but it's a 3v3. They just lose horribly. Gala is not involved until now. Sion ults in. Aurora turns up late. They're not on the same screen, and Top Esports are just much, much quicker to collapse. That time was a proactive move from IG, but the timers from Top Esports, the response was just faster. When we're talking about tempo, again, it's IG who are in the river first. They're the ones who've got the pendulum swinging their way, but Top Esports say, yeah, but for how long? Your window to access is much shorter when we are just pouncing faster, when the Aurora isn't there, when Gala is not actually in active range. Sion ults in. It's messy. It's messy to say the least. At this point, the game is theoretically done. It's get to 2 items and try and find a play. It's pray for a throw around Atakan angle. Probably Mako's about to... I was about to say die will flash. Maybe a collapse. The teleports come flying, but I think Top Esports potentially ready. Hung will ult. Rookie gets to go across the veil. 369 is already around way in the enemy jungle. In goes Hung. 1v3. I think he is actually just going to die there. Realized he was likely dead and just going to buy some time for his team. I would assume that one felt a little bit much. There's not anything in the river to get. Cow is finally traded. IG on the board, who got the kill. I didn't see. A little bit much from Hung there, I think we'll all agree. top side is 0-6-1 currently. Yikes. Not seeing a proactive Grand Star fall this game. We've seen one to defend top that went wrong and Wei ended up dying as well. Gala is still that 1,000 gold behind. There's 2.5k ahead in the jungle. Xin Zhao's at Titanic Hydra already. My god. This build is all about that first auto burst build. You go in, Wind becomes lightning, E auto, active auto. 3 Talon Strike if you can get it on top of that as well. Realistically, off the Audacious Charge, for the most burst you can get in the shortest time frame. It's not that tanky, doesn't have the greatest extended value. No resists to be found though. Black Cleaver for shred. But it's great burst, and all the while the Herald's been turned mid. Wei's been punted back, tier 2 falls. Wei survives for a moment or two, but they'll take 2 turrets. And top esports going to be forced to retreat. I think Hung dies here as the culling comes on forward, but then Kanavi will punish with that burst we were talking about. The Shy might now be in danger, gets a Dark Procession down, but Kanavi now in a 1v2. Don't think he'll be able to get that much. Gets a knock up. Weaver's Wall. I take it back. He still has the Crescent Guard. The Xin Zhao just murders him. And it's Cream who gets the kills this time. Your jungler's never truly alone. 6-0-4. Kanavi. 100% KP. The one-man army is back in full effect. Herald charge onto 2. And then Hung goes right. Flash. Pulverize. Knock the Pantheon out from under the turret. Take the turret. It's gone. 369 and Hung just buy all the space they can. I think Hung does just about fall here. Yeah, will do. There you go. Gala got it. But then Kanavi comes and punishes. Gala has to back out. So as a flash to the barrier, but it's at 20% HP. Can't play it. Then Kanavi goes, I'm feeling it. What are you going to do to me? Realistically, you're also far behind. 3 Talon Strike. Flash for the re-angle on the Wind becomes lightning. Sorry, it's all just an Audacious Charge that does it actually. And the Weaver's Wall comes down. Gets another. First value is good. 369 now in a 1v3. Will force to flash. Hung was waiting with the Hex Flash after, so would have been able to come and defend required, but if required. $3.4k ahead in the mid, in the jungle rather. 2 levels. That's gonna sting. Black Cleaver next, probably. Vulnerable to being blown up, theoretically. You have actually got to get damage first to do that. You still have 1 item for the top side of the map for IG. You've been rolled. In comes Wei. Maybe this is your moment. Cream flashes out. Mako now coming. Wei, caught under this turret, will die. Hung, gonna make his will unbreakable. Cream still trying to get the double knock away. Mako trying to get another passive rolling, gets the unbreakable will. The piercing light comes on forward, and Rookie flashing forward. Unfortunately, Mako ends up getting the kill. Hung will die. But now here comes the rest of top esports. Took so long to kill these members. Jackie has popped the on the hunt. The boomerang blade comes on forward. Ricochets in. Mako trapped off the back end of it. Rookie will surely die to more autos. Another kill. Triple to Jackie Love. The Shy TP's in. Quadra likely to Jackie Love. It is. He's shy a single kill that the turret denied him. And they die. They make the proactive play. But 10 minutes late. Jackie has ult, Jackie has flash, and Jackie has enough weaponry to skin the remaining members of Invictus Gaming. Atikar now here on spawn, there will be no response. I don't blame IG for trying to make a proactive play. I will blame them for fumbling it earlier on in the game that led to a moment like that. Jackie is going to back for an obscene build. It starts with the TP in from Hung. Grand Starfall is here. The 2v2 happens. They've got the bot lane coming. It just takes too long. Wei ends up just taking the turret shot because he's stunned up under there for forever and ever. A wonderful seismic shove. Buys so much time. Hung with the pulverize after. They finally kill Cream. And they'll get Hung 2 in fairness, but the 2 kills take them, what, 40 seconds? Jackie then turns up. The health bar is so low. It's a wonderful boomerang blade. The heal comes on through, and Rookie just ends up eating all the ricochets. Maybe if you had 2 items, you get that extra one. You can look to extricate after. The Shy's TP'd in, and it's just not fun. Flashes on in, and Jackie just stands and delivers. Throws every shuriken under the sun. And ricochets them through the remaining health bars. That is now an 85% win rate. Kanavi goes on forward to make us to back away. There was the Unraveled Earth that will stun up the Braum. I think IG are out of options. They really are. Maybe at 2 items you can pop the Sivir or the Shinzao and find an angle. Maybe if they go too deep, the Glacial Fish is down. But again, Hung just headbutts way back out of the play. He's been so aggressive at splitting individual members up from the squad, forcing them over Unraveled Earths. Base broken. Don't need a Baron. Just need a dead member. Inhibitor broken at 22 minutes. This is going to be a fast one, folks. Mako, hang on. Between worlds. Looks, finds nothing. Yeah, and you had to hang on for a second. And they went, ah! Oops, yeah, whoop, never mind. Sorry about that. Going on my way. Ooh, hang on. Turn around now for top. Esports returning the favor. Win becomes lightning. Teleport coming on through. The seismic shove goes wide. Flash away on Mako. TP in from 369. What an incredible game of Snowball. 369. Forced to ult away. Does so. Minute and a half. This is a great one to VOD review. Look exactly how top esports start this all from a top lane gank. Really good stuff. You are forced to go for this Fnatic Deathbush, but Invictus Gaming, I hate to tell you this, but you're a few years too late for this to be an obvious bait. You've still got to get through a Sion, an Alistair, hell, the Shinzao. Do you realistically kill someone in good enough order? Flank angle, Hung will step forwards. The resets come on through. No one is face checking. 50 seconds on Soul Point spawn wait. Might actually be in danger here. Not going to be still on the free ass boots. Look, Pantheon base move speed is higher than your average champion, but that's still a pretty damn scary Alistair who's walking at you menacingly. Tier 2 falls. Final Tier 2 falls. 369 flashes out the Dark Procession. We'll start taking some damage here, actually. Wait. Good kill. But now, top esports want to contend. Hung into the backside, taking up 4 people's time. Rookie trying to hop away, still got the flash. They've actually lost the zombie. Finally, the double seismic shot, though. OIG in another world. Maybe this is the damage. Gala actually does deliver a little on the other side. H-Salt is good, but Kanavi, he's still got all the health bars. It's a valiant attempt from IG. They do get 2 members, but it is not the carries. And it's not Kanavi who goes 808. Jackie at 7-0-12 and top esports come in and say, we are 8-1. We heard stories of people going, maybe IG are the best team in the league. No, they are damn well not. Not in this game. Not if we have anything to say about it. Top esports dismantle Invictus Gaming. And the cleanest game I've...
全军出击！要砸下来了！
Righty then. What have I missed at the level 1 while I went to the kitchen to make sure I was all stocked up for the game? Well, invades happened, people got low, but no one has died. Any flashes blown? Not really. So I'm going to get a bit of a chunk here. On to 369. That's kind of it. A little bit of trading, not too much more. I need to turn off... I've got this League Mastery thing still on. I was like, why am I can't see it? Why can I not see the minimap? Oh, yeah. There we go. So, attempted looks into the jungle. Haven't led to anyone dying. The wars to come on down, of course. Is IG throwing? They did a little in game 1. Well, part of it was also just really good heads up early game plans from Top Esports. Mako mounting up. Early shove from this chin, actually. Good work from them. Knavi getting an invade off here, potentially. When Wei got chonked early by that invade. I'm going to lose his Raptors for it. Hang on, Rookie's coming. I think Knavi should be alright here. Nice chunk. Raptors for Raptors trade. Poppy, of course, I think got the Raptors on the other side. CS is still even. The Knavi ends up sort of evening up the trade well enough there. We'll likely then have to path top side for that Scuttle Crab because Poppy will be faster on her clear. And actually, because of all the early plays, the Scuttle Crab spawned a long, long time ago. Good chunk from the Shy. Again, if the Jace ever allows Gwen to get on top of you, bad things happen. I wonder whether Wei's going to try for the double scuttle here. Okay, a little low. Cream, no mana though. Get a command attack off. We'll eat and incinerate to disintegrate trade. Rookie will have the molten shield, so it isn't actually as much threat as you might think, despite the clockwork wind up. The Knavi around. Respawn on Raptors. Oh boy, hang on. Wei gonna try and get on out of here. He's going to have to be a bit wary again. Didn't take Krug, so still at the level 3. Knavi wins these. Knavi wins these. Yeah, that one is going to cost you wolves. That's unfortunate. Chose the wrong camp. If you'd gone wolves there, you win that. Got the Scuttle Crab at least, and the flash off the Poppy early. Too greedy in the end from Wei. You saw Rookie trying to trade really, really aggressively. But ended up unable to do so. I had to back off and left Wei a little alone there. Wei now down quite a lot here. Again, has got the reset off. Jack Knavi hasn't yet. And again, these camps on bot side are taking a while to clear anyway. He's going to clear these camps. Reset by what will likely be a tunneler with the 1100 gold. Got to head down towards bot side with a much better item in inventory. Dream has shockwave. You're not quite there yet. Could get it off this wave. I already had a bit of XP leached by Wei coming by. Wasn't the tunneler. It's the Sheen plus the longsword. Trinity Force. There. Mid lane we look though. Collapse. Cream flashes early. Hung. Stunned. Turned around on. Shockwave back! Knavi's around! Oh boy! Rookie needs to flash, but now the clockwork wind up is coming. Hung, flash for the dredge line! Kill! Going the way of Hung on that Nautilus. Flash over the wall for Knavi, trying to get on top of Mako, who has mounted up, shoved into the wall on top of Hung, but they will still get that kill on the rail. Hung still alive with a Titan's Breath for the command protect. Wei can't get the kill! That's 2! That is 2 for none. Another early game from Top Esports where they're coming out on top. Look at the replay. It's a 3-man collapse from IG. They make the priority play, but Cream flashes early. Really important. But this shockwave denies so much into the heel, and Hung is still fine. Kanavi comes on in. Rookie has to leave. And then Hung hits with the flash dredge line. And the team split off. Wei sees an angle to try and get Hung, but can't quite get the kill. Oh my days. The command protect and the Titan's Wrath shield. So annoying. All the while Kanavi's just running down Mako, who's got nothing left in the tank. Rower build for the Ori this game. You're into quite a bursty comp. You might want to battle mage a bit. It's going to be lower damage. Hey, if you're looking for just extended fights, not bad. 3699 is likely in danger here. He's just a dead. Jace, I suspect. Needles come on through. Hammering blow. Flash away. Speed up. No! Well played, 369. Shy didn't want to burn the flash. Really good problem solving there. Manages to buffer through the stun by jumping to Rookie. Knocks the Gwen away. Flash through the acceleration gate. Form change for all the move speed in the world with the phase rush. Very nice. Dragon taken by Top Esports on the other side. Wei should get a hold of those grubs. There we go. Cream will walk up the river, but a little too late to punish anything. But now a potential invade. Okay. Cream's around. Well, he has roamed up. As is Mako. Smite. Used. Okay. Blue have taken. No further conflict found there. Not too much here in this early game right now. Stun comes down onto Cream. Gala, Valkyrie forwards, Phosbomb, Jackie eats some autos. Curtain's now called though. Uh-oh. 2 shots missed. 3. Only 1 out of 4. 1 out of 5. Nice feat from Gala to dodge all the skill shots. Jackie still at this half HP point. Could be alright with Hung around to keep him in one piece. The early gold lead is there for Top Esports. Ooh, nice rocket over the wall. Drops Jackie to about a third. Cream and Rookie trading out. Not really leading to all that much. Cream trying to just stay out of range. The easy stun angles. We're going to try and invade to get a blue buff back after Kanavi joined up with his support to seal one away. That should just come on down here. Nice timing there on that roam. Kanavi's going to realise he's lost that one shortly. Hung's now coming up with the ghost down the river, though. Yeah, no real route to get on top of anyone. Nautilus, notoriously slow moving. Ghost will switch back over to heal, interestingly. Not teleports we've often seen on the level 6 marker. Wanting that more in-fight power. V69, the Shy trading. Oof, nice chunk. Interestingly, the Shy actually has a mild gold lead here, despite being down a bit of CS. Not quite sure what from. Close. Close. Got a plate? No, Jace has the plate. So where has this gold come from? No assists. So I'm about to come down onto 369, who will need to be clearing out this wave sharpish. Is there any support coming? No, there is not. He's got to know he's in danger now. It's a decent amount of chunk. Dodges a fair amount of this. There's another rocket down. Needle 1 down. Rocket 2 down. Goes towards the skies, but there is a steadfast presence. Flash out from Mako, who does go down. 1 kill back. Now actually overcomes Cream. Needles also burned. Trying to buy some time here. Wait. Chunked out and slowed by the command attack and dissonance. Kanavi around. Might look for something more here. We'll spot out the Shy in the bush. Delays the resets on IG here. There's a minute until Dragon. Can look potentially for a dive, actually. Reset 1. Gala sticking around. Hung needs to come back. Or Mako needs to come back. There's Gala around. The Shy trapped under this turret. They aren't going to dive it, but they will try and look for that turret plate. Mako's still here. Ward will spot out Kanavi. Ward's being cleared out. Shy down to about half. Is going to have to try and find an angle to reset at some point. As Top Esports just threatening that dive time and time again there. Good response to 369 being taken low. But again, him getting that 1-for-1 for that turret dive and then forcing the Shy to lose his own wave is not bad going, really.
I'll quickly dip in to say hello again. 30 seconds till that Dragon.
How you
This is
doing?
the point in the game. About to go out and get myself a coffee.
Oh, sounds great.
Yeah. Ahead a little bit and get away from League of Legends for one brief moment. This is the point in the game which I find really fascinating to watch from them. Because they are the one of our top teams that plays objectives slowly well. We have a lot of explosives in the team. Anyone's Legend are more like, I would use a tactical shooter phrase, they like to retake the hit. They set up some vision and like to approach you as you're on the objective. Top Esports, they like to sit on it themselves and make good value out of Jhin and Jace. It's a little bit early in the game to have full objective setups, but watch how they go into objectives first. Hold an angle, hold the choke points, see if they can get something good happening. You don't have to force things on that timing. You're allowed to play it slow, not something we see as much of in the LPL.
Big time. Ooh.
I'm gonna go again.
That dredge slime was a pixel off connecting onto Gala's bum. But it'll be alright. A little bit damp from the anchor. Ooh, hang on. In goes 369. Big chunk going on down. Flash away. Mako's also around. But hang on, Jackie's here as well. Do they want a Deadly Flourish or Carrot and call this? No, they don't. Ends up being, what, a flash on 369. Flash heal down on Mako. Dragon's up. Wave crashing in mid lane. Ooh, just about in range. We'll drop a singular minion, I think, there. Still just fine. Jackie, good day in the office so far. Hang on, back towards the river we go. Hound in danger. We'll throw out the death charge onto Gala, preventing easy access. Jackie cleansing away as the Magnet Storm comes on forward. Cyclone, double knock-up, though, onto both parts of the clone. Courtesy of that Keeper's Verdict. Follow-up from Rookie ensures the death of Kanavi. Suddenly it'll be IG on the Dragon. Tried to contest and weren't quite there on good enough timers. Better from IG. Dragon now will surely be theirs. Love a replay there, because that all got a little bit split and fractured across the bot side in the river. Cream. Pick up a couple petals. Interrupt the back. No, not quite. Unfortunate. I'll be allowing a TP back. The Shy with Riftmaker online now. This is Hung hanging out here. We start up the Dragon, but it is effectively just a 3v3. Kanavi, I'm assuming, just goes in and regrets his choices, right? Yeah. There's a split off as Jackie has to back away. The Cyclone comes on down, but prevents the access or the exit out with the Steadfast Presence, and then the Keeper's Verdict. Don't find quite thereafter. Oh, no Cream, no 369 at the play either. Take away that blue buff. He's going to put down that Steadfast Presence. Kanavi with just a Trinity Force, still relatively squishy. Does hold on to his Warrior Tricks for a little bit longer this time. Hook back onto Mako. Deadly Flourish will land. Z-Axe is a thing. Shockwave. And Rel is melted down for scrap. Hung. Actually, a shove to the wall. Turn back. Nice work. Hang on, turn around with the Gala as Kanavi goes over the wall. Gala going to Valkyrie away, but Wei now potentially in danger. Flash over from Rookie! Glorious stun. Kanavi likely going to die here. Just about out of range. But Wei, with the heroic charge forwards, gets 2. Oh, and IG find 3 in the play. Top Esports with the man advantage, and yet they get picked off going a bit deep. Hung was not expecting that stun over the wall. They had the vision control. But the moment he puts the wall down, the snap engage happens. Away on this Poppy, 3-0-2, much better showing from them. They'll get the Herald as well. plays looking a lot better suddenly for Invictus Gaming. Shy. We'll just skip and slash away. Gold is now back to even. Mid lane also fell their first turret for Invictus Gaming because Gala got to shove through it. Gets him ahead of this Jhin for the first time this game. Top side though, Cream is actually, or was, 2 levels ahead of Rookie. Herald immediately dropped. Cream is now in danger. Cream has not been in any of these major plays, really. About to get dived. There is 369 with a teleport. I don't think it'll matter. Shockwave on 2. Flash away with the phase rush, but a flash crashed down. And the Magnet Storm ensures that Cream likely dies. Wade picks it up. His 4th kill of the game. Herald recharges. IG begin to snowball. 369 will be able to take a turret on the bot side. Some way back, but with the 3 grubs, maybe look for this tier 2 actually. The response time from top esports is going to be limited. Navi gets to invade on the other side of the jungle, pick up some stuff, but that turret is gone. 2 turrets for 1, and the kill. Nice for Invictus Gaming. TP behind. Okay, Rookie, Wei, now in danger themselves. Rookie's going to try and TP out. They're going to look at Rookie, but they will look at Wei, who does not have flash. No Hex flash either, but he just gets to walk away. He's too fast. Oh, dear. So what happens here? They go for the attempted steal on the blue buff. Get it. And Wei goes forwards, and they go, cool. This is fine. And they're going to get the pick onto Mako, and that looks great. So then what happens afterwards? I'm assuming Hung just walks too far forwards. Yeah, not respectful of the potential angle. And Rookie just stuns him. Just walks into an anti-stun and dies a horrible death. Like, that's on Hung. Basically starting to get the turret in the picture in picture. It's about to get run up by Wei. Does need to be a bit wary of that. And Rookie, a wonderful flash over the wall. Very good fight from Rookie. Garlic gets a lot of damage, flashes on forwards. Rookie's there as well with his own teleport angle. It's not with his own teleport, walking up. All the while, top esports to try and trade onto this tier 2 bot, but they don't have the wave. All the while, mid lane, wave's going to be crashed on in. Top esports got greedy in the mid game and have been punished severely for it. Should get this tier 2 bot title list. At least they are trading. Gold within nominal distance, 1,500. They're about to get collapsed on here. No teleport available for 369. Shy's going to spot them out resetting. This could be a 4v5 in quite short order. Need to turn onto someone. The Shy's going to try and find the angle. Cyclone comes on down. They don't need to fight their way out of this. Over the backside goes Wei looking for the angle. Exhaust comes on down. Should get the Shy. Shockwave after onto Wei. Gala is here though. And there's no Jackie. There is no 369. Cream will die. Hung will die. 2 for 1 in favor of IG. Was looking pretty good for top esports for good portions of the early game, and then they kind of fumbled it, didn't they? IG looking very happy now. Dragon will go the way of Invictus Gaming. If you have a win con, this Jace being so far ahead as a split push win condition will beat the Annie, will beat the Gwen at the minute in the 1v1s. 2k gold lead flipped to a 2k gold lead. That's a 4k gold swing. Across what amounted to about 5 minutes. Awkward for top esports, who were quite happy in this game. Now, you've got the Annie who's got a lot of gold. The Corki's ahead of curve. This Poppy is a menace at 2 items very early on. Deadman's in particular to get onto the mobile carries who do not like a Poppy on top of them. It's the Orianna, Jhin, Jace. Could be a problem. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal for Rookie, by the way. An extra 700 gold's worth of AP. Wouldn't hate the Medjais at this point to continue the snowball. Might be a little risky this game, but hey. Don't hate it for the move speed differential. Try and look mid here. 4 minutes until the next strike. Last one was taken. Actually, Rookie needs to be really careful here. Maybe I spoke too soon. Hung potentially in danger. Going to get jumped on by Wei with the heroic charge forward. Rookie now in danger. Hung about to try and find the angle. Should find the depth charge onto Rookie. His body blocked off. The curtain's being called. They won't be able to get on top of him as Annie forces Kanavi to back away. And 369 is 1v1ing the Shy. They just can't kill anybody on a good timer. Na'Vi forced to flash out. His rookie's damage is too high. They tried to get the collapse away. Stunning up Hung on that flank angle. Body blocking as well. They are going to start the Atacon. Na'Vi are half HP, no Cyclone. Oh no, IG. Could still throw this here. Jackie can threaten you with the bouncing grenades quite a lot. And they go. Flash on fours with a heroic charge. But there's Cream, who's got a lot more HP bar than you'd expect. 369, though, was killed in a 1v3 on the other side. Deadly Flourish goes wide onto Wei. Annie is still here. Back off cooldown. With the Tibbers. Mako mounting back up. That's Atacon down. Nice collapse from IG. Barrier. Blown from Mako, I think, to switch summoners. Deadly Flourish will deny Gala's back, but Atacon now picked up as well. Love a replay of that one, because I think 369 getting caught there despite having the flash and the range. Really not great. Here's the replay. So 369, how did you get caught? Is it just a flash from Mako? He walks up to it! Fine for now. I mean, Rookie sneaks into that bush and they don't know he's there. Oh, very good. Throws out the Q and mid-air presses E to ensure that when the Q lands, it's got the stun active. Very nice from Rookie. Nice little Annie mechanic there. Incinerate mid-air, press Molten Shield. As it lands, stun. That might have won them the game, that. We're already very ahead. That's going to accelerate it further. 369's about to get collapsed on again, isn't he? Does have some support from top esports coming. Is it going to be in time, though? Wei stepping forwards, Thundering Blow away, crash down, Magnet Storm. Does a decent amount of work to get away. And actually, they're trapped under turret here. Flash on forwards, Wei's in danger. The turret starts to come on down. Shockwave is still available. Flashed away from 1-for-1 right now. As though Tibber's value does bring low Cream. Lots of Summoner's Blow. Gala had to flash that Shockwave. Wei dies as well. Na'Vi threatening Mako there. Dragon a minute and a half. No way around. And 1-for-1, they're not awful for top esports. Can look to defend this okay. Trying to wave clear with the Deadly Flourish. Kanavi gets on top of the Shy, who's inside his own Hallowed Mist. Carla just brings down Hundo. 369 tries to get to value and can't. Oh, they tried to play out and they just don't have the damage. 369 too late to the party. He TP'd in for that. Thought they had the angle, but don't have the health bars. And what looked like a playable angle is swiftly shut down. It's looking more and more like a 9-game day, my friends. Dragon in 40 seconds. 5,000 gold lead. Thereabouts for Invictus Gaming. A lot of it's in this Corki. A lot of it's in this jungle. Let's have a look at this replay. Because actually, to begin with, nicely played. Interrupt the angle from Wei by Thundering blowing them away. Depth Charge keeps 2 under turret. Shy strapped up. 369 gets to run away. Looks to reset at this point. Cream just about dying from the Malignance burn. He's looking for the Shockwave angle. Forced the flash out of Gala. I'm thinking, okay, this is playable. 369 waiting to heal back up. TP back in. Goes towards this ward in the river. And then Kanavi goes, I can get the Shy. He's so low. But then Rookie just stuns him up. Crashdown comes on through, and the Shy survives the Shock Blast. Dragon going to be secured by IG. That'll be sole point. Maybe a 3-item angle for top esports. Maybe that gets you back in. Like, I don't blame them for looking for something there, but they needed 369 on top of the Gwen at the beginning of that play. They did not. And Rookie and Mako swiftly punish. Kanavi's also just not tanky with this build. No Starex, no Black Cleaver. No GA. He goes in and he will get melted to the burst. Tier 2 falls again. Jace still split pushing away. He's actually doing a fairly decent job of staying even with the Shies. There is that. Problem is, again, bot side. Exactly in the great spot. Degraded steel caps. Those tier 3s is problematic. Wei Squeeze checking that one, not going to lead to too much. Hung. Just around that top side, doesn't lead to too much here. Baron now IG's next focus. Lots of control around this jungle. River. There's that one wall just beyond where the Atakan wall is. It's giving Toppy that smidgen of vision. Potential teleport angle, I suppose, but Cream and 369 not exactly the greatest teleport threats. Don't worry about it, Time Lord. Action should be occurring shortly. Baron or Dragon, I think, will be the next ports of call. TP in. Here we go. Mako is the one teleporting, though, so maybe not as exciting as I was perhaps hoping for. Okay, Mako on vision. Mako needs to be a bit careful here. He's still at risk of being blown up. With the Horizon focus for as efficient AP option as he can. If he gets Death Cap, I think he'll hurt a bit more again. The row has been keeping him alive. It means his shockwaves haven't exactly been deadly. Mako, deadly flourish, hook. But there's Wei. They just don't have the damage. Hung's now in danger. Command protect, buy some time, shove, but not quite into the wall. And Wei's just fine. They don't have any damage. Hook again, shockwave for Sonya's. Hung needs to flash away. Depth charge comes on down, interrupts Wei getting over the wall. Kanavi trying to get some damage down himself. They just don't have any damage at all. The health bars are barely moving. Kanavi's going to go down. No armor penetration. Too much armor, too low damage. And top esports cannot fight anymore. That's surely going to be Baron and probably game. Wow. Well, top esports had this game until they fumbled around the grubs, they fumbled around the heralds, gave a lot of gold back, and Wei became an unkillable monster in the front line. The damage just isn't there, and we are going to 9 games today. The LPL is offering a triple blockbuster back-to-back-to-back series day. Top esports draft hit. Be playable if Kanavi's named. It's got his name tag. Didn't say Kanavi. Yeah. Him and Monkey, by far the best Skarners in the league. Let's listen into the Gyos one final time today. Game 9. The end of the marathon in sight.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
That, wow, IG Giga favored late. Interesting. I mean, it's only statistical stuff, but then but the issue we ran into was that mid game.
全军出击。
Yes, although actually, is that just IG favored the entire time? Holy moly. Huh. I'm not sure I agree with that, but there we go. Look. There is a world where the value of Ornn and Jarvan and Galio gets so high you lock Victor and Xayah inside a Cataclysm and blow them up on repeat. I fear that if you don't catch 2 of the 3 carries on repeat, it will be a bad time. To say the least. Xayah Nico, I suspect, gets shoved here as well. Victor probably gets into Galio, but Galio wins the war. Once he starts being on a Justice Punch, I think we'll be able to clear just fine. Level 2 hit. Indeed, yeah, Jackie. I'm seeing some chats in chat remarking on Jackie and Mako being the duo on top esports last year. Indeed, they were until that horrible summer collapse. Weren't pretty, folks. Weren't pretty. Now he's going to drive through a load of walls. Not too much here in the early game, but again, I think... Who's got the better early playmaking? That's a really weird question to ask. Ironically, neither team has super great early, though I will say Nico Rumble probably has it. Until you hit 6, and then you kind of get this weird window where the first use of the big ticket ultimates, particularly Galio, particularly Jarvanot if it's paired up alongside, could end up being a game changer in its own right. Wait, potentially going to find an angle here. Flag, drag, nice angle onto Cream. Winter Warlock, quite enough flash. Oh, Cream just flashed earlier. Knavi was just about around. Can't get in range to do much more than clear up the wave. Good gank from Wei. Had to burn the flash to secure it, but it's done. Just to reset out safely. We'll lose the Scuttle Crab, so we'll be double scuttled for his trouble. I think we've got to replay that, because Cream, he tried to hold on to the flash and then just couldn't. Thought he was out, kind of, but then Wave flash to confirm. And at that point, you just got to flash quicker. If you're going to be that greedy, then don't mess it up. The honest answer. That sucks. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Really much other way to put that. Bit of a chunk on to Mako. Doesn't lead to all that much. Trying to get as much lane control here as they can. The Ezreal has dropped quite a lot of farm here, but I think got a relatively significant amount of this wave to pick up. But the Nico from Hung is doing a lot of job of just zoning people off where and when they can. We've seen the highs and lows of Hung this game, or this series. Exceptional playmaking. And then kind of does a bit of holding my beer angles. And then kind of gets a bit too hypey, overplays, gets picked up for it. Doesn't really know how to play slow. It's ironic, because Top Esports has been excellent at playing slow around objectives. I don't think Hung has always been a bit of a go button player. And it chews. Equalizer early from 369, who has hit that level 6. Touch faster, trying to get as much shove in here as they can. Punish the Shy down about half HP. Hung, nice heal to get out of range of Mako. Knavi drives through the wall. Very well spaced by Hung there. It was Rookie with 600 wins, indeed it was. 600 victories in the LPL now for Rookie. Probably one of the higher totals in the league. Congratulations to him. Of course, been here since, I want to say 2015 with the Great Exodus. Was on Invictus Gaming alongside Cacao. That's when I started supporting the team, actually. Oh, Cream. Hang on, Gravity Field is solid enough. We'll buy a bit of time. Mako gets stunned up, throws down the Arcane Storm, but just doesn't have quite enough damage. But actually, maybe you can look for some more. Flash and Tangle Barbs. In comes the Hero's Entrance. Try to drive in some more. Here, we'll be able to get some value with Flash and forward for Knavi. Wei will try and flag and drag out. Mako, Grand Entrance away. Upheaval lands. I'm chasing for some more. Lots of summoners blown, but they can't get anything back. Good work from IG. Mako, though, potentially in a spot of bother. As Knavi's going to drive onto this red buff because they burned a lot to make that play in mid happen. Really good Hero's Entrance from Rookie, actually. Deny some of that damage. Remember, Skarner does quite a lot of magic damage from his abilities. That's not physical. And the tremors and stuff are all from that. Raptor stolen away. Still, the 2 kills early onto this Jarvan, getting him ahead of curve, and he's going to need to be this game. Have a reset here. So Cream walks this way, thinking he's safe, wants to go pick up the wave, and just gets jumped. Is it blind? Oh, it's rookie spotting him coming round. Very nice vision play. Cream doesn't have flash. Realistically, you have to choose a safe path. Saw someone going in there, but didn't expect everyone. That's a bit greedy from Cream. He probably needed to leave a little earlier so we could wrap around a safer angle. They still got the dragon. They're still going to get the grubs. Not the end of the world, but Cream dying twice does put him into a slightly awkward spot here when he didn't need to be. He's only going towards a lost chapter here. Interesting. So he's not going towards a rower build on the Victor. Looking for a bit more damage in some capacity. Yeah, Leandri's build. Way looking to come and contest this, but does end up taking quite a lot of damage. Cataclysm available. Kanavi driving on over. Might not be the most fun experience, so doesn't want to stick around and fight that. Then we'll back away on it. Mako. Driving into a wall. Impale. Oh, and he failed the flash. Mako, no! Gravity field after. Nice pickup. That's unfortunate. There's crazy jungle gap right now. It's kind of a bit weird because Kanavi's actually managed to get quite a lot of farm as a result of this. That's a nice pick off. It's gotten 2 early objectives as well. Way's made 2 ganks happen mid, and that's good. But I don't think it's as easy as saying crazy jungle gap, if you see what I mean. At least personally. But hey. You're entitled to your opinions, and I'm down to discuss it. That flash was not great from Mako, it has to be said. I think tries to get out around anything, but probably just flash sideways is the honest answer. But hey, on reaction, tried to make things happen. It didn't. Is rightly punished for it. Ends up a bit sad as a result. Knavi. Over by this Gromp. Nabbing that. 50 seconds till Dragon. Next one would be marker towards the feats of strength for top esports. Invictus Gaming need a kill to get the variety for kills. The feat of warfare. Navi. I was just looking around there. That Scuttle Crab will likely just be Ways now. Yeah, no real way to contest that. No smite or anything in Hung's inventory. He's actually gone towards the Comet for more poke. Has got a lot of value out of the lane from this, actually. Okay, engage. True shot barrage. Nice kill onto the Nico. Jackie now in the Cataclysm. Flashes out. And they get the flash, they get the ult, they get the kill. Very nicely done. Way's been playing Smoke and Mirror as well with IG here. Dragon we go. Secured handily by Invictus Gaming. Gage onto Knavi, has to flash away. Fortunate. Pop Blossom comes on down. Damage is decent. Driven into a wall. Impale after. Oh, that CC chain is foul. The Shy flashes. He still likely dies. The Arcane Storm takes. No way, Hero's entrance. Oh my days. He got the Equalizer after. It's brutalizing, though. They burn everything to keep the Shy alive. And they do just about. But look at the health bars. They're all so damn low. They are so lucky to only lose one. True shot barrage. Just wide. We'll get out to safety, but that is likely mid-tier 1 with the 3 grubs. My days. Not close in the slightest. We see this again. It starts basically with the Shy going in, not having Bellows Breath until just now, but he actually does short it a little early. It's CC. They can't quite kill him as he flashes out. Oh my days, that is ridiculous. Heal on Mako. Hero's entrance, Call of the Forward God comes on through, but I think in a lot of ways the problem is everyone has to flash away, and that Equalizer was foul. Foul damage. It really was. Not too much to see at this point. Has to be said. Couple minutes to the next dragon. Herald in 25. Maybe that's our next port of call. Slight lead to top esports. Mostly found in bot and slightly in top. But hey, Ornn being in touching distance of this rumble is good news. If you are a Invictus Gaming fan. Way. He's going to see a clone. Not going to do anything much about it. Herald just in this river, not doing too much. Jackie just threatening a little more here. Gets that wave shove. Vision control is top esports. IG. Now theoretically able to come and contest with that far side alteration, but you're still in one item on this Ezreal. Cashing the Carl. Trying to body block here, using the clone well. Pop Blossom comes across onto Mako, going to turn it around with a quickness. That's just a dead Nico. Turning around back onto Way. Hero's entrance. Jackie will go up to the sky and times it well. Way in danger. Doesn't quite burn out until just now. The knock-up is good, but the Winds of War won't keep Rookie alive for that much longer. Jackie caught on the wrong side of a little bit of this. They do get the Herald. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Jungler for support. The Shy looking for Jackie Love. He's got a Blast Cone to work with. Blast Cone's back. Mako potentially in danger. They're TPing back in with Galio. Hang on, this gets a bit spicy. Cream doesn't have a lot of mana. Can they get a force here onto the mid lane turret? TP in from this rumble. Flashes away. Buys a bit of time. Gets knocked up. Does the damage onto Mako. The turret shots come on through, but they won't be enough to keep him alive. Can maybe look at the Shy, though, who's low, but Kanavi can't find the damage. He's actually going to get charged onto. Cream looking for more, but has, like, no mana. Trying to burn him out. Doesn't quite have enough. They don't have the tank killing right now in the early game. Jackie looking potentially to bring down Mako, or the Shy went very low from all of this. Dragon is also spawning. Rookie's TP'd in. Herald also getting dropped, and IG have stuck around on the map very long to make a lot of these plays. And yes, you got the Rumble, but you are going to lose this mid lane tier 1 to the Herald charge. well. Dragon started. Jackie needs to be a touch careful stepping up there. Yeah, because that'll happen, Jackie. Oh, good grief. That's just bad. I hate to say it. That's what it is. That one ain't great, Jackie Love. Overplays his hand. The Shy might now be in danger on the bot side, but he's still pretty damn tanky. He's got a blast going potentially get out to safety here and just drives away. Jackie Love dying randomly in mid lane. Say it ain't so. That was just so unnecessary. So unnecessary. That did not need to happen. I don't know what to tell you. Look at this replay from way back at the Herald. Starts with a decent enough pop blossom, but the follow-up isn't there because they're still finishing up the Herald, our top esports. It's a nice ult and the cleanse from Jackie. Nice to trade back well, but Rookie is just too speedy and just too tanky. They could just use another half an item or so, and those people would be dying. It isn't happening today. Not today. Engage now occurring in and around the Herald pit. Heartsteel proc picked up by the side of Kanavi. The person of Kanavi. Kanavi the human. Couple minutes till Dragon, be soul point for IG, who have lost feats of strength, it's worth noting, because top esports did get the objectives, and that first turret with Herald in mid lane. 369 gets the equalize down before dying. Hero's entrance again from Rookie, point blank. Finally brings 369. No! Pop Blossom flash into the Impale, and this is what we were worried about with the overdives. Flashed away from Rookie, 1 for 1 as it stands. And IG have been able to have the HP bars to get to run away. Gala flashes out, Rookie flashes out. And they trade top laner for jungler. But Atakan is here, and IG just blew their proverbial loads. They are out of ammunition. Hang on, Call of the Forge God. There's the one ult they do still have. Jackie will ult over it. Stays alive. Cream in the backside. Okay, what if I go? He survives. Gala does not. Mako falls to Jackie with a deadly plumage. Atakan resetting. The Shy and Rookie doing their best. Waves back out on the map. They're back to the Atakan. Jackie could still be in danger. Cream can TP back in. Well, maybe they need to. Down to 10,000 HP. IG have got their jungler coming. It's not the fastest. They are burning this slowly. Wave will be in range to smite. Steal this TP back in. In goes the Shy with that searing charge. The Bellows Breath. The Flay. Feather Pull. The Shield is wide. Jackie inside the Cataclysm. Flash up from Way. He's out of the gravity field. 369 burning people down. Where is Cream's damage? Way. The Shy running away. The laser comes on down. Rookie, though, is still so high HP. Trying to get the kill onto the Shy. The top for the Shield and Rand. They're too tanky! I don't believe it! It was a 5v3! They TP'd back in! And Intercon strikes again! You got the kills, just back off and reset! You didn't have to flip it! Rookie backs away at 6-0-4. This Galio is a menace! So we're going to cut to this point. At this point, it's the 5v3. TP's coming on in. They drive the Shy into the wall. But Jackie gets mashed by Way. Flag, drag, flash, Cataclysm. And Way buys as much time as a flag and drag across 2 to time it all off. Rookie gets the taunt to bring down the Rakan. Hung is too low. The Shy gets a step on forwards and just doesn't die. Oh, Rookie and the Shy, it's a great fight. Following up where way left, and Daney is so annoyed, and I can't blame him. I would be too, friend. Back to life. Pop Blossom, Cataclysm. Jackie up into the sky. They do kill off Way. That's nicely done. But on the other side, the Shy getting a lot of damage down to Jackie, who's caught behind the volcanic eruption. They killed off the jungle, the support. The feathers come pulling on back, and the Shy cannot get onto Jackie until he flashes on forward. Rookie, get onto the backline, but he's in a 1v2. Does it matter as Gala is free firing? 369 doesn't know where to turn the barbecue. Trying to get the damage. Another knockup. Rookie! Shield of Durand! Galio is the only defender Demacia will ever need! Oh my days, it's a Galio performance for the ages. 2 incredible fights in a row. Rookie just won't lose, will he? Exceptional, exceptional. It really is. They jump a little further. Rookie just doesn't die. Riftmaker is ridiculous. And all the while, Gala is pumping out a hell of a lot of damage, but he's still losing by 1,000 to a Galio. Wild scenes, to say the least. Baron spawns in 20 seconds. Invictus Gaming after that game 1. I worried. After the start of game 2, I worried. And top esports have been flattened in this game. Oh, it's off some exceptional play. Don't get me wrong. The Shy and Rookie have found every possible angle to get out on slivers of HP, to thwart the attempted counter punches from top esports. And we said, look, there are ways to overload anti-dive, and they've damn well done it. Of course, you've still got to deal with a Victor and a Xayah as the game goes on. Isn't entirely done yet. But a 4,000 gold lead on Galio. Good God, when was the last time you saw that? Cream is down 50 CS on Victor to Galio. That's kind of wild. I'm not going to lie to you, that's kind of wild. Jackie's in the Cataclysm. We'll flag and drag out. Hang on, this might not be a bad angle. Trying to jump in, but Mako with the quickness in the grand entrance gives Gala a lot of space. The Popus comes on through. Re-engaged by Hung to get onto 2, but there's the Impale. Should actually bring down Mako, but it's not the most valuable target. The Shine on 1v5. Chaos Storm rolling. In comes the Hero's Entrance. They're looking to turn it around. That's a knock up on the front line. 369 with the Equalizer is solid, but look how tanky Rookie is. Forcing multiple members back. And it ends up being only the one loss, and Jackie's burn flash, Hung burn flash and heal, Kanavi flash, 369 flash. All of those will be down for this dragon coming up in 2 minutes. That'll be sold for IG, and you got a kill for it. That's what you get for burning all of those flashes. And it starts with Rookie just jumping on that rumble. There's the flash forced. Good grief. Death cap done, by the way, for Rookie. It's not the full on. He's happy on sitting on arm guard. Cream needs to be possibly a little careful here. A little reset's fine. Minute and a half until Dragon. Baron, though, is up, and you've got so much front line. You could tag that for forever. Teleport on Rookie. Hero's Entrance not up on Rookie. He's level 16, though, so not the longest cooldown anymore. Give it 20 seconds. 369. Gonna be spotted. Oh my days. Here we go again. Are we getting a contest? I don't think we are. There you go. Nabbed away. Red buff. Team red buff. More healing. Jackie's still somehow ahead, by the way, of Gala. I think it's basically because they've been just donating all the farm to this Zaya. Whereas the solo laners of IG going, yeah, good luck, Gala. You're not having my farm. "35 seconds to D-Day. Kanavi will Ixtal's impact with a bit of a lane, not find all that much there. Gala tagged by the Hex Tech, right? Another one. That actually might be important. Got red buff and a bit of healing from it. They need to burn it. But good work from Cream there to force the AD carry to back away a little. Can reset here, but it's got teleport. Actually worth noting. Didn't call that out earlier. But it does mean he'll be able to reset, come back out into the rift. Galio TPing in. Gala will do the same to the wave. In mid lane we go. Way behind enemy lines. Looking for potential angle on in. The Shy will searing charge away. Kanavi. Bastion shield on. Looking to throw a boulder with the upheaval. Impale. Oh, can shift it away. Kanavi down the critical ult. And now Gala free to step forward to abuse his range. There's the knock up. Pop Blossom hits no one. It's an airball. And Mako with the backline of the quickness comes on forwards. And Cream caught in the cataclysm. Victor is a lie of a name. It's looking like you will be second best at A-Top Esports. Second best to Invictus Gaming. Shy just stands there and upgrades Rookie. An upgraded death cap. A death crown. Knight's supposed to be the king of mid in the LPL, but Rookie is having a killer split of it. Shield of Durand, Winds of War, 369 health bar, non-existent Justice Punch! Looks a little unfair to me. The hour of the law is long indeed. Baron, started by Invictus Gaming. No one is here to contest. Infernal Soul, Baron. And a game that is all but won for Invictus Gaming. Here's the replay. It starts with Gala baiting out the Impale. Steps in, says, yeah, I'm a risk here. And Arcane shifts out. And then he is free. Step forwards and just keep throwing poke. Mako hops out. The Pop Blossom hits no one. Mako flashes over the wall. Quickness to allow for a cataclysm and hung. Flag, drag, down to hell. Baron shoves down this lane. Top Esports, 8-1. We're smirking. BLG had fumbled, dropped a series. Their nearest competitors. Great game one. A little volatile, don't get me wrong, but when they snowball, they still look damn good. And Invictus Gaming going, oh, lost a series. Are they just disappointing us again? Must be the best team potentially on form. Wow, Rookie and the Shy, what a great split. And then the game one happens, you go, God. Beginning of game two happens and you start wincing a little more, and now the series looks all but theirs. The Shy eats a bit of damage there as Jackie does get to deliver but doesn't get the feather pull. In they go, quickness in, knock up, Heroes entrance and Victor down. They get another. Mako is traded, but it is a worthy sacrifice on the altar of Invictus Gaming as they find their way to the series win. Our marathon LPL day ends with Foamtown favorites, with worldwide favorites, Invictus Gaming. 2-1 victory.